Chapter 3984. The news of Lin Fei's injury was not a big secret. In particular, what Li San said at the end undoubtedly made everyone realize that the most mysterious Lin Fei of Longting Villa was injured. And his injury was definitely not light. Everyone's mind started to work. After all, this was a chance. Whoever cut off Lin Fei's head first would get a limit-breaking elixir. The effect of a limit-breaking elixir was something no martial artist could ignore. In the southern Guangdong province on a private island along the sea, Invincible God was recuperating here. He suffered a big loss at Longting Villa, and the bruises on his face did not fade. It was impossible for him to recover in a short time, so he came to an island along the sea. This was a leisure island that the Shun family bought through other means. They spent a lot of money to build it. Invincible God was recuperating on this leisure island, and his current appearance was still shameful. Li San from Dianan is quite capable, as expected of the spear god, to be able to injure Lin Fei. I think the masters in Donghai must be itching to make a move. Invincible God held a glass of red wine in his hand. It was a 1982 La Fight, and he slowly sipped it. I'll be hearing good news soon. I'm really looking forward to it. Invincible God looked at the sea, as if victory was in his grasp. It was a dark and windy night, and one could not even see their fingers in front of them. It was the best time to make a move. Outside Longting Villa, many people were watching. Everyone knew that tonight was the best opportunity. They did not see Lin Fei come out from the beginning, so Lin Fei must still be in Longcheng Villa. As for why he did not come out, it must be because he had absolute confidence in Longting Villa. The first group to sneak in was a group of inward power martial artists. A soldier who did not want to be a general was not a good soldier, so an inward power martial artist who did not want to be a master was not a good martial artist. After knowing that Lin Fei was injured, they finally decided to make a move after holding it in until nightfall. One after another, they climbed over the wall and entered Longting Villa. There were 8 inward strength martial artists in the first wave. After that, there were more than 30 inward strength martial artists in the second and third wave. The martial artists with covert force nowadays don't even know what they're made of. They still have the nerve to think that they can beat us to it. Just Yuzishin alone is enough to make them suffer a great loss. In an inconspicuous place in the Longtung Villa, 3 figures walked over at a leisurely pace. It's not a bad idea to use them to exhaust Yuzishan's strength. Now, these inward strength warriors all think that they are powerful. This time they can be taught a good lesson. It would be best if Yuzishan and them both suffer a great loss. That would be the best. The 3 of them quickly arrived near the outer wall. One of the middle-aged men walked out. I've long heard that the Soaring Dragon Manor's formation is very powerful. This time I'd like to see what's so special about it. This middle-aged man was called Wang Zzmo. Although his strength was only at the Grandmaster realm, he had mastered a powerful formation-breaking technique because he was also a formation master. Although his level was not high, it was more than enough to break a formation. Very few people knew about this secret. Therefore, the 3 of them joined forces and appeared here. Wang Zimo slammed his palm on the outer wall and blasted a hole. The 3 of them entered one after another. Grandmaster Wang Zimo originally wanted to find the foothold of the formation, but after scanning around, he was surprised to find that there was no formation here. Yu Zishan, are you planning to use an empty fort strategy? He didn't even activate the formation. Is he so confident that he can stop all of us? Wang Zimo's face revealed a strange expression, and then he laughed. The Soaring Dragon Manor didn't activate the formation? Chen Tianya revealed a look of joy. Usually, he would have to put in a lot of effort to activate the formation. However, if the formation was not activated, the Soaring Dragon Manor would be like an open door, allowing them to enter freely. It should not be activated, Wang Zimo said with a smile. Let's hurry up and go in. If the Grandmasters outside know about this, they will probably fight to enter. We're really lucky this time. Although they didn't know why the formation was not activated, the 3 Grandmasters weren't too worried. With their strength, they could easily deal with Yuzishan. As for the injured Lin Fei, he wasn't a match for them at all. Moreover, they came prepared this time. We still underestimated Yuzishan. I didn't expect him to change the formation. This should be a soul confusion formation. Very soon, a white fog appeared in front of them. Wang Zimo laughed. You think you can stop us with just this soul confusion formation? You really think too highly of yourself. The three grandmasters also recognized that it was a soul confusion formation, but they weren't too worried about them. They opened up a distance and carefully locked onto the front. Not long after, they passed through the soul confusion formation and saw many inward strength martial artists. These inward strength martial artists were in a forest. Now they were lying in a mess. Obviously they had suffered a lot. Not far away, they saw an old acquaintance. This acquaintance was none other than Yu Zishan. Yu Zishan, are you planning to hold the pass alone against 10,000 people? Chen Tianya walked over with a smile. Chen Tianya, I know that you are a grandmaster expert from another province. I didn't expect you to come with Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. Yu Zishan looked at the three grandmasters. Chen Tianya laughed. Since you know that the three of us are here, you should know that you can't stop the three of us by yourself. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to suffer, take the initiative to bring us to Lin Fei. As long as we get what we want, we naturally won't cause any trouble for you. Chen Tianya was also a person who knew how to talk. He directly attacked the other party's heart. A cultivation master's ability was rather terrifying. It would be best if he could suppress the other party. According to their thinking, Yu Zishan should be afraid of them and choose not to attack. As long as Yu Zishan did not attack, they could take Lin Fei's head. They could also attack the blessed Grotto Heaven. After all, they were quite envious of the benefits of the blessed Grotto Heaven. Yu Zishan shook his head and was not moved. Times are different now. Just the three of you grandmasters won't do. Even if another 7 or 8 grandmasters come, I won't leave because you guys are not qualified to make me leave. Wang Zimo laughed. What an arrogant tone. Do you think that this array formation can stop us? Even if you changed another array formation as an array master, I can still see through it. There's no way you can fool us. Why are you talking to this old thing? Let's just attack together. Maybe this old guy is just buying time so that Lin Fei can escape from another place. The three of them looked at each other and decided to attack immediately. In the next second, a black ball-like object appeared in their hands and they threw it at Yu Zishan. Chapter 3985. The three grandmasters had indeed come prepared. Yu Zishan wasn't someone easy to deal with. Hence, they had purchased special weapons at a high price. It was a concealed weapon that covered an area. It was extremely vicious and anyone who was hit by it would definitely die. When such a weapon was used by a grandmaster, it could instantly unleash terrifying power. The area it covered was also very large, like an inescapable net. The moment the three grandmasters attacked, the 3 black balls exploded and turned into a sky full of black shadows that covered Yu Zishan. These black balls were called soul destruction balls. Once they were used, they could shoot out tens of thousands of needles that could even destroy a person's soul. Each of the fine needles was laced with poison. Coupled with the strength of a grandmaster, the needles could even pierce through reinforced steel plates. The soul destruction balls were very expensive. Even Chen Tianya and the other two had to pay a huge price to get their hands on them. It was all worth it to kill Yu Zishan. As for the warriors who were knocked to the ground, they were unlucky. In an instant they were pierced by the needles and in the blink of an eye, they turned into pools of blood. It turned out that the needles were laced with corrosive poison that targeted flesh and blood. It was a truly vicious concealed weapon that couldn't be blocked. Yu Zishan, you shouldn't have made an enemy out of us. Even though you are a cultivator, how could your body of flesh and blood withstand the power of the soul destruction orb? Chen Tianya sneered, a smug look in his eyes. You should be happy that you can die under this soul destruction ball. After all, there aren't many people who can make the 3 of us use the soul destruction balls. The power of the 3 soul-destroying balls was extremely great. Except for a few covert strength martial artists who could dodge it, the rest became pools of blood. However, Yu Zishan still didn't move. With the area covered, it was impossible for him to escape. Yu Zishan didn't move. He just stood there quietly. Suddenly, he reached out and a huge shield appeared in front of him. The shield was brown, just like the color of the earth. The moment this huge shield appeared, it blocked all the attacks. When the needles hit the shield, they were blocked. They couldn't even penetrate the shield. The shield was densely covered in needles. It was a ghastly sight, and it was suffused with a cold light. The three grandmasters are indeed ruthless. You even prepared a soul-destroying sphere for me. I have underestimated you. However, I have already said that even if more grandmasters come, the result will be the same. Yu Zishan's array formation, the Heavenly Net Earth Terminus Array, was instantly activated. A black streak of light shot out from the void. Allow me. Chen Tianya was disdainful. He punched out, and the shadow of his fist landed on the flowing light. However, in the next second, the flowing light's power did not diminish. It fiercely struck Chen Tianya's body, cutting open a bloody wound, and his entire body smashed onto the ground. So strong! The other two grandmasters were shocked. Damn it, what kind of formation is this? It's actually so powerful. Wang Zimo was shocked. He had seen a lot of array formations, but a stream of light could actually have such power. This was completely beyond his imagination. Although the power of the Longting Villa's formation was not bad, it was definitely not at this level. As Wang Zimo's voice fell, a second stream of light shot out. If you guys want to be presumptuous here, then you'll have to first block my attack. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of light shot out, containing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In an instant, the three grandmasters were in a desperate situation. It was also Yu Zishan's first time activating an array formation. Looking at the three grandmasters who were suppressed by the power of the array formation, he also felt how terrifying the Heavenly Net Earth Terminus Array was. No wonder the boss is so confident. Chen Tianya and the other two grandmasters are in such a sorry state. If the array were to go all out, it would indeed be easy to kill them. The three grandmasters were originally full of confidence, but at this moment, they felt a great sense of danger. They had activated their martial arts to the limit, but they still could not block the streams of light. The streams of light were fierce and domineering a moment ago, but they were as soft as water a moment later, making it hard for them to resist. In an instant they were in a sorry state, and their bodies were continuously injured. Let's go. We can't fight them head-on. Chen Tianya reacted quickly, turning around and fleeing outside. It was the same for Wang Zimo and Luo Qiuqiu. They really could not withstand the attacks of the streams of light, so much so that their hands were trembling. However, when they were about to rush out of the forest, suddenly, an invisible barrier rose up. They crashed into it, but they actually could not break the barrier. Oh no, we're trapped. The three of them instantly attacked the same spot together. With their powerful strength, they might be able to break an opening, but the result was still disappointing. This invisible barrier was unbelievably strong, and no matter how they chased after it, they could not break through. Since you're here, then stay in the Longting Manor. After all, our boss is still very reasonable. Yu Zishan walked over step by step, and behind him the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth turned into 5 giants. The giants locked onto the 3 grandmasters one by one. The mysterious stream of light was already too much for them to handle. When the 5 giants were formed, they were immediately frightened. Any one of them had a terrifying aura that could crush them. There was no need for them to make a move, and they would definitely lose. Yu Zishan, you win. Let us go, and we'll never interfere in this matter again. We're willing to compensate you. Just name the price and we'll compensate you. The 3 of them did not even have the thought of fighting. This Longting Manor had really become too terrifying. It was obviously an inconspicuous array, but in the blink of an eye, it actually created these 5 terrifying existences. They could not accept this scene for a moment. Yu Zishan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, the boss said that he's only interested in you 5 grandmasters, so you guys should stay and be employees of the Longting Manor. Anyway, it's better to be alive than dead. Dong dong dong. The giants attacked in an instant, and the 5 forces joined together, directly crushing the 3 grandmasters. After the 3 grandmasters entered the Longting Manor, 4 more grandmasters came one after another. Their strength was not weak, and they all looked very confident. However, after they entered, no one saw them come out again. Until dawn, the entire Longting Manor was quiet. The people who were watching outside felt their scalps go numb. One by one, they gasped and immediately sent out the news. Longting Manor is suspected to have a top master. 4 grandmasters have already been trapped inside, and none of the inward power warriors have come out. As soon as the news came out, the Donghai martial arts circle was in an uproar. Chapter 3986. On a private island off the coast of Guangdong, Invincible God had not slept. He was waiting for news. As long as Lin Fei was not dead, he would not be able to rest easy. In order to kill Lin Fei, Invincible God had painfully paid the price of a level-breaking elixir. He believed that all the Grandmaster martial artists would react upon hearing the news. When the time came, 8 or 9 Grandmaster martial artists would gang up on him. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he would still be defeated. All Invincible God had to do was wait for news. He even prepared a bottle of red wine worth $200,000 for this. What? None of the 4 Grandmasters came out after entering Longting Villa? You must be joking with me. Invincible God kicked him away, and he rolled a few times before stopping. Continue to investigate. This is impossible. If Lin Fei is really that strong, then wouldn't he be a monster? I, Invincible God, have the support of my family and endless resources. How could Lin Fei be stronger than me? Why? Invincible God roared. The injury on his face was affected, and he felt a wave of pain. Losing to Lin Fei one-on-one, Invincible God felt that he was at a disadvantage because of the lack of information. However, if 8 or 9 Grandmasters were not a match for Lin Fei, wouldn't that be a slap to his face? At the same time, it would prove that he was not the favored one, but the real favored one. Invincible God would not allow that to happen. The news about Longting Villa spread like wildfire in the martial arts circle. No matter who it was, they would break out in a cold sweat when they heard the news. You're not kidding, right? Since when did Longting Villa become so powerful? I heard that 4 Grandmasters went in this time or even more. You said that all the Grandmasters stayed inside. Doesn't that mean that Longting Villa is no different from a dragon's pool and a tiger's den? This joke is a bit too much. Previously, when Yu Zishan stayed in Longting Villa, his own strength was the key, along with the formation. However, it was not that no Grandmaster had ever entered Longting Villa, so it was not as incredible as it was described. But now, 4 Grandmasters, including 20 to 30 covert power warriors, had entered the Longting Villa and none of them had come out alive. This situation was unusual and unbelievable. The news that a Grandmaster had gone in was clear to everyone. Now that they had not shown themselves, it was shocking. As for the 4 Grandmasters escaping from other places, that was even more impossible, because this time, the people who were secretly following them had arranged people outside the entire Longting Manor. As long as they came out, they would be able to see everything clearly. It was a pity that no Grandmaster came out. What a good Lin Fei. His methods are amazing. He actually defeated 4 Master Stage Masters in one fell swoop. No, it should be 7 Master Stage Masters. The Yan Huang battle team's Taijian held the news in his hands. He was more certain than anyone else of the veracity of this news. Rumor had it that there were 4 Grandmasters, but he knew that there were a total of 7 Grandmasters who had entered the Longting Villa this time. There were 4 Grandmasters at the main entrance, and 3 more Grandmasters had entered in secret. Taijian knew that Lin Fei wanted to stir up trouble, but he didn't expect it to be this big. He had defeated 7 Grandmasters in one go, and now it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. The only one who came out alive should be Grandmaster Li San. Taijian was now sure that Grandmaster Li San had definitely tricked everyone once. He probably negotiated with Lin Fei before he could come out of the Longting Villa. What a brilliant move. Director, what should we do now? Lin Ro asked. After all, these are 7 Grandmasters, and each of them has a great influence. If something really happens to them in the Longting Villa, our East Sea will really not have peace. Taijian couldn't help but have a headache. This matter was indeed what he had been worried about. It was cool, but the follow-up was a big problem. If those people really died, it would be over. The death of 1 or 2 Grandmasters was already a headache, but if all of them died, that would be a real headache. If things got out of hand, East Sea's economy would be in trouble. Don't doubt the influence of those people. At that time, even the Yan Huang battle team headquarters would not be able to say anything. Wait a little longer. Taijian said. I believe that Lin Fei is a person who knows what to do. If he really doesn't come out, I will go there myself. After everyone was shocked by the horror of the Longting Villa, Those martial artists who originally had ideas about Lin Fei did not dare to have too many ideas for a while. Even the 4 grandmasters had fallen into the trap. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? They could not afford to offend him. Until noon, when everyone continued to stare at the Longting Villa, 4 grandmasters came out. No, it should be 7 grandmasters, came out of the Longting Villa. As soon as these grandmasters came out, it was unknown how many people were frightened. Everyone guessed that there would be 5 or 6 grandmasters, but they did not expect there to be 7. Every grandmaster was a great master on the grandmaster list and was famous in a region, but at this time they all fell in the Longting Villa. The expressions of the 7 grandmasters did not change much. They were as expressionless as usual. After they came out, there was immediately a car to pick them up. The forces that were following them also retreated one after another. For a moment, it was much quieter outside the Longting Villa. No one knew whether the 7 grandmasters had killed Lin Fei or not, but the reputation of the Longting Villa had been completely spread this time. That night, before everyone could confirm whether Lin Fei was still there or not, Master Yu Zishan of the Longting Villa released a piece of news. An auction would be held in 2 months. At that time, special treasures would be auctioned, which would be of great help to the improvement of martial artists' strength. One was the spiritual water. The second was a magical elixir. As for what the elixir was, no one knew. The magical effects of the spiritual water had tempted countless martial artists. If it was before, everyone would definitely want to go in and fight for it. But this time, 7 grandmasters had fallen inside, which made them realize one thing. If they wanted the spiritual water, they might really have to go to the auction. However, everyone was also smart people. They were all waiting to see what the 7 grandmasters' attitude would be. However, after the 7 grandmasters returned, they remained completely silent as if nothing had happened. This was thought-provoking. At the same time, everyone also saw Lin Fei. He had appeared in the villa, as per usual. At this point, everyone understood that the 7 grandmasters must have suffered a huge setback. They had probably paid a huge price to survive. But what was the price they had to pay? No one could figure it out. Of course, this incident also made countless people realize that although Lin Fei looked young, he was actually more terrifying than everyone thought. He was an existence that could not be offended. It seemed that it was too much to want to hunt him down. What other power could cause the 7 grandmasters to fail? At least in this Longting Villa, no one dared to make a move. Boss, after this matter gets out, I guess those who want to make a move will completely lose their minds. Yu Zishan brewed a pot of tea for Lin Fei. Lin Fei picked up the teacup and said with a smile, "After all, grandmaster powerhouses have a lot of influence. 7 grandmasters have suffered a setback in my Longting Villa. Compared to the auction in 2 months, everyone will think about it carefully. It might not be a good thing to keep this bounty up," Yu Zishan said. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Even the 7 grandmasters were not a match for him. I think the Dark Heaven is also a sensible person. Maybe they will make a new choice." Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3987. The news on the Dark Heaven's bounty board quickly changed. The bounty on Lin Fei's head had disappeared without a trace after one night. It was taken off the shelves. No one knew why the Dark Heaven did this. But when they thought about the 7 grandmasters trapped in Longting Villa, everyone realized that this Lin Fei must have a powerful background, which was why the Dark Heaven took off the bounty. They did not want to offend him too much. Who knew if Lin Fei's backer would make a move on the Dark Heaven? As soon as the news of the Dark Heaven taking off the shelves spread, everyone looked at Lin Fei of Longting Villa in a different light. It was not easy to get the Dark Heaven to take off the bounty. It proved that the Dark Heaven was wary of Lin Fei. Invincible God, who was on the island in Guangdong province, had smashed countless things that night. He had personally arranged for people, and even offered the level-breaking elixir as a bounty on Lin Fei. He wanted Lin Fei dead for sure. Now that something like this had happened, how could Invincible God take it lying down? After smashing everything in the house, Invincible God was still in a state of rage. "Young master, I think there's another way to take care of Lin Fei. According to the news we found, Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan, is already staying in Donghai Hotel. The enemy he's going to deal with this time might be Lin Fei. Invincible God hated Lin Fei more than anyone else now. His gaze turned venomous. Are you sure Kai Shan wants to deal with Lin Fei? The possibility is very high because one of Cai Shan's disciples seemed to have been injured by Lin Fei, and his strength was crippled. This is the news we just received from the people we sent. Kai Shan should be here to deal with Lin Fei. However, he has yet to make a move. Invincible God naturally knew the abilities of Southeast Asia's #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan. He was different from ordinary warriors because he had a terrifying tame head technique which was extremely terrifying. I heard that Kai Shan has mastered the first tame head technique, which is mysterious and unpredictable. If I'm not mistaken, Kai Shan wants to use Lin Fei as a stepping stone and soar to fame, so that Southeast Asia's influence can directly surpass that of Huaxia's martial arts practitioners. After all, 7 grandmasters are no match for Lin Fei. After Kai Shan beheads Lin Fei, his influence will become even more terrifying. At that time, he will completely become the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. This Kai Shan is really scheming. Invincible God was a smart man as well. He quickly understood what Kai Shan was trying to do. If that's the case, I'll give Lin Fei another present. Even if he tries to hide, he won't be able to. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in Donghai, the room Kai Shan was in was filled with darkness. At the same time, it was suffused with a dim light. If anyone were to see, they would definitely be shocked because there were venomous snakes appearing on Kai Shan's body. Each of these venomous snakes was very small, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying. Lin Fei, no wonder you dared to injure my disciple. You actually managed to make the 7 grandmasters not seek revenge. I didn't waste my time waiting. Now is the time to strike. When the time comes, who would dare to underestimate the strength of Kai Shan, the first tame headmaster in Southeast Asia? Kai Shan's aged face revealed a cruel smile. It was more interesting to kill such an opponent. Kai Shan had already known about Longting Villa from the day he arrived. However, he did not make a move. He wanted to see if Lin Fei was worthy of him making a move. Now, it seemed that Lin Fei was indeed very worthy of him making a move. Kai Shan's trip to Huaxia this time was just to kill Lin Fei. He came to Donghai to show his strength. Tomorrow, I'll wipe out the martial arts practitioners in Donghai and show them my strength. Kai Shan smiled sinisterly and swallowed the venomous snake. Lin Fei was listening to Yu Zishan's report when he was having breakfast in the morning. He wasn't too surprised that the Dark Heavens had withdrawn the bounty on him. Any smart person would know that they would do so. After all, to him there was nothing but mystery. No one knew who was behind him, especially since he had disappeared for 5 years. It was a mystery to everyone. Look, it's such a simple matter and it's resolved just like that. Lin Fei laughed. Boss, it's just that some people are afraid of feeling uncomfortable. It was also Yu Zishan's first time seeing such a situation. He could not help but admire the boss's ability. Boss, how should we deal with this invincible god? Do you want us grandmasters to join forces and go to the Shen family to put some pressure on them? Lin Fei shook his head. It's useless even if you grandmasters join forces. After all, to be able to become one of the 3 big families in the south, their strength is not as simple as you think. I will take care of this matter myself. What you need to do is to guard Longting Villa for me. You don't need to worry about the matters outside. After breakfast, Lin Fei was about to go out for a walk when he received a call. This was a very unfamiliar number, but he still chose to pick it up. Young Master Lin, I'm Taijian from the Yanhuang battle team. This is my private number, you can take it. Taijian's deep voice came from the other side. What's the matter? We just received a piece of news that has spread in the Donghai martial arts circle. The #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, is here. He wants to fight you. Young Master Lin, you have to be mentally prepared. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Kai Shan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, was really here. He had almost forgotten about it. Who gave him the courage to fight me? Or is he planning to step on my head to climb up? Lin Fei snorted coldly. Young Master Lin is indeed Young Master Lin. You really hit the nail on the head. This Kai Shan is indeed planning to use you to climb up. Not long ago, he began to wipe out those martial arts schools in the Donghai martial arts circle. Kaishan wants to defeat these martial arts schools and reach the peak of his influence before fighting you, the strongest in Longting Villa, and also the strongest in Donghai. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Who gave me the title of the strongest in Donghai? I'm sorry, young Master Lin. We haven't received any news for the time being. However, the news has spread in the martial arts circle. They think that you are the strongest in Donghai, and Kaishan is the strongest in Southeast Asia. Strong against strong. Lin Fei was very smart and immediately understood the meaning behind it. Someone was flattering him. The effect of flattery was, of course, to force him to fight. Oh invincible God, are you still unwilling to give up? You are really narrow-minded. Then don't blame me for giving you a gift. Do you really think that an immortal like me is so easy to trick? Chapter 3988. On the beach of the island, Invincible God was in a good mood again. With just one sentence, the entire Donghai was in an uproar. The news spread like poison in the martial arts circle. Every martial artist knew that the top fighter of Donghai was Lin Fei of Longting Villa. The top fighter of Donghai. A few simple words, but they carried a different meaning. There was no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Lin Fei, so what if Dark Heaven doesn't kill you after putting a bounty on your head? Kaishan, the top fighter of Southeast Asia, will definitely teach you a lesson. Also, with my news, no matter what you choose, you will have to fight Kaishan. With Kaishan's tame head technique, even a martial artist will not be able to handle him. I don't believe that you can even beat Kaishan. Invincible God looked at the sea with his hands behind his back, a smug expression on his face. He thought that the gift was pretty good and he believed that Lin Fei would definitely like it. All he had to do now was wait for the good news. After all, the longer a rumor lasted, the better it would be. By then, it would definitely elevate someone to the top, but it could also knock someone down from the top, causing them to fall to their deaths. Just as Invincible God was about to head back for a drink with a plop, Invincible God fell head first onto the beach. Half of his head was in the water. Just then the seawater came crashing over. Invincible God actually felt like he was suffocating. He could not even move his body. Invincible God could not move his body at all. He choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. What's going on? Is there something wrong with my body? Invincible God came back to his senses and pushed himself up with both hands. His face, which was still bruised, swelled up again. I must have been too happy. Yes, that must be it. Invincible God found an excuse for himself, but he had only taken a few steps when he fell to the ground again with a plop. This time he was not so lucky. There was a rock on the ground, and his face smashed into it. The excruciating pain made Invincible God howl in pain. What was even more unimaginable for Invincible God was that he could not even dodge it. He could only watch helplessly as he crashed into the rock. That intense pain instantly stimulated his entire body. Blood flowed down his entire face, and it became hideous and twisted. Young master, are you all right? Immediately, a subordinate came up to help Invincible God up. Invincible God's face was covered in blood. He pushed the man away with his hand in a domineering manner. What's going on? I was walking fine just now. How did I fall? Invincible God grinned and looked him up and down. I was fine, but I fell on a rock while walking. If this was a sharp rock, wouldn't I be dead? What a ridiculous thing to do. Invincible God took a deep breath. Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. He walked forward again, but this time he was very careful. There were no stones on the road, and he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. However, under such circumstances, Invincible God fell again. At the same time he fell, shio! A harpoon flew over from afar. This harpoon was fast and urgent. It drew an arc and pierced into Invincible God's body. Invincible God was pinned to the ground instantly. That B** dared to attack me with a harpoon. Invincible God's mind went blank. His entire face was twisted. Not only did he fall, but he was also pierced by the harpoon. What was going on? Invincible God didn't even have time to react. It was as if he had become a target. This feeling was too terrifying. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. After the harpoon flew over, one of his subordinates ran over in a hurry. He was trembling and his face was pale. Young master, I'm sorry. I was practicing fishing just now. I don't know what happened, but the harpoon flew out. I really didn't know that it would pierce into you. Invincible God's expression changed as he roared. Scram! Scram as far as you can. He thought that this was the end of it. However, this was just the beginning. Invincible God was sent to the island villa with much difficulty. However, the door fell and he was smashed to the ground, bleeding profusely. Then, the chandelier in the house fell as well. He looked at his phone. It had exploded as well. It could be said that Invincible God had been on the brink of death time and time again throughout the day. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger, causing Invincible God to be on the verge of breaking down. Invincible God had never encountered something like this before. Father, help! In the woods of Longting Manor. Lin Fei sipped his tea slowly. The corner of his lips curled up as he cut off the connection. Invincible God. This is just the beginning. My bad luck talisman isn't that easy to deal with. If I don't let you experience what it's like to walk on the brink of death, I wouldn't be an immortal. Invincible God's bad luck was clearly seen by Lin Fei through a special method. Invincible God gave Lin Fei a gift, and Lin Fei did the same. When Invincible God came looking for him, Lin Fei secretly planted a talisman on Invincible God. This talisman was drawn in the air and was untraceable. Only Lin Fei could do something like this. Someone like Invincible God didn't even notice and was quietly planted with the talisman. Initially, Lin Fei didn't plan to use it, but Invincible God was asking for it. Lin Fei decided to grant Invincible God his wish. Once the bad luck talisman was used, bad luck would worsen, and it would get worse by the day. In the end, one would be killed by bad luck. Of course, this was under extremely bad circumstances. Invincible God might be able to survive, but he definitely wouldn't end up well. At the very least, he would be bedridden for a year or two. To Lin Fei, killing Invincible God would be too easy on him. Torturing him was the way to go and let him live in endless fear. The bad luck talisman would teach Invincible God to be a good person. Boss, that Kaishan has already started taking action in the East China Sea. I just received news that he has consecutively challenged 2 dojos. His actions are very vicious. Now everyone's expression has changed. Yu Zishan walked over. Kaishan is quite a schemer. He's planning to raise his essence, chi, and spirit to the peak before fighting me. That's a good move. But in China's territory, it seems like a Southeast Asian tame headmaster has the chance to show off. Lin Fei laughed. Yu Zishan said, Boss, I can actually do it. Although he's good at tame head techniques, if I attack secretly, I can definitely make him suffer and scram out of the East China Sea. There's no need for that. Lin Fei laughed. Invincible God wants me to be the strongest in the East China Sea, right? Then I'll be the strongest justifiably. It'll save me a lot of trouble. I'll just let Kaishan do it. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't think much of Kaishan. Even if it was tame head technique in his eyes, it was just a crooked way of doing things. It wasn't considered a power at all. It would be a pity not to accept Invincible God's gift. It would save him a lot of trouble in the future if he attacked this time. After all, the strongest in the East China Sea still had a certain level of deterrence. Chapter 3989. In a well-known martial arts club in Donghai, there was dead silence at this time. Your martial arts club is just so. I'm so disappointed. Kaishan shook his head, turned around and walked out. When he reached the main entrance, he turned around and smashed the signboard with his palm. The broken pieces of the signboard rained down from the sky, and he swaggered out. From the beginning to the end, no one dared to stop the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kaishan. Everyone underestimated Kaishan's strength. In everyone's impression, Kaishan's most powerful means should be tame head. But Kaishan was different. Not only did he master powerful tame head, but he also mastered extremely powerful Muay Thai. Coupled with his guru physique, when he performed Muay Thai, it was fierce and vicious, and almost no one dared to face it head-on. This was the #3 martial arts club that had been wiped out by him. Kaishan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, has really gone too far. We must find someone, otherwise, all the martial arts clubs in Donghai will not be able to withstand Kaishan's attack. The club master, who was being helped up, had a gloomy expression. This matter must be reported to our Martial Alliance in Donghai immediately. Yes, we must tell the Martial Alliance and ask them to come up with a solution. Otherwise, the martial arts circle in Donghai will probably be swept away this time. At the mention of the Martial Alliance, everyone showed a glimmer of hope and expectation. After Kai-shan came out of the martial arts club, he got into a Mercedes-Benz. Let's move on to the next martial arts club. The martial arts clubs in Donghai are not very powerful. This time I will definitely wipe them all out. Also, arrange for someone to keep an eye on Lin Fei from Longting Villa and see what he does. Kai-shan had already regarded Lin Fei from Longting Villa as a potential opponent. As for the news about the #1 expert in Donghai that had spread in the martial arts circle, Kai-shan smiled faintly. It was obvious that someone had deliberately raised Lin Fei's profile, which was of course what Kai-shan wanted to see the most. After all, 6 or 7 guru experts had been defeated by Longting Villa. Lin Fei must have a certain level of personal strength and was barely worthy of the title of the #1 expert in Donghai. Therefore, Kai-shan preferred to defeat Lin Fei. At that time, as the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, Chai-san's influence would definitely increase greatly. Kai-shan really had to thank those people who had acted in the dark. It just happened to prove that the Chinese loved infighting, and the advantage of infighting was that outsiders could take advantage of it. Bureau Chief, this Southeast Asia's #1 black tame headmaster, Kai-shan, is really terrifying. His Muay Thai is deadly. If he didn't fight in Donghai, he might lose his life. If it were anywhere else, these martial artists would have been killed. Behind the Mercedes-Benz was an ordinary Regal. Iron War, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a dark expression. Hearing Lin Ro's words, he frowned. This Kai-shan is indeed powerful. I have underestimated him. Looks like his goal this time is very clear. Director, I think it's better for us to talk to Kai-shan in person. If we let him continue to cause trouble, I'm afraid our entire Eastern martial arts circle will look bad. Lin Ro suggested. If it was an ordinary person, Iron War would have already arrested him or chased him out. However, Kai-shan, the #1 black tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, had a great influence in Southeast Asia, and his identity was clean. If there was no reason, even Iron War would be embarrassed to do anything to such a person. Challenging a martial arts club was a very normal thing. For the time being, let's keep an eye on him. Oh yeah, is there any reaction from Lin Fei? Iron War asked. He mentioned the news to Lin Fei because he wanted to see what Lin Fei was going to do. Lin Ro shook her head. There's no news for the time being. Our people only saw him in the villa, and he seemed to be very relaxed. Iron War was also impressed by Lin Fei. If an ordinary person heard such news, they would definitely be restless. After all, this was a big matter in the martial arts circle. The title of the #1 expert in Donghai was not as simple as it sounded. Director, this Lin Fei's background is mysterious. Do you think he really has the strength of the #1 expert in Donghai? The news is getting more and more intense. I'm afraid that once that person returns, he will inevitably fight with Lin Fei, Lin Ro said in a low voice. With that person's temper, I'm afraid that once he finds out about this, he will definitely find trouble with Lin Fei. Hearing this, Iron War could not help but have a headache. One must know that there were several experts in Donghai, and the strongest among them was that boorish man who was known as the #1 expert in Donghai. Now that Lin Fei had emerged and the news was getting more and more intense, it was obvious that he wanted to replace that boorish man. Iron War was very clear about that boorish man's temper. It was definitely a bad temper, similar to a stone in a latrine pit. Such a boorish man, if not for the fact that he had not been in Donghai recently, might have already gone to find Lin Fei to learn from each other. This matter is indeed troublesome. Our Donghai has been peaceful for so long, but it seems that with the arrival of Lin Fei, all kinds of disturbances have arisen. Iron War did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of such a mysterious guy in Donghai had indeed brought great trouble to Iron War, especially in the auction in 2 months. He had never thought that Lin Fei would take out the spiritual water, and even the elixir to auction. When hearing the news, Iron War's first thought was whether that Lin Fei was planning to take out the upgrade elixir to auction. If he really did auction it, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Iron War felt that he was about to lose control of this matter. Right now, one thing followed another. The only thing he could be thankful for was that the relationship between the Yan Huang battle team and Lin Fei was still alright for the time being. At least the Yan Huang battle team had 10 more Dark Jing experts, and that was enough. Now we can only take it one step at a time. What the hell is this? In the next few days, Southeast Asia's #1 sorcerer, Gui Shan, kept looking for dojos to challenge. The strength of the challenged dojos became stronger and stronger. 5 days ago, it defeated the 7th-ranked dojo. 3 days ago, it defeated the 3rd-ranked dojo. Today, even the #1 dojo was successfully defeated by Kai Shan. Everyone knew that the next target of Chai Shan, the #1 Black Tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, might be Lin Fei. At the Longting Mountain Villa, several warriors came to visit. They were from the Donghai Martial Alliance. The strength of the Martial Alliance was only inferior to that of the Yan Huang battle team. It was a private organization with great influence. This time they came to visit Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa, hoping that Lin Fei would deal with Kai Shan. They could not let him continue to sweep them. In the end, Yu Zishan sent them away with a sentence. "Our boss will not see anyone." This made the Martial Alliance very angry. At this time, Lin Fei appeared in a design company, because his amethyst design was completed. Chapter 3990. The purple jade was not that important to Lin Fei. However, he was quite interested in Su Mei. After all, such a physique was really rare. When Yu Zishan came over to report that the purple jade necklace was designed, Lin Fei was prepared to come over personally and meet Su Mei. He had some thoughts that he wanted to tell Su Mei. Su Mei's workplace was located in an inconspicuous bungalow in Jiangdong district. If it was not for the location, Lin Fei would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. This was because it was a very antique building. At a glance, Lin Fei could tell that it should be a building from the era of the Republic of China. There were not many such buildings in Jiangdong district. "Young Master Lin, why are you here personally?" Su Mei had been waiting for the other party. When she saw that it was Lin Fei who came in, she could not help but be shocked. Ever since the incident at the manor, Su Mei had saved a lot of trouble because those people did not dare to talk to her anymore. Su Mei knew that it was Lin Fei's effect. This time she only informed Master Yu. She did not expect Lin Fei to come personally. This caused Su Mei to be at a loss. After seeing Lin Fei's mysteriousness, Su Mei naturally had a trace of fear towards Lin Fei. After all, the two of them were not on the same level. Therefore, Su Mei would rather inform Master Yu than Lin Fei. When Lin Fei stood there, Su Mei felt that she had met a demon king. Her voice was a little shaky. Lin Fei joked, "Little Su, am I that scary? Since when did I become a man-eating tiger?" Su Mei burst into laughter and could not help but say, "Young Master Lin, you're much scarier than a tiger." After saying that, Su Mei realized that she seemed to have said something wrong. She did not dare to look at Lin Fei again and lowered her head. Lin Fei felt that this situation was very normal. "Didn't you say that the purple jade has been designed? Can you take me to have a look? I can also appreciate your work." Lin Fei changed the topic. At the mention of this, Su Mei became spirited and her eyes lit up. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. The purple jade necklace I designed this time will definitely satisfy you." He walked into the building. Lin Fei sensed the antique atmosphere, and there were even many places that still retained the flavor of history. In addition to Su Mei, there were many other female workers in the house. All of them were well educated and had an artistic aura. It was obvious that they were female designers. Su Mei led Lin Fei into a room. The room was not big, and there were various tools and blueprints on the table. Su Mei carefully opened a safe and took out a purple jade necklace. The purple jade necklace that had been polished was very bright at first glance. The whole necklace was in the shape of a heart. It was decorated with countless crystals and diamonds, which were shining. With a simple match, the purple jade necklace instantly became high-end and full of aristocratic aura. Su Mei calmly introduced, "Young Master Lin. This purple jadeite uses your purple jadeite as the center, coupled with the corresponding carat crystals and diamonds. Finally, I named this purple jadeite necklace Heart Magic." Lin Fei listened to Su Mei's introduction and was very satisfied with the purple jade necklace. "I like the necklace you designed." Su Mei was actually uneasy. After all, it was the first time that she designed such a good purple jade necklace. To be honest, she was really afraid that Lin Fei would not be satisfied. When the purple jade was brought back, even the whole studio was shocked. It could be imagined how significant a piece of purple jade was. After hearing Lin Fei's praise, Su Mei heaved a sigh of relief. Young Master Lin, thank you for giving me such an opportunity to design. Otherwise, I can't imagine having the opportunity to design such a purple jade. Su Mei was grateful again and again. Lin Fei laughed. Do you know why I gave the purple jade to you? If you guess correctly, there will be a prize. Lin Fei said mischievously, which was rare. Su Mei was nervous for a moment. From the time she left, she knew that Lin Fei gave the purple jade to her, certainly not because of her design ability. But now hearing this again, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Could it be that young Master Lin has taken a fancy to me? Should I refuse? Or not refuse? This is a very confusing thing. Apart from appearance, Su Mei really couldn't think of anything. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer. Little Su, are you there? There is a great thing. You will be happy to hear it. A voice came from the corridor outside. Then a tall young man rushed in. This tall figure was a strong man with a ponytail. His whole body exuded a fashionable aura. To put it in layman's terms, he was very fashionable. Not only did he tie his ponytail, but he also wore ear studs and had light makeup on his face. Both inside and outside, he exuded a very feminine aura. Who are you? Why are you standing here? The tall man was stunned. When he came in, he saw Su Mei talking to a strange man and the purple jade, so he couldn't help but ask. When Su Mei heard this, she felt terrible. She knew that young Master Lin was someone that even Master Yu had to serve. He couldn't be easily offended. Brother Li, what are you talking about? This is my customer. Li Qi was the tall and fashionable man. When he heard this, he couldn't help but look at the strange man from head to toe. This kind of situation often happened here, so Li Qi didn't take it seriously. He just glanced at it lightly and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Little Su, why did you take out the purple jade necklace and let an outsider see it? If the news gets out, you and I can't afford to make any mistakes. Li Qi turned around and said to Lin Fei, I have something to discuss with little Su. If it's not urgent, please take a seat outside for a while. Li Qi was the second shareholder of the company. At the same time, he was also a designer. Speaking in his own territory, he was very confident. Moreover, the person in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes and there was nothing special about him. Li Qi also categorized him as an ordinary person. He probably found Su Mei through some means, and this kind of thing wasn't rare for Li Qi. Lin Fei found it funny. This guy with a sissy accent? Is he so blind that he can't even see this? Little Su, since you have something to discuss, let's talk next time. Leave the purple jade necklace to me. When Li Qi heard this, he suddenly jumped up. No, this purple jade necklace can't be taken away just because you said so. Who do you think you are? Chapter 3991. This time Li Qi had come for this jade necklace. At the same time, he planned to discuss it with Su Mei. He believed that Su Mei would agree after hearing the news. Even the owner of the purple jade would have to think twice after knowing it. Seeing Su Mei's action, Li Qi couldn't calm down and shouted. Lin Fei smiled. Is this purple jade necklace yours? You're quite arrogant to not let me take it away. Su Mei hurriedly explained. Child Lin, you misunderstood. Brother Li doesn't know. Please don't be angry. Of course, Lin Fei wouldn't be angry with such a person. After all, in his eyes, such a person was just a nobody. As long as he didn't get in his way, it would be the same as not seeing him. Hearing Su Mei's words, Li Qi was unhappy. He knew that the purple jade was brought back, and he envied Su Mei for getting such a big deal. Such a big purple jade was very rare. Their studio hadn't gotten such a purple jade for a long time. During this period, he gave a lot of suggestions. If it was usual, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this time was different. Little Su, I'm telling you, someone wants to buy this purple jade necklace. I want you to contact the owner and have a good talk with him. He likes this purple jade necklace very much and is willing to pay a high price for it. Li Qi hastily said. Su Mei's face darkened. This jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, not her. How could Li Qi say such a thing? Brother Li, how can you say that? This purple jade necklace belongs to someone else, not me. When Sume brought it back, she didn't say that the purple jade would come to Longting Manor. After all, Longting Manor was a special existence in Donghai. Sume didn't want to scare people. When she went to Longting Manor, she was also shocked. Li Qi turned to Lin Fei and said coldly, "I think you should be rich, but this purple jade necklace is not something you can get just because you want it. You should know that such a purple jade necklace must be worn by the most distinguished person. Do you know who wants this purple jade necklace this time? You definitely didn't expect it. That's someone you can't afford to offend." Lin Fei smiled happily. Someone actually touched his purple jade necklace. Fortunately, he came. Otherwise, with this person's character, he might really take the necklace by force. Lin Fei still had this little bit of eyesight. He was still very accurate in judging people. "Who is it? I really want to know. Tell me." Lin Fei gave Sume a look. Sume originally wanted to say, but she simply shut up. Sume could only pray for Li Qi in her heart. "Please don't anger young Master Lin. Otherwise it would be big trouble. Master Yu alone was enough to make them work hard." Li Qi also wanted Sume to know that this time, the person who wanted this purple jade necklace was not an ordinary person, but a real dignitary of Donghai. He showed off and said, "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you. The person who wants this purple jade necklace is Donghai's Lai family. I think you definitely haven't heard of the Lai family. The Lai family is a low-key family in Donghai, but in the whole Donghai, no one dares to offend them. When they see them, they have to be polite. This time, the person who came to our studio is the Lai family's third young master, Lai Xian. He wants this purple jade necklace as a gift for his woman, and he even offered a high price of 150 million yuan. Li Qi was very excited. Sume, think about it. It's a purple jade necklace worth 150 million yuan. As long as this purple jade necklace is worn by Lai Xian's woman, and he helps to promote it a little, you can successfully become a top designer. This influence. Li Qi was ecstatic when he finished speaking. When he saw Lai Xian bring a woman in, Li Qi knew that his opportunity had come. This was an opportunity that everyone wanted to get. And all he needed to do was to contact Sume and let her contact the owner of the purple jade necklace. He believed that the owner of the purple jade necklace would definitely choose to agree after knowing about Lai Xian's existence. After all, not everyone could offend the Lai family. Even the Bai family and the Li family did not dare to offend them. "Brother Li, the purple jade necklace belongs to someone else. How can you do this?" Sume was also panicking. This purple jade necklace belonged to Lin Fei, and Lin Fei was standing right in front of her. This kind of thing made Sume feel very awkward. Li Qi was also panicking. Li Qi was getting anxious as well. "We didn't say that we would agree on his behalf. We just wanted you to help contact that master. I believe that he will definitely agree. You should know that Lai Xian is sitting outside right now. Hurry up and give that master a call. If you're too embarrassed to say it, then I'll do it for him. I believe that the other party is a reasonable person." Lin Fei suddenly laughed. "Little Su, it seems that your studio's confidentiality measures are not very good. How can an outsider know about the purple jade necklace? If I didn't come today, who knows when this purple jade necklace would have been exchanged?" Lin Fei suddenly laughed. "Little Su, it seems that the security measures of your studio are not very good. Young Master Lin must be angry. What should we do now?" Sume was also panicking. Lin Fan was standing right in front of her and she had to hear such words. No one would have a good temper, especially young Master Lin, who was a person with a powerful background. Even Master Yu Zishan had to listen to him. Li Qi thought that Lin Fan was afraid, but it seemed that he was not afraid at all. Hence, he glared at Lin Fei fiercely. "Kid, you're so arrogant. Don't tell me that this purple jade necklace is yours? You should have heard what you shouldn't have. You can leave now. We don't welcome you." Li Qi planned to chase him away this time. He wanted to have a good conversation with Sume now. He believed that Sume would definitely listen to him. If he hadn't seen that Sume was beautiful and invited her to the studio, he wouldn't even know where she would be now. Sume bowed to Lin Fei and said, "Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't know that the news would spread. I'll return this purple jade necklace to you now," Sume said as she handed the purple jade necklace to Lin Fei. Li Qi was confused when he heard that. He subconsciously reached out to take the jade necklace back. Sume, what's wrong with you? Did you get cheated? Li Qi subconsciously didn't think that this person was the owner of the purple jade necklace because he was too ordinary. Li Qi, can you stop fooling around? This purple jade necklace belongs to young Master Lin. He's the owner of this purple jade necklace. I advise you to apologize to young Master Lin, Sume said coldly. Li Qi's hand stopped in midair. He's the owner of the purple jade necklace? I'm the devil of the universe. He reached out to snatch the purple jade necklace. How dare you touch my things? Lin Fei snorted coldly and casually slapped Li Qi's face. Li Qi spun countless times and was thrown to the corridor outside the door. Chapter 3992. Lin Fei sent Li Qi flying with a single slap. Li Qi was stunned. He had actually been hit in his own territory. He crawled up and roared. You dare to hit me? You're dead. Although Li Qi wasn't a disciple of any family, he was still a prideful person. Moreover, he had come on behalf of Lai Xian, and now he had actually been hit. You're dead. You're dead. I'll make you kneel down and sing conquer right now. Li Qi continued to roar. Security, come here. Security. Get your asses over here right now. A few security guards ran over from the end of the corridor. They were all tall and burly, and they all had some foundation as they walked. Clearly, they all had a certain level of strength. When they saw Li Qi's sorry state, they immediately ran over. Young Master Qi, who has the guts to hit you? I'll arrest him right now. One of the burly men waved the rubber bat in his hand fiercely. It's this B*****. Arrest him right now. He dares to steal from our studio. He has to be arrested. Li Qi twisted the truth the moment he opened his mouth, calling Lin Fei a thief. When Sume heard this, she became anxious. Li Qi, you're talking nonsense. He's not a thief. He's my client. Who told you to say that? Sume was extremely angry at this moment. She had never imagined that Li Qi, who she had a good impression of, would actually be such a person. It was clearly him who was in the wrong first, but in the end he turned the truth upside down. Li Qi laughed coldly. If I say it's a thief, then it's a thief. Arrest him right now. If he dares to resist, break both his arms and legs. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. At this moment, Li Qi's face was filled with anger. As for whether the purple jade belonged to this person, Li Qi didn't think too much about it. In any case, he had to take care of this guy today. In all his life, no one had ever dared to hit him like this. Furthermore, it was a slap to his face. That was something Li Qi couldn't swallow. If he didn't ruthlessly take care of this fellow, he felt like he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next month. Just thinking about it made him furious. Look at your sissy face. Sure enough, you do things differently. The moment you open your mouth, you speak ill of me. If I were an ordinary person, wouldn't I be completely dominated by you? Lin Fei moved his hand and put away the purple jade necklace. He had learned a lot. If young Master Qi says you're a thief, then you're a thief. A fierce security guard coldly snorted and rushed over. You dare to hit our young Master Qi, you really have a lot of guts. The rubber stick left a shadow behind as it smashed towards Lin Fei's head. This strike was fast and ruthless. It was obvious that this guy had done this kind of thing many times. Lin Fei raised his leg and kicked the security guard away. Of course, he also hit Li Qi's body. With a plop, the two of them directly flipped more than 10 meters away. The former security guard was directly lying on the ground, unable to move, while the latter's ribs were broken on the spot. He could only lie on the ground like a dog. After the remaining 3 security guards looked at each other, they roared, You still dare to make a move? Kneel down. The 3 security guards directly attacked. Bang! 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 Lin Fei once again raised his leg and kicked the 3 of them away. They directly hit the sturdy security guard and Li Qi. The 2 of them directly saw stars and could only gasp for breath. Young Master Lin, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Sume came up to explain. Lin Fei shook his head and said with a smile, It's not your fault. I believe that someone just wants to curry favor with someone. Even if he didn't meet me, he would still appear. I believe that it's not the first time that he has done this kind of thing. Sume now also had a very bad impression of Li Qi. She subconsciously nodded. It seems like it. In the past, there have been several incidents in our studio. At that time, I naively thought that our studio did not do anything, but some people were just lucky enough to encounter it. Now it seems that it is not the case. Maybe Li Qi did it on his own. Li Qi struggled to get up. Every time he breathed, he felt a burst of pain in his ribs. Young Master Lin, you dare to hit me. Then you wait for me. If I don't deal with you today, I am not Li Qi. Li Qi threw down a sentence and ran towards the corridor in a sorry state. Li Qi was also a smart person. He also knew that he could not take advantage of the other party, so he planned to find someone else. Since you have already said so, if I don't give you a chance, wouldn't it be too disrespectful? I will wait here and see who you can find. Lin Fei was too lazy to pay attention to this kind of trash. If it was not for Su Mei, he would not have come here at all. After waiting for Li Qi to run away, Lin Fei looked at Su Mei and said, "Have you decided to work here? If nothing unexpected happens with that guy's character, if he can't get any benefits from me, he might take revenge on you." Su Mei was also thoroughly disappointed with this place. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Lin. I am already disappointed with this place. I will resign. I don't want to work here anymore. Donghai is so big, I believe that it is possible to find a place to design." In fact, without Lin Fei's words, Su Mei would have already decided to change to another place. She could also see that Li Qi's character was not as good as she had imagined. Originally, her good impression was completely destroyed because of this matter. Lin Fei said, "I don't know if you are interested in changing to another job. I think you will like it." "What job?" Su Mei asked curiously. She had a feeling that young Master Lin wasn't here for Amethyst, but for her. "Are you interested in being my disciple?" "Disciple?" Su Mei was completely shocked. She was unable to recover from her shock for a while. What disciple? Lin Fei's trip here was actually to accept Su Mei as his disciple. With a physique like Su Mei's, he had a lot of cultivation techniques in his mind that could be cultivated. When the time comes with his resources, he would be able to display his physique perfectly. In the future, he would be able to reach an extremely high realm. Lin Fei rarely accepted disciples, but Su Mei could be considered an exception. This was because the other party's physique was very rare. It was the 10,000-year body, and this kind of physique was most suitable for cultivating special cultivation techniques. Lin Fei believed in fate. Since Su Mei was able to come to Longting Villa and met him, then this was a cause and effect relationship. Lin Fei did not mind accepting a disciple in Huaxia. "Young Master Lai, it's this guy. I talked to him in every possible way, but he actually snatched the amethyst necklace and insisted that it was his own. This is clearly making things difficult for young Master Lai." At this time, another group of people came from the end of the corridor. The leader was a fashionable young man with a flirtatious woman by his side. Beside him, Li Qi, who was like a lackey, was adding oil to the fire. "Is it you who snatched my amethyst necklace?" The fashionable young man raised his head and looked over. "Do you know what will happen to you if you snatch something from my Lai family?" Chapter 3993. As the third son of the Lai family, Lai Xian was indeed very domineering. His entire being was like a ferocious tiger. Once he was angry, he would instantly cause a huge impact. Compared to his previous fashionable appearance, this was a drastic change. Once Lai Xian had decided on something, no one could change his mind. In the martial arts circle of the East Sea, he was once again called a little tiger. Although Lai Xian had a bad temper and a fiery temper, he was also good at observing people. After seeing the other party, Lai Xian quickly sized him up. He did not recognize this person, and he even seemed very ordinary. Furthermore, he did not have the aura of a martial artist on him, which meant that he was just an ordinary person. At most, he was just a bit rich. This was a common sight. In Lai Xian's eyes, no matter how rich one was, he would not be able to do anything in front of a martial artist. Since it was just an ordinary person with money, Lai Xian did not hold back. He released his aura and was like a ferocious little tiger waiting for an opportunity, ready to tear the other party's neck apart with his sharp claws. Unfortunately, this time he was facing Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled faintly. "I know that the Lai family is the strongest family in the East Sea. They keep a low profile in the East Sea and no one dares to disrespect them. However, no matter how powerful the Lai family is, do I need to give you face? Everyone's expressions changed. This guy is dead for sure. How dare he speak to the third young master like this? Does he not know how powerful the Lai family is? Li Qi wanted to clap and cheer. Where did this arrogant kid come from? Li Qi knew that the more this Lin Fei guy offended Lai Xian, the worse his fate would be. He had seen many people offending Lai Xian, and the consequences were severe. Even their families were affected. Young Master Lai, there is still someone who dares to disrespect the Lai family. I think that people like this need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they will really think that Lai family is nothing. The flirtatious woman beside him added insult to injury. Her eyes filled with disdain. Lai Xian had only come here because he was interested in the purple jade necklace. He did not expect to meet such an arrogant guy. From his words, it seemed like the Lai family was not worth a penny. So you know about the Lai family. Since you know about the Lai family, you must know how powerful we are. I really don't know who gave you the guts to speak like this. Kneel right now. Boom. Lai Xian took a step forward, and the pressure from his body surged forth like a tidal wave. It was as if he was going to crush Lin Fei. This was a kind of application of power. Lai Xian's usage of it had reached the point of perfection. The moment this aura was unleashed, everyone other than himself felt an immense pressure. It was as if they had to obediently bow down and kneel before this pressure. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei instantly swept away the momentum. Su Mei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, also felt a sense of suffocation. However, she soon recovered and her eyes widened. Is this a martial artist? Don't think that Su Mei was a woman who knew nothing. In fact, she still knew some information. After all, if she could enter the Soaring Dragon Manor, she would more or less be able to find out some things that were not known to others. Moreover, as a designer, she also knew some information about cultivators. All in all, martial artists were very powerful. Just now, Su Mei felt as if she was being stared at by a tiger. All the pores on her body stood up. This feeling was really too scary. Su Mei knew that martial artists were very powerful, but she had never imagined that one's aura could reach such a level. As a man, as a martial artist, you actually used your aura to oppress others, especially girls. Don't you think that's very ungentlemanly? Lin Fei said. Lai Xian laughed out loud. In front of me, it's only gentlemanly for me to give it to you. If I don't give it to anyone, it's the same for women. However, you're quite powerful to actually be able to withstand my tiger's might. No wonder you dare to look down on our Lai family. Lin Fei said seriously. Actually, if you had apologized to Miss Su Mei just now, I might have looked at you in a different light. After all, using martial arts to bully ordinary people is not something that a strong person would do. Since you think that strength is a sign of gentlemanly behavior, then you better kneel before me. At the same time, I'll let you see what the true tiger's might is. Don't think that just because you have some superficial knowledge you're the king of heaven. In my eyes you're nothing. Ha ha ha, you? You think you're qualified to say such things to me? In the entire East Sea, even you Zishan of the Soaring Dragon Manor and the Grandmaster of the Carefree Manor have no right to say such things to me. What right do you have to say such things to me? Just because you know how to brag? Lai Xian laughed out loud. Lin Fei took a step forward. After this step, an invisible force instantly rushed out. In front of everyone's eyes, a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared. It looked ferocious, and with a single pounce, it pounced towards them. The tiger is here. This is too scary. As a martial artist, Lai Xian's hair stood on end the moment the tiger's might appeared. His entire person was filled with shock. It was as if a tiger had really appeared in front of him. It had a bloodthirsty aura that made one's hair stand on end. Tiger's might. You know tiger's might as well. How is this possible? How old are you? As the tiger's might roared, Lai Xian knelt on the ground with a thud. I won't kneel. Lai Xian struggled, but the pressure was like a mountain pressing down on him, rendering him unable to move. Even the ground started to crack. The flirtatious woman beside him collapsed to the ground, and the stench of urine permeated the air. As for the remaining few, they were all in the same state. They no longer had the high spirits they had earlier. All of them knelt on the ground, their faces pale and cold sweat dripping down. Their bodies were still trembling. Is this what a martial artist is capable of? Sume asked timidly, standing behind them. Even though she had not seen what the tigers might look like, however, the image of a huge, brightly colored tiger appeared in Sume's mind. It was infinitely huge, and with just a light pounce it seemed to have locked onto everyone. It was a strange feeling. Compared to the tiger's might from before, the difference in strength was immediately apparent. Yes, this is one of the ways that a martial artist uses his might. Are you interested now? Lin Fei said with a smile. Actually, for someone like Lai Xian, he could just poke the ground with a single finger, rendering him immobile. However, Lin Fei did not do that. He wanted to show Sume what a martial artist was capable of. Fortunately, Sume was just as he had imagined. She was interested in this. Lin Fei smiled as well. Young Master Lin, I'm willing to be your disciple, Sume said seriously. She felt that a whole new world had opened up to her. Chapter 3994. Everyone who had been kneeling on the ground, especially Lai Xian, felt like vomiting blood when they heard this. You caused such a huge commotion just to make Sume your disciple. Do you have to be such a bully? I am a member of the Lai family after all. Let go of me. Do you really intend to offend the Lai family? Lai Xian struggled and roared, but was unable to stand. The murderous intent in his eyes was intense, and he wanted nothing more than to cut the person before him into pieces. In the East Sea, Lai Xian was also a grandmaster. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a terrifying person. He did not even have the strength to struggle and could only kneel there. This was a huge blow to his pride. I've already said, what's so great about the Lai family? I can't stand people like you the most, bullying an ordinary person with your strength. I know you're not convinced, so I'll give you a chance now. Isn't your Lai family very powerful? Then let the experts of the Lai family pass. I'll take care of as many as you come. That should be to your liking, right? With a thought from Lin Fei, Lai Xian felt like he had regained some of his freedom and was no longer as oppressive as before. He said fiercely, all right, just you wait. If I don't find someone to take care of you, I'm not Lai Xian. Without another word, Lai Xian took out his phone and made a call. Third uncle, I'm being bullied. Call the experts over immediately. He then left his specific location. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Xian was once again crushed by the pressure. With a thud, he knelt on the ground once more. Instantly the ground cracked, creating many cracks. Lin Fei swaggered down and sat down. My dear disciple, do you have tea? Brew a pot of tea for me. Sume had naturally heard of Lai Xian as well. Of course, she had only heard of him in legends. Now that she was kneeling in front of him like a stray dog, she was not used to it at first. However, as time passed, she felt that it was only natural. What was so great about a man bullying a commoner like her? Yes. I'll brew a pot for master right away. Sume went out to brew tea. Not long after, a pot of fragrant tea was brewed. I didn't expect your tea brewing skills to be so good. Lin Fei looked at Sume's tea brewing skills and couldn't help but praise. Sume chuckled and said, I learned it when I was free. I'm still far from those standard tea artists. Lin Fei smiled and said, that's not bad. You have full control of the heat. It seems that I want to drink tea in the future. That's really a blessing. As for Lai Xian, who was kneeling on the ground, he had never felt such helplessness and pain before. He was a dignified grandmaster, yet he had to kneel on the ground just like that. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that there were no outsiders around, so he did not have to worry about news of what had happened spreading. Otherwise, he would have become a laughing stock in his circle. However, Lai Xian had already treated this fellow as an enemy in his heart. As long as someone from his family came, Lai Xian swore that he would break this fellow's limbs and torture him every day so that he would know the consequences of offending him. At this moment, Lai Xian had never hated anyone as much as he did. And this person was the only one. Outside the building, about half an hour later, 4 cars drove over. All of them were black Mercedes-Benz. The one in the lead was a black Maybach. A group of people got out of the Mercedes-Benz and opened the door for the Maybach. When the door opened, a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache got out of the car. He was wearing a traditional Chinese suit, but his aura was very strong. He was the third elder of the Lai family, Lai Wuqing. In the Lai family, he was considered one of the strongest. Just like his name, he was cold and ruthless. In the Lai family, he was in charge of the family rules. It could be said that in the entire Lai family, no one was afraid of the patriarch but Lai Wuqing. All the disciples of the Lai family had suffered at the hands of Lai Wuqing many times. After suffering, they did not dare to speak loudly and admitted their mistakes honestly. Lai Wuqing raised his head and looked at the building. He frowned slightly and said, "Xiao Xian, why are you here? There shouldn't be any experts in a place like this." Lai Wuqing had been drinking tea at home. When he received his nephew's call, he rushed over immediately. After all, the Lai family was in the East Sea. Although they kept a low profile, it did not mean that they would be bullied. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to cause trouble for the Lai family. Now that someone had made a move on his nephew, it could be considered a provocation to the Lai family. Lai Wuqing was very satisfied with Xiao Xian. Be it his talent or his way of doing things, other than his bad temper, he was pretty good. In Lai Wuqing's opinion, as a martial artist, it would be abnormal if he did not have a temper. Which martial artist did not have a temper? Therefore, Lai Wuqing had come personally. He wanted to see which family dared to not give the Lai family face. "All of you stand guard outside. Without my permission, no one is allowed to come in." Lai Wuqing coldly threw out these words and led the group of people in. After entering, Lai Wuqing did not need to take the initiative to find the way. Immediately, someone led him to the corridor upstairs. The moment Lai Wuqing walked into the corridor, he saw a group of people kneeling on the ground. There was also a faint smell of urine in the air. His eyes suddenly turned cold. "Third uncle, you're finally here. This is the bastard. Hurry up and capture him. I'm going to skin him alive and tear out his tendons. I'm going to make him die a horrible death." Lai Xian roared ferociously as he glared at Lin Fei. In the Lai family, Lai Xian was a grandmaster. However, in front of his own third uncle, there was still a gap in strength. After all, the other party was a true veteran grandmaster, ranked in the top 50 of the grandmaster ranking. Lai Xian, who ranked in the 80s or 90s, could not compare to him. As soon as Lai Xian finished speaking, the pressure on his head increased significantly. His entire body lay on the ground like a dead dog. He was truly prostrating on the ground. This time he could not even move. His entire face was stuck to the ground. Lin Fei walked over and stepped on Lai Xian's face. "Say, if I step on your face, will the Lai family make trouble for me? Be ***, let go of me. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Lai Xian roared. The veins on his face bulged, making him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. However, no matter what he did, he was still heavily stepped on by Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his head and looked at Lai Wuqing. "As a grandmaster of the Lai family, do you think I'm right?" Lai Wuqing had originally thought that someone would dare to make a move against his nephew, especially in front of him. Wouldn't that be a slap to their faces? It would completely destroy the Lai family's reputation. Lai Wuqing's expression darkened, becoming frighteningly dark. Before he could speak, a warrior beside him said in a low voice, "Third elder, this person seems to be that Lin Fei from the Longting Manor. It must be him. I remember correctly. Longting Manor, Lin Fei." A figure appeared in Lai Wuqing's mind in an instant. It continuously overlapped with the person in front of him, finally turning into a person. His expression changed drastically. "You're Longting Manor's Lin Fei." Chapter 3995. "Yes, I am Lin Fei." Lin Fei smiled and continued to step on Lai Xian's face. "If you want to make a move, do it now. I'm going home for tea." For some reason, Lai Xian, who was being stepped on, felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard this name somewhere before. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. "How can I know you? I must be overthinking." Lin Fei's words immediately caused Lai Wuqing's expression to become unsettled. "Young Master Lin, isn't it inappropriate for you to step on our Lai family's pride like this? Do you really think that the Lai family is afraid of you?" Lai Wuqing had never expected to meet Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa here. Lai Wuqing was very sure that this person was the mysterious Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa. In the past few days, the hottest topic in the entire martial arts circle of the East Sea was Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa and the 7 Grandmasters. At the mention of the soaring Dragon Mountain Manor in Lin Fei, everyone could not help but feel terrified. After all, this mysterious person had not only made Yu Zishan submit to him, but he had also made the 7 sect masters not dare to say anything after they left. This kind of person was simply too terrifying. As a low-profile Lai family, they usually kept a low profile. However, they still paid attention to any movements in the entire East Sea and would be notified as soon as they appeared. The name Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa naturally could not escape Lai Wuqing's notice. If it was any other person, Lai Wuqing could deal with them easily. However, since it was Lin Fei, the situation was completely different. Third uncle, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take down this brat. Isn't he just a guy who knows some martial arts? What's there to be afraid of? Can he be more powerful than the Lai family? Lai Xian had already started shouting. He could not stand the humiliation of being stepped on. He wanted to see Lin Fei's misfortune more than anyone else, then attack and humiliate him. He wanted to torture him until he wished he was dead. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Shut up. Lai Wuqing suddenly snorted. This time he was really disappointed in Lai Xian. Of all the people he could have offended, he just had to offend the most mysterious Lin Fei. This put Lai Wuqing in a difficult position. Lai Wuqing could not see a trace of a martial artist's aura from the other party, but he could feel the terrifying pressure from that time. If he had not guessed wrongly, his nephew must have been reduced to such a state by Lin Fei's coercion. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Fei could not even resist the coercion of a grandmaster. This was enough to easily prove one thing, and that was that Lin Fei's strength was unfathomable. Once Lai Wuqing fought with such a person, it would be very difficult for him to defeat the other party unless he went all out. Moreover, for someone of Lai Wuqing's status, he would usually not make a move unless he could figure out the other party's strength. However, this Lin Fei of the Longting Villa was indeed too mysterious. 7 grandmasters had been trapped inside. Although it was partly due to the formation, Lai Wuqing did not believe that the power of the Longting Villa's formation could not reach this level. Back then, the Lai family had probed the Longting Villa many times, so they naturally knew the power of the formation. It was definitely not this terrifying. 7 grandmasters, did you think that all 7 grandmasters were fake? Third uncle actually shouted at me. How is this possible? Could it be that this Lin Fei is really someone with a powerful background? Lai Xian, who had been clamoring, felt his mind go blank. This was the first time his third uncle had shouted at him. All of a sudden, a figure flashed across his mind. Could it be that Lin Fei was that Lin Fei? Lai Xian's expression turned ugly. After all, he more or less knew who Lin Fei was. If it really was that Lin Fei, then they were really in trouble this time. Even with the Lai family's power, they would definitely be able to gain the upper hand. If things did not go well, the best outcome would be that they would have to suffer in silence. How could it be this guy? Lai Xian regretted coming to this place. Otherwise, he would not have met with such bad luck. Lin Fei looked at Lai Wuqing calmly. Your Lai family offended me and even tried to snatch something from me. You say that I did not step on him? Then where would I put my face? You should be thankful that I did not go too hard on him. Otherwise, your words would have been for naught. Your Lai family would have suffered a great loss. Speaking of which, you should thank me for showing mercy, don't you think? Lai Wuqing's hand trembled slightly before he retracted it in an instant. He had finally witnessed the tyranny of the Longting Villa's Lin Fei. The Lai family did not hesitate to step on him, but he had to admit that the words of the Longting Villa's Lin Fei made a lot of sense. Although his face had been stepped on, Lai Xian did not suffer many injuries. It was clear that the other party had shown mercy. Lai Wuqing also knew that the other party could not have lied. Perhaps Lai Xian had really done something to offend the other party's leader. Since young Master Lin has put it this way, then our Lai family must have done something wrong. We will take it that our Lai family has suffered a loss. As long as you let Lai Xian go, I will pretend that this never happened. What do you think, young Master Lin? Lai Wuqing did not want to make a move either. He had no chance of winning, especially in front of a guy who did not understand the situation. Letting Lai Xian go is not a problem. However, as a martial arts master, he actually used his aura to bully a girl. That would be embarrassing. Leave 10 million as compensation for mental damage, and we will let this matter go for now. What do you think? Lai Wuqing looked at the girl standing behind Lin Fei and knew what was going on. He replied, "No problem. Since he did something wrong, he should pay the price. We will pay 10 million as compensation." Lai Wuqing immediately took out a checkbook and wrote 10 million on it. "My good disciple, just accept this check. After all, a strong person bullying a weak girl like you is not something to be proud of. The 10 million check is just right for you to calm down," Lin Fei said casually. Su Mei was shocked. 10 million just like that. This had once again turned her world upside down. This caused Su Mei to be at a loss for what to do. It was too sudden. The moment Lai Wuqing heard the word disciple, he glared at Lai Xian. What a B****. How did he offend Lin Fei's disciple again? He was just looking for trouble. Lin Fei was mysterious to begin with. Now that he had a disciple, it was no wonder that he had a bone to pick with the Lai family. Lai Xian felt wronged. This girl was not his disciple just a moment ago. It was not his fault either. Lai Xian hated Li Qi now. It was all his fault and the flirtatious girl beside him. Li Qi, who was kneeling on the ground, broke out in cold sweat. When that gaze swept past him, he knew that he was done for. Chapter 3996. In the Maybach, there was still a clear footprint on Lai Xian's face. This was not something that would disappear in a short period of time. Even though he had just beaten Li Qi up like a dead dog and had to be bedridden for at least a year and a half, he still could not suppress the anger in his heart. "Third uncle, do I really have no choice but to swallow this?" This was a great humiliation for Lai Xian. As long as Lin Fei was still alive, he would never forget the humiliation he had brought him today. Lai Wuqing was expressionless as he looked at him coldly. "Little Xian, how many times have I told you not to look for trouble? Why does our Lai family have to keep a low profile in the East Sea? It's because the world is big and there are many experts. Our Lai family is not the strongest. Even in the whole of Huaxia, our Lai family can only be considered a first-rate family. We can't even compare to the top families." Lai Xian's mouth fell open at his uncle's words. How would I know that guy was Lin Fei from Longting Villa? Moreover, I don't think he would come to a place like this. Lai Xian really wanted to curse. How could he have encountered something like this? He must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. "I can't accept this," Lai Wuqing said. Lai Wuqing said, "Even if you don't want to, you can only endure it for me. It's not like you don't know how powerful that brat is. Think about it. All 8 grandmasters were trapped in the Soaring Dragon Villa. I really can't imagine what those 8 grandmasters experienced. But I absolutely believe that they have experienced a terrible nightmare. Look at the 8 grandmasters. None of them dares to stand out and say anything until now. I also know that many people tried to find out the secret of Longting Villa. But in the end, all of them kept their mouths shut. Not one of them said anything. The problem here is serious." "But we are the Lai family," Lai Xian complained. "If this gets out, what face will our Lai family have left?" Lai Wuqing really hated his nephew for not living up to his expectations. "You've said it so clearly. Don't you know? Face is face, but now our Lai clan can't make a move. We can only wait and see. I heard that Longting Villa and the Shun clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, have a conflict. Our Lai clan only needs to observe the situation. Moreover, your father is not in the Lai clan, so we'll wait for him to come back." The moment Lai Xian heard the word father, he deflated like a balloon. In the family, he was most afraid of his own father. He had suffered a lot since he was young. "I'll listen to third uncle." "Master, is being a martial artist all that impressive?" Su Mei asked curiously on the path outside the building. Even now, Su Mei still felt like she was dreaming. She had actually acknowledged a master, and a very powerful one at that. However, this master seemed to be too young. They looked like a couple walking on the street, which made Su Mei feel weird. Lin Fei smiled and said, "That depends on the martial artist. You only need to know that your master is very powerful. However, you are not my real disciple yet. In a few days, I will hold a disciple reception in the villa. At that time, you will be my real disciple." "Ah, you want to hold a disciple reception?" Su Mei was shocked. "Isn't this the same as in the television dramas?" Lin Fei smiled and looked at Su Mei. "You are my first disciple. How can you be unknown? Furthermore, from now on, you are also the eldest senior sister. So a disciple reception is still very necessary. You should go back and meditate for the next few days and settle some matters while you are at it. When the time comes, you can stay in the Longting Villa. Su Mei had thought that acknowledging a master was just a simple ceremony. She did not expect that there would be a disciple reception. Just thinking about it was a little unbelievable. However, when she thought about how Lai Xian did not even dare to breathe loudly in the end, Su Mei felt that it was reasonable. Yes, I will listen to master, Su Mei said obediently. Lin Fei was also quite concerned about Su Mei, his eldest disciple. Therefore, he was prepared to hold a small disciple reception after the 8 grandmasters had arrived. After all, this was the first time he was accepting a disciple on earth. Furthermore, it was a female disciple. A ceremony was still necessary. Lin Fei was not an old-fashioned person. There were still some rules that needed to be followed. He personally drove Su Mei back to the neighborhood. After leaving the neighborhood, he did not directly return to the Longting Villa. The villa had the Evil Sky Formation and the Wandering Mountain, so there was no need to worry too much. He drove to Xiaolan's residence. After all, he had not been here for a few days. Lin Fei missed Xiaolan a little. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Fei heard a burst of laughter coming from the living room. After closing the door and entering, Lin Fei saw Xiaolan and another female friend talking and laughing. He had to admit that the best friend of a best friend was indeed very beautiful. Hubby, why are you here? Xiaolan saw Lin Fei coming over and immediately got up and went into Lin Fei's arms. To see you, of course, Lin Fei said with a smile. Is this your best friend? Old classmate, do you really not recognize me? This beautiful woman with a pair of black glasses stood up and said with a smile. Old classmate. Lin Fei really did not have much of an impression of this old classmate. Xiaolan giggled and said, I told you you've changed too much. A real girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. It would be strange if my hubby could recognize you. When he was in class, Lin Fei was the most unremarkable, so naturally he was quite unfamiliar with his classmates. There were not many that he could remember, and after such a long time, he had almost forgotten all about them. Wait, let me think about it. If an immortal expert like Lin Fei really wanted to recognize someone, he would not forget. Therefore, it only took less than a minute for a blurry figure in his mind to overlap with the person in front of him. You're the most inconspicuous girl in the class, Su Xiaowan. Lin Fei did not recognize this Su Xiaowan. After all, Su Xiaowan's appearance was the most ordinary kind, but this great beauty in front of him could instantly reach 80 points. You really guessed it. Su Xiaowan reached out and said, You're really amazing. There are really not many people in our class who can recognize me at a glance. You're also amazing. You've secretly won Xiaolan's heart. Xiaolan originally wanted to introduce her, but she did not expect her husband to recognize her at once. Hubby, you're really amazing. Not everyone can recognize our Su Xiaowan. Many people at our last class reunion were dumbfounded. They thought she had walked into the wrong room. A lot of people laughed to death. Xiaolan chuckled. They are ordinary people, but they don't know who I am. Chapter 3997. In the office of the Yan Huang Battle Team's base, Taijian was looking through some information while drinking tea. The information was about Lin Fei. It was a pity that up until now, they had not found out what secrets there were in the Longting Villa. The progress was too slow. Although he suspected that it was because of the formation, Taijian did not dare to arrange for people to sneak into the Longting Mountain Villa. After all, the relationship between the two of them could be considered to be in a honeymoon state. If they recklessly barged in and destroyed their relationship, then it would not be worth it. He understood this principle. He put down the teacup and found the door open. Xiaoro, why are you here again? Is Kai Shan up to something again? Kai Shan was constantly challenging warriors in the East Sea. Taijian could not stop him, so he could only arrange for people to keep an eye on him. This was the first thing Lin Ro thought of when she entered. Right now, the only thing she could hope for was for Lin Fei to make a move, or that person from the Lai family to make a move. Lin Ro shook her head. No, it's that Lin Fei that you asked me to pay special attention to. Lin Fei? What's wrong with him? Taijian could not help but feel a headache at the mention of Lin Fei's name. In Taijian's eyes, Lin Fei was a troublemaker, and a very unstable factor. But he could not solve this factor with violence. Especially after this incident, Taizhan did not dare to do it again. Moreover, Taizhan did not want the auction in 2 months to be affected in any way. After all, Taizhan had seen the effects of the upgrade pill. If he could get it, it would be a great boost to the overall strength of the Yanhuang battle team. So in Taizhan's eyes, as long as Lin Fei did not cause too much of a ruckus, it would not be a problem. Just now we received a piece of news that Lin Fei bumped into the low-profile Lai family again. He even trampled on the Lai family's pride, Lai Xian, to the ground. After that, Lai Wuqing came and paid 10 million as an apology. Other than that, we also received news that Lin Fei actually took in a disciple, and it was a female designer from the studio, Su Mei. Lin Ro reported unhurriedly. When Taizhan heard the name Lin Fei, he subconsciously felt that things were not good. Can't this guy just calm down for a few days? Iron Battle finally heard the news he was most unwilling to hear. Lin Fei had actually gone against the Lai family. At first, Taizhan had been worried that Lin Fei would run into the Lai clan. He had not expected them to run into each other so soon. Furthermore, Lin Fei had trampled the Lai clan's third young master, Lai Xian, into the ground. This was not giving the Lai clan any face at all. With the temper of that person from the Lai clan, once he returned and found out about this, it was likely that he would start a huge battle. Taizhan heard another thing. You said that Lin Fei intends to take a disciple, and a female one at that. Yes, this female disciple is called Su Mei. She's a jewelry designer. Her identity is clean. Take a look. Lin Ro handed over a document that listed Su Mei's personal information. She's just an ordinary girl? How did she enter Lin Fei's eyes? Could there be something different about Su Mei? Taizhan frowned as he read it. We are also full of questions. In any case, from the information we've gathered, this Su Mei is very ordinary. There is indeed nothing special about her. However, she was chosen by Lin Fei, and he wants to take her as his disciple. This is like reaching the heavens in a single step. Taizhan looked through the information countless times, but he could not figure out anything. His mind was filled with question marks. Oh right, Chief, I also received another piece of news. I guarantee that Chief will be happy, Lin Ro said mysteriously. You're still keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me what good news it is. If it's not good news, I'll punish you and send you on a long journey. Lin Ro stuck out her tongue. Chief, you definitely won't expect this. Just now, our Yanhuang battle team from the other provinces exchanged information. I saw a shocking piece of news. It said that Invincible God of the Shun clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, seemed to have met with some misfortune and almost died. Right now the entire Shun clan is in a mess. Many experts have been invited over to treat him, but in the end there was no effect. Chief, do you think this matter has something to do with that Lin Fei? Lin Ro was now more and more impressed with Lin Fei. Based on a woman's intuition, she subconsciously felt that this matter was caused by Lin Fei. What? Something happened to Invincible God? What happened? Taizhan stood up in shock. I heard that he's plagued by bad luck. Wherever he appears, all sorts of things will happen. It's something that no one can even imagine. He can choke to death eating an apple, and he can even get appendicitis. Even a perfectly good house can collapse. Don't you think that's weird? Maybe it's because Invincible God has done so many bad things that even God can't stand it anymore. Lin Ro laughed. When I first saw it, I couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. Taizhan suspected that he had heard wrongly. If something like that really happened, then the Shun clan would indeed start to fall into chaos. At least Invincible God had the support of many clans. Just as Lin Ro had said, Taizhan also suspected Lin Fei at the first instance. After all, Lin Fei was too mysterious. Immediately arrange for people to continue investigating and find out exactly what happened. Also, send Su Mei's information to the headquarters and see if they can find anything. Now the entire Donghai seemed to be in turmoil, and the source of all this seemed to be Lin Fei. This made Taizhan very worried. He was just having a cup of tea, and then something like that happened. Lin Fei, who was in Xiao Lan's room, did not know the troubles of the Yanhuang battle squad's chief Taizhan. There was nothing more worrying than being unable to grab it and unable to touch it. Old classmate, you haven't seen me for a few years. You have to go to the class reunion this time, right? Su Xiaowan said with a smile. If you don't go, everyone will forget about you. Lin Fei listened and laughed. The beautiful lady has said it herself. If I don't go to the reunion, won't I embarrass all of you? I will definitely go to this reunion. There was nothing going on in the past few days, and there was nothing going on in the villa. Lin Fei did not care much. As for Kai Shan, he was definitely still slowly accumulating knowledge and would not look for him. It was better to go out and see old friends and classmates. After all, Su Xiaowan had given Lin Fei a great surprise today. After knowing that it was a reunion, Lin Fei did not refuse. After all, Xiaolon had mentioned it last time. That's a deal. Don't worry, I will definitely go, Lin Fei said with a smile. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 3998. There was a deafening rumble. A luxuriously decorated bungalow collapsed, sending dust flying everywhere. Quick, save the young master. Quick, save the young master. In a huge manner in Nanyue, a bungalow collapsed. For some unknown reason, it collapsed with a loud bang. Even the ground had caved in. After the bungalow collapsed, more than 10 figures rushed over. They dug out a body from the rubble at the first instant. This person seemed to be in a very sorry state, and he even looked a little weak. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of familiarity and even helplessness. This person was none other than Invincible God. Ever since he was recuperating on the island that day, Invincible God was on the verge of a mental breakdown due to the various disasters that kept coming. As such, he was still in the midst of the disasters even now. From the beginning, Invincible God's panic to now, he was used to it. As long as he was alive, everything was fine. Up till now, Invincible God had no idea what was going on. In any case, he was now an unlucky soul. Wherever one was, there would be a disaster. This was not something that had happened in a day or two. Fortunately, the situation seemed to have eased up recently. It did not happen all the time, which allowed Invincible God to heave a sigh of relief. Invincible God was carried to a spacious area, far away from the various buildings and even the trees. Even the people in the vicinity did not dare to come closer. This was because no one could guarantee that nothing would happen. At this moment, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked over. His face was filled with authority. Just by standing there casually, he exuded a strong aura of a superior. He was Invincible God's father, Shen Tianquan. Standing beside Shen Tianquan was a middle-aged man in Taoist robes. He had a sage-like demeanor and a unique aura. Brother Long, this is my son, Invincible God. Take a look and see what happened to him, Shen Tianquan said to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man was wearing a robe and had a smile on his face. Brother Shen, since I'm here, I'll definitely do my best. As a father, Shen Tianquan was also extremely worried. After all, his son's matter had left him feeling extremely helpless. Right now, he could only stay in this spacious bungalow for fear that something big would happen. Invincible God was no stranger to this situation. Ever since he had gotten into trouble, many people had been invited. However, when he saw the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe, Invincible God did not say anything. He recognized the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe as a master from a Taoist temple in Hangzhou. A true master. Not just anyone could invite him. Only the 3 great clans of the south had the ability to invite him over. Invincible God was also looking forward to it. Nephew, stand there and don't move. Let me take a good look at who did this to you. Long Tianqing stepped forward and walked along Invincible God. As he walked, he pinched Invincible God. His expression turned solemn as he walked in circles and pinched Invincible God countless times. Only then did Long Tianqing stop. He said meaningfully, Brother Shen, if I'm not wrong, your son should have fallen into someone's trap. However, this person's strength is amazing. He actually has such a method. Shen Tianquan naturally felt that his son had fallen into someone's trap as well. However, such methods were really unimaginable and hard to accept. Since when was there such an expert within the borders of China with such methods? If not for the fact that his son's physical body was strong, he would have been reduced to ashes after this series of events. I've never seen such methods before. Who did this? I'll definitely kill this person and let him know the consequences of offending the Shen family, Shen Tianquan roared. his killing intent cold. Long Tianqing said. This person has a deep foundation. I don't know who he is exactly, but there's a mysterious black energy on Nephew Shin's body. This should be the cause of all these disasters. As long as we get rid of this mysterious black energy, everything will be resolved. Brother Long, I'll have to trouble you to save my son from this pain. Shin Wudi heaved a sigh of relief. Grandmaster, please help me. At the same time, many figures appeared in his mind. Finally, he locked onto one person. Apart from him, Shin Wudi couldn't remember anyone else who could have done this to him. Stand there and don't move. I'll help you get rid of these disasters. Long Tianqing extended his hand and took out talismans one after another. The talismans were made of gold and shone with a bright light. As Long Tianqing activated them, they turned into ancient characters and landed on Invincible God's body one by one. Shin Wudi didn't move. He allowed the talismans to land on his body, causing a dazzling starlight to explode. The starlight quickly entered Shin Wudi's body. The warm feeling made him feel very comfortable. After an unknown amount of time, all the talismans were used up. Long Tianqing's face revealed a hint of fatigue. This was the first time he had used so many talismans. This time, the Shin family leader of the three major families had come looking for him personally. Long Tianqing naturally had to play nice. Therefore, he used all his power just to get rid of the things on Shin Wudi's body. Brother Shun, the problem with your nephew's body should be solved. This kind of disaster will never happen again. At most, there will be some small difficulties occasionally. However, these are not a problem. As long as you pay attention, they will disappear in 3 to 5 days. Long Tianqing's eyes were like torches. He checked again and finally heaved a sigh of relief. Wudi, how do you feel? Shin Tianquan asked. Shin Wudi nodded. I feel very comfortable now. The pressure has disappeared. Thank you, Master Long, for helping me. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have to suffer like this. Long Tianqing smiled. It's good that your nephew is fine. Oh right, did you offend anyone recently? Normal people really can't do something like this. I'd like to meet someone like that. Shen Tianquan was filled with murderous intent. He had arranged for people to investigate. His son's strength was at the top of the Grandmaster leaderboard. For something like this to happen, the person who did this must be very strong. Shen Wudi thought for a moment before saying, if I'm not wrong, this person should be Lin Fei from the East Sea Longting Manor. That kid is very mysterious. Perhaps I was plotted against at that time. However, I definitely didn't expect him to have such a method. Lin Fei from the East Sea Longting Manor? The Longting Manor that caused such a commotion? Long Tianqing's expression changed slightly and he said, if it's this person, then he's a bit mysterious. 7 gurus are trapped inside, and none of them has come out to say anything. He's not an ordinary person. Shin Tianquan said coldly. How dare this Lin Fei use such a method on my son? Our Shin family will have to make another trip to the East Sea to meet this guy. My son isn't that easy to bully. Chapter 3999. Hubby, what's wrong? On a road leading to the outskirts of Donghai, Lin Fei, who was driving, suddenly frowned and quickly disappeared. Xiao Lan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, saw it and couldn't help but ask. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of something interesting, Lin Fei said casually. Today, Lin Fei was accompanying Xiao Lan to the class reunion. At the same time, he could also see his old classmate whom he hadn't seen for many years. What's so interesting? Tell me, Xiao Lan asked curiously. Lin Fei laughed and said, it'll be boring if I say it out loud. You should just take your selfie honestly. Xiao Lan pouted and did not continue to ask. Instead, she happily took a selfie. Lin Fei was driving a Lamborghini Daniel today. It had stable performance and was very enjoyable to drive on such roads. At the same time, he didn't want to be too high profile. The Shin family of the 3 major families is quite resourceful. They actually found a master to dispel the power of my talisman. Interesting, very interesting. The power of the talisman that Lin Fei had left on Shen Wudi's body would dissipate over time. Looking at the time, it was not too long before it would dissipate. Therefore, Lin Fei did not find it all that strange that someone had dispelled it. After all, if the Shin family of the 3 major clans did not have the ability to do so, it would not be right. I hope this kid can remember the pain this time. If there's a next time, it won't be as simple as bad luck. Lin Fei's lips curled into a smile. He left a talisman behind to teach Shen Wudi a lesson. But if he didn't listen, Lin Fei wouldn't be merciful. So what if it was the three major families? After driving for about half an hour, finally, they arrived at the seaside of a county under Donghai. There was a holiday villa here called Glory Villa. It wasn't a low star. It was said to have cost a few $100 million to build. It was an all-in-one villa for recuperation, leisure and meetings. The villa was built by the sea and even had a private beach. It was unique, so many people came to the villa. Lin Fei parked the car in the parking lot. There were already many cars parked there. Xiaolan, over here. Not long after Lin Fei and Xiaolan got off the car, a voice rang out. Not far away, a figure waved at them. So it was Su Xiaowan. Su Xiaowan had arrived a day earlier than them. Smiling, he ran over and pulled Xiaolan to the side to whisper to her. You're right. Lin Fei's old classmate is really rich now. He can even drive a Lamborghini. Su Xiaowan's eyes were shining. At first, Su Xiaowan did not believe Xiaolan's words. However, after seeing the Lamborghini, Su Xiaowan knew that it was true. She could not help but feel envious. This was a luxury car worth 4 to 5 million. To be able to afford such a car, who didn't have some wealth? Xiaolan whispered. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? My husband is really rich now. Xiaolan and Su Xiaowan had been good friends for many years and could be regarded as best friends. However, one was in Donghai while the other was in Hangzhou, so they rarely met. This time Su Xiaowan was going to have a class reunion, so she rushed over from Hangzhou. Lin Yunfei was not very interested in the whispers between Su Xiaowan and Xiaolan, so he did not listen to them. After all, with his strength, it was easy for him to listen to their whispers. However, it sounded like there was no privacy, so he usually took the initiative to listen to the voices around him. After chatting with Xiaolan for a while, Su Xiaowan walked over. Lin Fei, they are all in the hall. Let's go over. I believe they will be surprised to see you. Su Xiaowan had arrived the day before, so she was already very familiar with the place. She walked into the hall with Lin Fei and Xiaolan. There were already a lot of people gathered in the hall. They were in groups of 2s and 3s. There were more than 30 people attending the class reunion. Look, the two beauties of our class are here. Xiaolan has become prettier. By the way, who is the person walking with Xiaolan? I have never heard that Xiaolan has a boyfriend. When Su Xiaowan and Xiaolan walked in, the men who were chatting stopped and subconsciously looked at the two of them. However, everyone's eyes soon fell on the young man walking with Xiaolan. This young man looked very strange, but after looking at him for a long time, they felt a trace of familiarity. However, they could not remember who this person was. When Lin Fei saw these old classmates, their figures quickly overlapped with the figures in his memory. After not seeing them for 5 years, everyone had changed a lot. In fact, Lin Fei couldn't even recognize a few of them. The changes were simply too great. Of course, compared to Su Xiaowan, they were still somewhat inferior. You are Lin Fei. At this time, a fat man took the initiative to run over. As he ran, the fat on his body jiggled. Damn fatty Chen Hai, you didn't lose weight. Seems that you have become fatter. Lin Fei recognized the fat man at a glance. It was his desk mate Chen Hai. It had only been 5 years, but Chen Hai's body was more majestic than before. He was like a meatball. Chen Hai slapped Lin Fei on the shoulder. You've disappeared for 5 years. I thought you were sold to Africa to mine. Lin Fei laughed. You've been gone for 5 years. Chen Hai was also very happy to see Lin Fei. Although he had heard that an old classmate would come, he did not expect it to be Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed. With my body, it's useless to sell me to Africa to mine. But your life seems to be getting better and better. Look at you, you have become a ball. You should lose weight immediately. Chen Hai smiled bitterly. Lose weight? It's difficult to lose weight with my body. I think it's better to eat more. After Chen Hai shouted the name Lin Fei, everyone finally recognized him. It turned out that this person was their old classmate Lin Fei. There had been no news of this old classmate for 5 years. Many people thought that something had happened to Lin Fei. After a short moment of surprise, several classmates took the initiative to come up and say hello. That was because these students were all Lin Fei's friends from back then. Lin Fei was in a good mood to see these old classmates, especially his deskmate Chan Hai. After all, when they were deskmates, this guy had helped him a lot. Chan Hai was also a rich second generation, but he was not arrogant and domineering like other rich second generations. In college, he was the kind of person who kept a very low profile. There were even several times when Lin Fei's food expenses were not enough, and it was Chan Hai who secretly transferred money to his meal card. Lin Fei had never forgotten about this. Now that he could see him again, Lin Fei felt very good. Chapter 4000. The whole old classmate meeting did not happen. It was as melodramatic as Lin Fei had imagined. Overall, Lin Fei felt nostalgic, especially when a few of his old friends came together. This reunion was going Dutch, so there weren't any rich people paying. Everyone was smiling brightly. Everyone would stay in this splendid mountain villa for 3 days and 2 nights. After chatting for a while in the lobby, when everyone had arrived, they went to register and put their luggage in their rooms. Lin Fei and Xiaolong got the same room. This naturally made many old classmates envious. Xiaolong was such a beauty. Many people envied Lin Fei's godly speed. There were 3 tables of people in the afternoon. As an old classmate who hadn't been back for 5 years, Lin Fei naturally became the target of everyone's attacks. The easiest thing for men to do was to drink. Everyone was envious that Lin Fei had managed to hook up with a beauty like Xiaolong. Everyone was envious that Lin Fei had managed to hook up with a beauty like Xiaolong. They could only vent their feelings by drinking. Lin Fei was also very happy today. It seemed like only 5 years had passed, but to Lin Fei it was more than a few 100 million years. Now that they could still sit together and drink, it was a great enjoyment for Lin Fei. Therefore, no matter who came over to drink, Lin Fei would drink to his heart's content. With his current body, it could be said that he wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. With one drink, more than 10 classmates in the class collapsed. Originally, they wanted to embarrass Lin Fei a little, but in the end they all chose to surrender. If they continued to drink like this, they wouldn't be able to do anything at night. Old Lin, when did you learn to drink like this? This is the level of the god of wine. You won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Chen Hai also drank a lot in the afternoon. His whole face was red, and he gave Lin Fei a thumbs up. Lin Fei laughed and said, "Don't you know that there are days and days when you drink? It's rare to see everyone here today. So my tolerance for alcohol has improved. But you boy, you've drunk quite a lot today. I've never seen you drink before. Are you in a bad mood today?" Who was Lin Fei? He was an immortal. While they were drinking, he noticed that Chan Hai's mood was different. Others might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could. His deskmate Chen Hai had something on his mind. This could not be hidden from Lin Fei. Chen Hai smiled and said, "Same as you. I'm in a good mood today, so I can drink too. But compared to you, I can't hold my liquor." As he spoke, Chen Hai patted his big belly. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't continue to ask. After lunch, it was time for the afternoon activities. Some of them were swimming and some of them were fishing. Everyone was having a great time. In the evening, they had a seafood banquet, which included the fish that everyone had caught. Not only could they fish here, but they could also cook for them, which was very popular with everyone. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Chen Hai secretly smiled and said to everyone, "Since it's rare for us to come to the splendid mountain villa, we should go and have a look. I heard that there are a lot of fun things here. Don't you want to go?" Since everyone had drunk a lot during the day, their tolerance for alcohol was much lower at night. Everyone behaved themselves. Otherwise, they would have drunk more today. With Lin Fei's presence, they didn't dare to drink anymore. They were afraid of drinking too much. Look at Chen Hai. He didn't do anything for most of the day. Anyway, it was just them sleeping. They were listless the whole afternoon. It took them a lot of effort to recover at night. Hearing Chen Hai's words, everyone's spirits were lifted. "I also heard that the splendid mountain villa is quite interesting," a male classmate said. Yes, I heard that you need a membership card to go there." "Chen Hai, do you have a membership card?" The splendid mountain villa was so famous. Of course, it couldn't be what they saw on the surface. Chen Hai didn't drink much that night, but he was still a little tipsy. He patted his chest and said, Tonight, I'll take you there to broaden your horizons. Girls, you can forget about it." As soon as Chen Hai said that, the girls looked at him with disdain. In fact, these girls had already planned to go to the splendid mountain villa for a spa. After all, the spa here was quite famous. The price was not expensive, so they could afford it. Soon, a group of men followed Chun-Hai to broaden their horizons. As for the girls, they all went to the spa. Chun-Hai was quite familiar with the splendid mountain villa. He led them to a tall house at the end of the villa. The house was guarded by a security guard. After Chun-Hai swiped his membership card, the security guard brought everyone in. There were not many restrictions on the number of people a membership card could bring in. Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only about 10 people. Wow, is this the most mysterious place in the splendid mountain villa? Wow, there is such a place. No wonder so many people like to come to the splendid mountain villa. When they came in, they saw a huge hall. In this hall, there were countless gambling tables, big and small. There were also many people inside. It was very lively. Everyone came to their senses. It turned out that there was a casino in the splendid mountain villa. This place is very safe. I heard that the owner of the splendid mountain villa has a very powerful background. You can gamble here and try your luck. Of course, if you are tired, you can go upstairs. They have all kinds of massage that men like the most. I guarantee you will enjoy it. The price is very reasonable. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I don't tell ordinary people about this place. All the men in the room laughed. Chun-Hai, you are a good friend. Yeah, otherwise we wouldn't have the chance to come to this kind of place. With a smile on his face, Chun-Hai took the initiative to bring everyone to the place to exchange chips. Everyone was here to broaden their horizons. Basically, they exchanged chips of 1 or 2,000. It was not a lot. It was a small amount until they lost everything. After they left, Chun-Hai took out 50,000 chips and handed them to Lin Fei. We have been desk mates for a long time. It's rare for me to invite you here. Take these chips and have fun. Don't be shy with me. Otherwise, I will be angry. Although 50,000 chips was not a lot in Lin Fei's eyes, it still gave him a warm feeling. Although they had not seen each other for only 5 years, Chun-Hai was still the same deskmate and friend. There was no change at all. Actually, you don't have to give me this. I have never been too interested in gambling, Lin Fei said with a smile. Chun-Hai patted Lin Fei on the shoulder. Even if you are not interested, you still have to play. A man should have a few hobbies. Or is it that you are under the control of Shaolan? That won't do. As a man, you can't be a henpecked husband. Do you understand? Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really had no interest in gambling. Chapter 4001. Chun-Hai stuffed 50,000 chips into Lin Fei's hand. Chun-Hai appreciated the gesture. I see you've drunk a lot. Be rational when you play later. Don't be so extravagant. Otherwise, no matter how much money you have in this place, it won't be enough for you to play, Lin Fei reminded him. Chun-Hai laughed. Don't worry. I'm a person who knows how to control myself. I'm just a small person. I think my luck will be pretty good today. When the time comes, I'll invite you up to welcome you. Lin Fei didn't say anything. Chun-Hai exchanged the chips and left. In the blink of an eye, no one knew where he went. The casino was very big. Lin Fei wasn't worried that something would happen to Chun-Hai. After all, this was the glorious resort villa. Accidents were rare. Lin Fei played a few rounds casually. To him, any game in this casino was like a child's game. As long as Lin Fei wanted to win, it didn't matter how many masters there were. It had to be said that the casino in the glorious resort villa had a lot of masters. During this period, Lin Fei saw several masters. They were more than enough to deal with ordinary people. However, these masters didn't make any moves. It seemed that they were just there to watch over the place. They had a conscience. Otherwise, no matter how many people went, it would be a waste of money. Lin Fei walked around casually. When he saw something interesting, he would place a bet. He didn't use any tricks. It was purely luck. But it had to be said that Lin Fei's luck was pretty bad today. He lost whatever he bet on. However, Lin Fei just smiled and didn't take it too seriously. The casino was always the most profitable place. No one would ever lose money. Lin Fei walked here and there. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Still not back yet? According to what he said, he would be back in half an hour at most. But there was still no sign of him. Lin Fei frowned slightly. Lin Fei, it's great that you're here. Go and talk to Chun Hai. I don't know what's wrong with that guy. He's been betting like crazy. He's already lost 3 million. At this time, 3 students ran over and found Lin Fei. What? I lost 3 million. Lin Fei's face sank. It had only been half an hour and he had lost 3 million. It was definitely not a small amount. That's right. We can't persuade him. It's better if you go and persuade him. Maybe he will listen to you. When Lin Fei heard this, he knew that the situation was not good. I'll go take a look. You guys lead the way. Chun Hai was also one of Lin Fei's few friends, so no matter what happened, he had to go and take a look and help out. Lin Fei knew that Chun Hai had something on his mind, but it was his privacy, so Lin Fei didn't ask too much. Under the guidance of his classmate, Lin Fei soon saw Chun Hai. Chun Hai was surrounded by a lot of people. Chun Hai, I told you you're not good at anything. You're not good as a person and your playing style is not good either. I really don't know why I fell for you back then. My current boyfriend is better. He's beaten you 16 times. I really want to thank you for giving my husband so much money. Chun Hai said. A woman's sarcastic voice appeared. I don't believe it today. Let's play again. Chun Hai fished out a card from his wallet. Play this. Chun Hai had no more chips in front of him. At this time, a hand reached in and grabbed Chun Hai's card. I told you not to play so big. Why didn't you listen to me? I still think you're going to be lucky today. Chun Hai raised his head and saw Lin Fei walking in. He reached out his hand to grab the card back. Lin Fei, don't worry about me. Chun Hai's eyes were red. On the way to the casino, Lin Fei had learned some things from his classmates. Chun Hai was playing with a man and a woman at a gambling table. One of his classmates said that the woman was Chun Hai's ex-girlfriend. They had been dating for 3 years. It seemed that they were about to get married. However, the woman broke up with Chun Hai for some unknown reason. Chun Hai's gluttony had reached such an extent. Of course, no one knew whether it was true or not. However, Chun Hai's situation was very likely related to this woman. This was what Lin Fei knew. When he saw the man and the woman, Lin Fei knew it was true. He gently placed a palm on Chun Hai's shoulder. Chun Fei suddenly sobered up. He was not drunk anymore. You've lost so much. Just forget it. There's no need to play anymore. This time, Chun Hai didn't have such a big reaction. He was just a little unwilling. He didn't know what happened to him. He lost 3 million without even knowing it. Although it wasn't a lot of money, it still made Chun Hai's heart ache. Chun Hai, didn't you want to play with us? Why don't you have the guts to continue? Sitting on the lap of the man opposite him was a beautiful woman with heavy makeup. She said mockingly, or do you want to leave because you don't have the money? That will make me look down on you even more. Chun Hai was angry. Who said I don't have the money? Lin Fei looked at the man and the woman opposite him. The man was handsome. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was not a handsome guy. The woman was not bad-looking either. She had big wavy hair. Her score was above 80. There was a hint of flirtatiousness between her eyebrows. It was hard to resist her. Since you've won the money, it's over. Why do you want to continue? Lin Fei said lightly. Chun Hai, is this your friend? I don't think he's that good. The woman opposite him laughed. Don't talk about my friend like that. It's just 3 million. It's not like I can't afford to lose. You don't have to talk about my friend like that. Chun Hai stood up. The woman laughed. I said it. What can you do to me? Anyway, you're a coward. I regret being with you in the first place. My current husband is better than you. He's better than you in everything. The company is better than you, and he's better looking and handsome than you. Now he's even better at gambling than you. How can you compare to my boyfriend? The woman said and kissed her boyfriend on the cheek. The handsome man also laughed. Don't force yourself if you can't afford to play. After all, gambling doesn't depend on luck. It depends on your brain. Do you understand? Chun Hai's eyes were about to turn red. Chun Zeline, I really don't know why I fell for a woman like you. Chun Hai, you only know how to talk big. You're a coward. Chun Zeline rolled her eyes. If you're not satisfied, then keep playing. Lin Fei put a hand on Chun Hai's shoulder and laughed. What's the point of bullying my friend? Look at you, you're smart. Why don't we play a game? You? You're dressed for a few $100s. We're betting hundreds of thousands or even millions. Do you have money? Chun Ziling rolled her eyes. My boyfriend doesn't play with people who don't have money. Lin Fei smiled at Chun Hai. Do you want this woman to kneel in front of you? Chun Hai clenched his teeth. Yes. Then do you trust me? Chun Hai nodded. I trust you. Chapter 4002. In the casino's surveillance room, many people were looking at the scene in front of the gambling table, and they all laughed. A middle-aged man wearing glasses laughed. Another idiot came out of nowhere. I guess young Master Luo is going to rip him off again. By the way, how many times have we done this month? The technician next to him laughed. I think it's the 5th time. If we count this one, it'll be the 6th. Speaking of which, Chun Ziling is the best. I know. Every time I see Chun Ziling I feel hot. She's really wild. The technicians in the casino surveillance room all knew Luo Jun and Chun Ziling. They were not surprised at all by what was happening. From their point of view, the two men were just ordinary people. There was nothing special about them. If they dared to play with young Master Luo like this, they would definitely lose everything. As for whether they would dare to cause trouble here after this, it was not a question. This was the splendid resort villa. Not everyone dared to cause trouble here. Many second-generation nouveau riche had been taught a lesson. In the end, even their families had to come to the splendid resort to apologize and send a generous gift to resolve the matter. You think you can play with my boyfriend? Chun Ziling said disdainfully. Chun Hai, your friend is quite interesting. Sounds like he thinks he's the king of gambling. If he's the king of gambling, my boyfriend is the god of gambling. Chun Hai did not know why he agreed to Lin Fei's request. He only felt that Lin Fei's words were full of power. He felt that Lin Fei would definitely be able to do it. So, he let go of everything and believed in Lin Fei. I believe in my friend. Do you have the guts to play with me? It's as simple as that. My friend, you're quite arrogant. I've met a lot of people, but I've never met someone like you. But I can give you a chance. The young handsome Luo Jun laughed, but there was a trace of disdain in the depths of his eyes. But you have to pay me 5 million first. Without 5 million I won't play with you. Isn't it just 5 million? I'll pay, Chun Hai said coldly. Chun Hai said coldly, just use my card. I remember there's still 5 million left on this card. Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, there's no need to swipe 5 million from your card. You know, you gave me 50,000 yuan in chips. Now I still have 40,000 yuan in chips. I'll go out for a walk and I'll be able to gather 5 million yuan in no time. However, I think 5 million yuan is too small. Why don't I add some more chips? Let's bet that after you two lose, you'll kneel in front of my friend and kowtow and beg for mercy until my friend forgives you. As for me losing, it's simple. I'll add a 0 to the 5 million yuan and give you 50 million yuan. I just don't know if you have the guts to play. When Lin Fei's words came out, it was unknown how many people were shocked. What a huge bet. Do you think you have a lot of money? Do you think you have a lot? Chun Ziling knew that Chun Hai was having a gathering here today. She believed that Chun Hai could take out 5 million yuan. But she didn't believe that Chun Hai's friends could easily take out 50 million yuan. After all, 50 million yuan was not 50 yuan or 500 yuan. Luo Jun also found it interesting. If you can take out 50 million yuan, then I don't mind playing a game with you. As for kneeling and apologizing, that's easy. Take out 50 million yuan and you'll be qualified to play with me. As long as I lose, I'll naturally fulfill my promise. Luo Jun didn't believe that Chun Hai could take out 50 million yuan. As for losing to him, that was even more impossible. He was a gambling master after all. Usually, he could win a lot of money with just a few tricks. But the person in front of him, no matter how he looked at it, was not a gambling master. Everyone could talk big, so Luo Jun naturally had nothing to worry about. 50 million yuan. I can get it right now, Chun Hai said, gritting his teeth. Lin Fei smiled and stopped him. Fatty, you don't have to do that. I'll get it for you. Now that your desk mate is rich, 50 million yuan is a piece of cake. Lin Fei smiled and took out a checkbook from his pocket. He quickly wrote 50 million on it and placed it on the gambling table. This is a cash check for 50 million yuan. You can ask someone to check it at any time. I believe that there are professionals in such a big casino. The students behind Chen Hai and Lin Fei were also dumbfounded by what they had just heard. Could it be that his old classmate had really struck it rich? They couldn't believe that Chen Hai could take out 50 million yuan so easily. Chen Zilin and the handsome Luo Jun were also slightly surprised. They didn't expect Chen Hai's friend to be such a big fat sheep. He could take out 50 million yuan so easily. Just take out a random check. Who knows if it's real or fake? I'll help you check it. Chen Zilin reached out and took the check. Then she called the number on it and inquired about it. Soon a trace of surprise appeared on her pretty face. The check was put back on the gambling table. I didn't expect you to really take out 50 million yuan. Chen Zilin felt that she had underestimated this person. 50 million yuan. Chen Hai heard this and looked at Lin Fei in shock. Old Lin, when did you get rich? You're a local tycoon. 50 million yuan. Even I don't have as much as you. Chen Hai was sincerely happy for Lin Fei. After all, he was prepared to help Lin Fei. In the beginning, Chen Hai thought that Lin Fei's clothes were too simple, which made him think that Lin Fei must not have been doing well for the past 5 years, which was why he did not attend the class reunion. So, he decided to find a time when there was no one around to have a good chat with him, to help his old classmate and deskmate. However, he did not expect this guy to directly take out 50 million yuan, which made Chen Hai shocked and a little worried. Old Chen, let's just forget about it. This is 50 million yuan. If you lose it, Lin Fei said. I've always believed in luck. In the face of luck, no matter how smart you are, it's useless. Just wait and watch the show. Luo Jun had a faint smile on his face. My friend, you're really rich. You can write a 50 million yuan check just like that. Then I'll play a good game with you. I don't know what you like to play, but I respect your opinion. Lin Fei smiled. Anyway, I rely on luck. It's all the same. You can play whatever you like. I like to rely on luck to beat my opponent's best gambling method. Luo Jun's eyes twitched. He had never seen such an arrogant guy. He actually wanted to rely on luck. There must be something wrong with his brain. Let's play a simple game of who's bigger and who's bigger. 3 games, 2 wins. What do you think? Don't you like to rely on luck? Let's compete then. Luo Jun was smart. When the surrounding people heard this, they were dumbfounded. Then they got excited. It seemed like it was really a game of luck. They had not seen such a big bet many times, because this kind of free gambling bet was usually around hundreds of thousands or even millions. It was very rare to see a bet of 50 million. Chapter 4003. What's the background of this young man? He looks ordinary, but he wrote a 50 million cash check? I heard that a cash check requires a net worth of at least a few hundred million. Could it be that this guy has a net worth of a few hundred million? So what if he has a net worth of a few hundred million? Doesn't he know how powerful Luo Jun is? When he fights with Luo Jun, he'll know what regret is. Of all the games he could have played, why did he have to play big and small? There were already a lot of people around the gambling table. Some with good eyesight had already recognized who this handsome guy was. They also knew how powerful this handsome guy was, so no one was optimistic about the young man. He could have played with anyone, but he had to play with Luo Jun. He was a famous gambler here. God knows how many people had lost to him. It was said that Luo Jun's brain development was extremely good. Ever since he was a child, he was very good at calculating in the game of Go, so much so that he had a great talent in gambling. It could be said that he was self-taught. Usually, people rarely saw Luo Jun come here to play because no one would play with him. But this time, someone actually bet 50 million on Luo Jun kneeling on the ground with this woman. This kind of thing had never happened before. However, in everyone's opinion, this 50 million was destined to be wasted. Since it involved a bet of 50 million yuan, the dealer was also changed to a new person. She was also a sexy and beautiful dealer. Her shuffling skills were very good, dazzling the crowd. The beautiful dealer placed the cards in her hand on the gambling table and stretched out her hand. Both of you, please draw your cards. Luo Jun laughed. For the first round, I'll let you draw first, lest you say that I'm bullying you. When he was shuffling the cards just now, the handsome Luo Jun had almost memorized all the cards. No matter what card his opponent drew, he was sure that he would win. Chen Hai, you have to let your friend seize the opportunity. My boyfriend usually doesn't let others win, lest he loses too badly. Chun Ziling sat on Luo Jun's lap and said with good intentions, but the expression on her face was full of sarcasm. Lin Fei laughed. Fatty, you go and draw a card first. Don't you think it's more interesting to defeat this handsome guy with your own hands? I'll do it. Chun Hai was surprised and shook his head. No, you do it. Lin Fei said. Don't be like this. Can't you be more courageous? This is not like the Chun Hai I knew. Isn't he just going to draw a card? I'm a person who believes in luck the most. I think we'll be lucky today. We'll kill whatever comes our way. Even if the god of gamblers comes, it'll be the same. Lin Fei gently patted Chun Hai on the shoulder. Don't you want this woman to kneel in front of you? What could be more exciting than personally defeating your opponent? Hearing this, Chun Hai's eyes were filled with hatred. All kinds of scenes kept appearing in his mind. His face also showed a trace of ferocity. Fine, I'll do it. Chen Huan didn't even look at it. He just randomly picked one out and threw it on the table. After the cards were opened, sighs could be heard from the surroundings. Chen Hai, your luck is really bad. You didn't want to draw, but you actually drew Zhang Xi. Chun Ziling was laughing so hard that she was almost rocking back and forth, because Chun Hai had flipped over a 4. This could be considered the smallest card. Chun Hai was also stunned. He was very annoyed. Old Lin, I don't think my luck is good. I'm going to lose this time. Lin Fei said carelessly. I told you we're relying on luck. What if this guy draws a 3? The people around were also surprised. Best of 3. The first round was a 4. Under normal circumstances, if the opponent randomly drew a card, he would definitely win. Baby, you do it. Let Chen Hai know that luck is not a reliable thing. I don't want people to say that I'm bullying them, Luo Jun said with a smile. Chen Hai, open your eyes wide. My random poker card is bigger than yours. Chun Ziling happily stretched out her hand. Her cardamom-colored fingernails casually picked up a poker card and threw it on the table. The card flipped over and landed on the table. Chun Ziling was smiling. Suddenly, the crowd was silent. Then there was a loud burst of laughter. This kind of thing actually happened? What the hell? I can't believe it's a 3. What a joke. That guy is such a jinx. I can't believe we're watching such a good show. No one would believe it. We can win by drawing a random card, but it's a 3. Is this really luck? Chen Hai was about to close his eyes and accept the fact that he would lose the first round. But when he heard the voice, he opened his eyes and laughed out loud. Chun Ziling, to think that you would have such a day. Looks like your luck isn't that great either. You actually flipped out a 3. Sorry, my 4 is just a bit bigger than yours, so I win, ha 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 ha. Chen Hai was exhilarated. Even if it was only a little bigger than his opponent, it was still bigger than his opponent. How is this possible? This is impossible. Chun Ziling could not accept this scene. The 3 was now very glaring. Luo Jun was stunned. He had casually swept the table just now. He barely remembered that the card should be a 7 of diamonds. How could it suddenly become a 3? Luo Jun's expression changed quickly. He smiled and comforted. Baby, it's okay. Best of 3. This is only the first round. Chen Hai felt much better after hearing the comforting words. You just won 1 round. What's so great about it? When my boyfriend makes his move, let's see how you lose. Chun Ziling could only fight for his face like this. Luo Jun stared at Lin Fei's man from the beginning to the end. He did not feel that his opponent had done anything, so he could only think that his opponent was lucky. It's good enough that you won 1 round. Now it's interesting. Luo Jun smiled. I won't go easy on you in the next round. The dealer began to shuffle the cards again. In addition, he also changed the deck. You went easy on me just now. Now it's my turn to go easy on you. Let me see how good you are at eating with your brain. Lin Fei laughed. Luo Jun laughed. As you wish. Luo Jun's slender fingers did not look like a man's. He quickly flipped over a card on the table. Sorry, this is a king of diamonds. My eyesight has always been good. Luo Jun flipped it gently. He did not look at the card, but he knew what it was. After this card was flipped over, the crowd burst into laughter again. Chen Hai was the first to laugh. You really know how to show off. It's obviously a 3 of diamonds, but you said it was an ace of diamonds. Your eyes are really bad. I think you should go get a pair of glasses. I happen to know someone who sells glasses. He can even give you a 50% discount. A 3 of diamonds? Luo Jun looked down. The card in his hand was really a 3 of diamonds. Impossible. Luo Jun stood up. Chapter 4004. P.S. There was a mistake last night. It was the ace of diamonds, not the king of diamonds. I made a mistake. Luo Jun stood up and stared at the 3 of diamonds on the table. He clearly remembered that it was the ace of diamonds, but now it was the 3 of diamonds. He couldn't accept this. It can't be the 3 of diamonds. You cheated. You must have cheated. I remember it very clearly. Luo Jun was very confident in his memory. There was no way he could remember it wrongly. This card had to be an ace of diamonds, but he couldn't figure out how the other party had done it, because from the beginning to the end, he hadn't noticed the other party make any movements, but he had actually drawn a 3 of diamonds, and he had even shamelessly boasted that it was an ace of diamonds in front of everyone. This was simply too embarrassing. Lin Fei raised his hands. Look carefully. My hands were not off the table from the beginning to the end. Do you think I could have done anything? Or do you think everyone here is so gullible? It's your own memory that's not good. Why did you insist on saying it was the ace of diamonds? I think you must have done too much last night. You can't even concentrate. Sometimes your brain can't think straight. I advise you to eat more supplements. I remember that brain platinum is quite good. You can have a few bottles. If you don't have enough money, I can give you a car full of them. If you don't have enough money, I can give you a car full of them. Chunhai also laughed. Yes. The effect of brain platinum is quite good. It also has anti-aging properties. After drinking it, your head won't feel dizzy, and your legs won't hurt anymore. I think it's very suitable for you. Luo Jun also knew how powerless his words were. After all, the other party was sitting so far away from the beginning. The poker cards were placed in the center. No one could have done anything to them. And the dealer was a resident here. Luo Jun didn't believe that the dealer could have done anything. So was his luck really too bad? Or was there something wrong with his memory? Luo Jun felt a little confused. A 3 of diamonds. If there were no accidents, he would lose 2 rounds in a row. Luo Jun found it hard to accept. He was a celebrity here. If he really knelt in front of these 2 people, then his reputation would be ruined. He would never come to this glorious resort villa again. You have nothing to say now? Lin Fei smiled faintly and said, Fatty, hurry up and draw a card. The opponent has a 3 of diamonds. I think with your luck, you should be able to beat him easily. Chunhai laughed heartily. That's for sure. I can easily beat him in a random draw. Without saying anything, Chun Haijin casually drew a poker card and threw it out. However, after throwing it out, even he himself was dumbfounded. He actually drew a 2 of diamonds. The 2 of diamonds was the smallest tile. Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. I didn't expect your luck to be worse than mine. You actually drew a 2 of spades. Luo Jun, who originally thought he would lose, finally laughed out loud. Even the heavens were helping him. The surrounding people also burst into hisses. This fatty's luck is really bad. Yeah, the other guy drew a 3 and he got a 2. Looks like his luck is really not that good. The third round is going to be interesting. This Luo Jun has an undeserved reputation. I can't believe he remembered the wrong cards. I really don't know what he's doing. Fortunately, he still has one last chance. Chun Hai looked at the 2 of spades that was thrown out. He was at a loss. He looked at Lin Fei awkwardly. You see, I told you my luck is really not that good. It was supposed to be a sure win, but I actually drew a 2 of spades. Lin Fei patted Chun Hai on the shoulder. It's normal to have good luck and bad luck. But don't you think it's quite exciting? Exciting, of course it's exciting. Chun Hai laughed. This is the most exciting game I've ever played in my life. Lin Fei said. Then you should play the third round. Use your luck to teach Luo Jun a lesson. Let him know that luck can sweep everything. Can I? Chun Hai hesitated. Why don't you go? I'm afraid that I'll draw another 2 of spades. If that happens, I'll lose for sure. Lin Fei laughed. I think I'll pass. People are already saying that I cheated. It's better if you do it later, lest you say that I cheated after you win. Luo Jun's face twitched. After all, he really thought that Chun Hai cheated. But there were so many people here and they were so far away. If someone really cheated and could do it to this extent, then that person was even worse than the god of gamblers. Luo Jun absolutely did not believe that there was such a person in the world. You've already won against Chen Zilin once. If you win again, then you can make them kneel in front of you. I guarantee that if they lose, they will definitely kneel in front of you. You can even do whatever you want. Don't you look forward to it? Lin Fei said in a confident tone. Don't you want to give them a hard blow? I've already given you a chance. Look at them, they rely on their brains to make a living, and they can only draw a 3 of diamonds. What's there to be afraid of? Their friends behind them also chimed in. Yeah, Fatty, you have to do it. It's all about luck anyway. Who's afraid of who? I think you'll be able to kill them all. I believe you can. You shouldn't go easy on this kind of woman. Chen Hai's attitude also began to change. Others thought that Luo Jun was very strong, but Chen Hai did not think so. Even the king of diamonds could be turned into a 3 of diamonds. This seemed to be no different from relying on his own luck. He gritted his teeth and said, Old Lin, I'll listen to you. I'll go for the 3rd round. It's all about luck. Who's afraid of who? Luo Jun's face twitched again. That round was like walking on a single log bridge. It made Luo Jun's heart tremble. His back was drenched in cold sweat. Now that Chen Hai dared to look down on him, Luo Jun couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Hai, just give up. I won't let this happen again in the 3rd round, Luo Jun said fiercely. Upstairs in the monitoring room, the bespectacled technical advisor was the first to act. Check this guy right now. See if he cheated. Also, look at the fatty next to him. The technical advisor knew Luo Jun's ability. It was impossible for him to make any mistakes when it came to memorizing cards. However, the ace of diamonds had turned into a 3 of diamonds. This was not a small matter. He immediately suspected that someone had cheated. He knew that Luo Jun would never make such a small mistake. Besides, this kind of card game was child's play. There were no restrictions. Basically, as long as he remembered which card it was, there would be no problem. Supervisor, I haven't found anything yet. These 2 are newbies. They're too ordinary. They're not from the gambling world at all. Neither of them cheated. The guy who took out $50 million had his hands and feet off the gambling table. There's no suspicion of cheating. Everyone in the room was a veteran. They immediately took out the video and checked it. They slowed it down and replayed it frame by frame. They didn't find any problems. They also checked the identities of the 2. There was no problem. How is this possible? Is it really luck? Am I wrong? 2K Reading Net. Chapter 4005. Brother Jun, you will definitely win the 3rd round. Chen Hai's luck is not as good as yours. Chen Zilin chuckled. Luo Jun nodded. That's true. Who do you think I am? I was just careless just now and he took advantage of me. But in the end I still won. I won't give him any more chances in the 3rd round. I will definitely win this round. What happened in the 2nd round made Luo Jun very unhappy, so he had to win back everything in the 3rd round. Only by doing so could he let everyone know how powerful Luo Jun was. He even had to correct one point. He used his brain and not his luck. He was not on the same level as these people. This was something he had to make clear. For a gambling master, once luck was involved, how could he be called a gambling master? The beautiful dealer also began to shuffle the cards for the 3rd time. Compared to the previous 2 times, this time, the dealer shuffled the cards more carefully. The whole process was smooth and it was even faster than before. The crowd was dazzled. As her hand slid down, another crescent moon appeared. Since both of you have won a round, the winner of the 2nd round will draw first in the 3rd round. Do you have any objections? The beautiful dealer said to Luo Jun. Luo Jun smiled. Of course, I respect your opinion. The beautiful dealer then said to Chen Hai. What about you? Chen Hai was ready to risk it all. He smiled and said, if he draws first, then let him draw first. Anyway, I rely on luck. Maybe his brain won't be as good as my luck later. However, in the eyes of many people, the winning chance of the 3rd round had quietly shifted to Luo Jun. Everyone knew that Luo Jun's skill would never make any mistakes again. They would rather believe that the last round was a mistake. In the 3rd round, Luo Jun would definitely go all out. By then, the fat man would lose without a doubt. It was difficult to cheat under such circumstances, because the distance between the cards of both sides was too far. Luo Jun naturally knew that this was the advantage given to him by the beautiful dealer. For a gambling master, drawing first was equivalent to grasping a 90% chance of winning. As for the remaining 10%, it was basically negligible, especially when the opponent was Chan Hai, a guy who did not know how to gamble. Luo Jun would not quietly eat Chan Hai's 3 million worth of chips. Chan Hai, open your eyes wide and watch. This time, I will make sure you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. I will show you that luck is useless in front of true brains. Luo Jun once again stretched out his slender finger and gently swiped it. With a light flick of his fingernail, one of the poker cards fell down gently. A conspicuous ace of hearts on the table appeared in everyone's eyes, instantly causing a burst of cheers. Young Master Luo is indeed young Master Luo. What a great move to find the cards from 1,000 miles away. This time Fatty Chun will definitely lose. This is the Ace of Hearts. Young Master Luo has basically locked the victory unless that kid can draw an Ace of Spades. But it's impossible for him to draw an Ace of Spades. Luo Jun flipped over the Ace of Hearts and felt a little regretful in his heart. In fact, he wanted to pull out the Ace of Spades. After all, the Ace of Spades was the biggest card. As long as the Ace of Spades was taken out, the outcome of the battle would be decided. Unfortunately, the shuffling was too fast. He couldn't keep up with it, but he managed to remember it. Ace of Hearts, Ace of Clubs. Although the Ace of Hearts was not as big as the Ace of Spades, for this third round, it had basically locked the outcome of the battle. Did you see that? This is strength. I will gladly accept your friend's 50 million yuan. Chun Zilin sneered at Chan Hai. My man is amazing. The Ace of Hearts. Didn't you say that you were lucky? Then why don't you draw the Ace of Spades and let everyone see what is called invincible luck? Chan Hai was indeed shocked. Originally, he wanted to defeat Luo Jun with luck. But when the Ace of Hearts came out, he was suddenly dumbfounded and became less confident. He secretly glanced at Lin Fei next to him and found that Lin Fei had always been calm. It seemed that the appearance of the Ace of Hearts had not changed at all. At this time, Lin Fei glanced at Chan Hai with a smile. He has already drawn a card. What are you waiting for? Go and give him a slap and teach him a lesson. Let him know what it means to be invincible luck. Chan Hai was not confident at first, but somehow, in the face of his old classmate Lin Fei's smile, he felt a sense of calmness, as if he was sure to win this time. Chan Haijin believed in this feeling. Forget it. I will draw first. Since things had come to this, Chan Hai didn't say anything more. He casually glanced at the poker cards on the table, grabbed one and closed his eyes. It was really a very casual card. Luo Jun smiled. He knew he had one. He remembered this card. It was a 6 of spades. The poker card was thrown onto the gambling table. In the eyes of the crowd, no matter what the fat man drew, he would lose. What a pity. That's 50 million yuan. This is the biggest bet of the glorious resort villa for a long time. Chan Hai, just admit defeat. From the moment you drew the card, I knew you had lost. Luo Jun said disdainfully. The poker card rolled out and finally revealed itself. The smear of black on the card became extremely dazzling. Next to him, Chan Zilin's face paled. She screamed, Ace of Spades. This is the Ace of Spades. How is this possible? This is impossible. It was unknown how many people were dumbfounded by this scream. All eyes were on the card. Oh my God, it's the Ace of Spades. This is really invincible luck. Who knows where this fat man came from? How can he draw the Ace of Spades? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Those who thought that Chan Hai would lose for sure were now dumbfounded. The flipped cards became glaring at this moment. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and they felt a burning sensation. Chan Hai was also stunned. Then he danced with joy. Ha ha ha, I drew the Ace of Spades. I won. I won. Old Lin, I won. Chan Hai laughed. Tch, kneel down. From beginning to end, Lin Fei only had a faint smile on his face. I told you that you would win because our luck is invincible. Luo Jun's face turned pale. You must have cheated. That card was obviously the 6 of spades. How did it become the Ace of Spades? In the blink of an eye, Luo Jun, who thought he had won, fell from the clouds. It was normal to lose once. But this time it was too abnormal. Even Luo Jun could not keep up with the ace of spades. He felt that all these years of learning had been in vain. Chapter 4006. Just when everyone thought that Luo Jun was going to win the game, reality played a huge joke on them. Luo Jun had lost. He had lost completely. No one could believe that luck could really beat Luo Jun, who was good at gambling. You cheated, you must have cheated. My boyfriend is so good, there's no way he would lose. Chun Zilin jumped up in panic. Just a moment ago, Chun Zilin was still fantasizing about buying a house, a few new bags, and even a supercar after winning 50 million. But now, in the blink of an eye, everything was gone. She even had to kneel in front of Chen Hai. Chun Zilin couldn't accept this. She jumped up on the spot. Chen Hai laughed. A loss is a loss. What's there to quibble about? You said that I cheated, then show me the evidence. If you don't have any evidence, then you'll have to kneel down in front of me. Chen Hai was more excited than ever. Lin Fei laughed. Didn't you hear what my friend said? Since you've lost, then you'll have to fulfill your request. My 50 million is not that easy to get. Luo Jun knew better than anyone that he had lost this time. But he couldn't figure out how he had lost. After all, it was an ace of spades. In his heart, he didn't believe that Chen Hai had the ability to draw an ace of spades so casually. He had drawn an ace of spades, and this was under the condition that he had a good memory. But what kind of person Chen Hai was, he knew better than anyone else. He was just an ordinary person. How could an ordinary person draw an ace of spades? But it was another problem for Luo Jun to figure out how Chen Hai had cheated. No matter what, he had lost this time. He had lost completely. Originally, he wanted to win the game, but in the blink of an eye, he had become a joke again. He even vaguely felt that he had won the last game purely because Chen Hai had gone easy on him. Chen Hai had wanted him to fall from the clouds and smash him hard on the ground. This idea was really ridiculous. How else could it be explained? Could it be that luck was really invincible? Luo Jun wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Chen Hai, you win. I lost this game. You can take the 5 million and even the 3 million I won just now. What do you think? Luo Jun said, suppressing his irritation. It was impossible to make Luo Jun kneel down, so he would rather not have these chips and 5 million in his hands. After all, it was only 8 million in total. It was really nothing to him. If he lost, then he lost. But if he knelt down, then it would be a completely different matter. He would soon become a big joke in the circle, and he wouldn't be able to raise his head for a long time. He was a master in the gambling world, but he actually suffered a big setback in such a small scene, and was even forced to kneel down. How could he continue to stay in the circle? Chen Hai shook his head and said, The 3 million you lost was originally yours. I don't want your 3 million. Of course, I want the 5 million you lost. However, I still want you to kneel in front of me. Of course you can be cheap, but I don't mind advertising for you. Of course I want you to kneel. Just take the 8 million. Luo Jun looked at Chen Hai. Kneel down. I'll make you kneel down. Otherwise, I'll really cause a ruckus today. It was rare for Chen Hai to vent his anger, but after hearing Luo Jun's words, Chen Hai was not willing to accept it. He wanted Luo Jun and Chun Zilin to kneel in front of him. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Chen Hai stopped dreaming. I, Chun Zilin, will never kneel in front of you for the rest of my life. Chun Zilin said. She took Luo Jun's hand and prepared to leave. Let's go. Don't talk to these two lunatics. Who knows if they cheated or not? Chun Zilin knew how powerful Luo Jun was. She didn't believe that he would lose in such a small game. Chen Hai must have cheated. Otherwise, how could all this happen? Lin Fei saw it all. He said calmly, If you lose, you should know that you have lost. You can't say that we didn't pay up because we lost 50 million. I took out 50 million in good faith. Now that you have lost, you want to renege on your debt? You think 8 million is a lot? I think you should just kneel in front of me. Do you really want to go too far? Luo Jun sneered. If I don't kneel, what can you do to me? Don't say that I didn't give you face. Take the 8 million and get out of here. Luo Jun was also confident. He could lose 8 million yuan, but it was impossible for him to kneel down. He was not afraid that Chen Hai and this guy would make trouble. If they dared to make trouble, They would not be able to leave the glorious resort villa today. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Are you sure you won't kneel?" "I won't kneel. What can you do to me? I don't even suspect that you cheated. I'm just being polite to you." Lin Fei laughed. "All right then, I'll fulfill your wish. Now kneel." It was a sentence that was neither light nor heavy. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, it was different for Luo Jun and Chan Zilin. There was a loud bang in their heads. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Fear and uneasiness surged in their hearts. Then they exploded. Their legs went completely soft and they knelt on the ground with a thud. This kneel was solid and solid. Everyone could hear it clearly. It was definitely an old pain. The two of them grinned. When the people next to them saw this, they all took out their phones to take pictures. Young Master Luo is indeed young Master Luo. He actually knelt down. This is unbelievable. He obviously didn't want to kneel. Could it be that he thought it through? The crowd did not know why Luo Jun knelt down. However, they would never forget such a scene for the rest of their lives. They quickly took out their phones and took a video. When they had nothing to do, they could take it out and brag about it. ***, how dare you ask me to kneel? Luo Jun roared. His mind was blank. He struggled to stand up. But when he tried to stand up, he felt a terrifying force pressing down on his body. He couldn't move. Just like that, he knelt on the ground. "What did you do to us? Why can't I stand up?" Luo Jun was panicking. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't. He had never encountered such a situation before. Luo Jun finally realized that this friend of Chun Hai was not a simple person. Chan Zilin, who was next to him, also screamed, "I don't want to kneel. I want to stand up. I don't want to kneel." But no matter how much Chan Zilin screamed, it was useless. A wave of pressure pressed down on them. Chun Hai was at a loss. But he immediately became excited. "Chan Zilin, to think that this day would come for you. Didn't you say that you wouldn't kneel? Why are you kneeling now? You women." Lin Fei smiled and said, "I see that you're quite unhappy with this Chan Zilin. Since you're unhappy, go and give them a few tight slaps. A man can't be a coward." Chapter 4007. Everyone was shocked again when they heard this. Not only did he make the man kneel down, but he also asked someone to go up and beat him up. Who was this young man? That was Luo Jun. It was said that he had a lot of connections with splendid resort villa. He could do whatever he wanted here. "How dare you?" Luo Jun yelled. "Chun Hai, if you dare touch me, I will not forgive you." Luo Jun couldn't get up now, but if he was slapped in the face again, it would be a complete joke. "And you, I don't care who you are or where you come from, I will make you regret it." Luo Jun was now more and more certain that this guy must be cheating. It was just that his methods were too subtle. "Security, come over here." Chan Zilin shouted. "Security, come over here and arrest them. They must be cheating." Chan Zilin was also a smart person. What a pair of dog and dog. Lin Fei didn't care about what Luo Jun and Chan Zilin said. No one knew better than Lin Fei that Chun Hai had been suppressing his anger for a long time. If he didn't release it in time, sooner or later, he would have a mental breakdown. Lin Fei was helping Chun Hai to release some of his emotions. As for whether Chun Hai dared to do it, it was up to him. Only by releasing his emotions could he relieve the pressure on him. "Can I really do it?" Chun Hai's eyes flashed a trace of ruthlessness. After all, he hated Chan Zilin and Luo Jun more than anyone else. Now that he thought about it, Chan Zilin was deliberately provoking him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost 3 million yuan. If it weren't for Lin Fei, Chun Hai believed that he would have lost even more. All this was thanks to Lin Fei's help. Lin Fei said, "I can guarantee that the two of them will only kneel there and let you hit them as you please. The premise is that you can't be a coward." "I'm a man. I won't be a coward. Today I will let this bitch know how powerful I am." Chun Hai drank a little today. Although he was not completely sober, he was still very sober. As the saying goes, drinking makes people brave. Chun Hai was like this now. Chun Hai stood up and walked towards Chan Zilin. Chan Zilin panicked and screamed, "Chun Hai, don't you dare. If you dare touch me, I'll kill you." Chun Hai hurried over and slapped Chan Zilin's face. "You bitch, I've tolerated you for a long time." This slap caused Chan Zilin's beautiful face to instantly swell up. Under normal circumstances, Chun Zileen would have been sent flying. But now Chun Zileen couldn't move. She could only kneel on the ground and let Chun Hai slap her face. Chun Hai, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Chun Zileen's screams only made Chun Hai hate Chun Zileen even more. The fat palm slapped down again. Come, let's see how you're going to fight me. Pa 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 pa. Chun Hai's palms landed on Chun Zileen's face again and again. Who told you to be with other men outside? Who told you to use my money to sleep with other men? You asked for it. I, Chun Hai, am also a man. Since when did you have the right to betray me? You want money, I give you money. You want things, I buy them for you. How can you not be satisfied? Chun Hai's heart was indeed full of anger. At this moment, facing Chun Zileen, he finally vented it. He slapped Chun Zileen's face again and again. In the beginning, Chun Zileen was still struggling and screaming. But Chun Hai was too strong. After a dozen slaps, Chun Zileen's face was swollen. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her face was also distorted. Chun Hai, I beg you, don't hit me. I'm wrong. Don't hit me. Chun Zileen's face was full of fear and anxiety. She kept begging for mercy. Now you know you're wrong. How did you treat me in the beginning? Chun Hai slapped her again. Today I'll beat you to death, you be *tej, so you don't have to go out and seduce other men. With each slap, the anger in Chun Hai's heart was gradually vented. Chun Zileen, on the other hand, was soon beaten into a pig's head. Even her beautiful makeup was ruined. Now, no matter how one looked at it, she was in a sorry state. That's enough, my friend. If you continue like this, you'll be miserable. Luo Jun was afraid of Chun Hai now. After all, Chun Zileen looked really miserable. He was afraid that when Chun Hai shifted his gaze to him, he would be miserable. Luo Jun knew that it must be this D*Ned guy who did this. Otherwise, how could he and Chun Zileen be like a block of wood? No matter how many times Chun Zileen hit them, they wouldn't fall. Luo Jun, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have known that you existed. Chun Hai turned his gaze to Luo Jun. He raised his hand and slapped Luo Jun's face. You be *starred. Just now, you deliberately provoked me and caused me to lose $3 million. You have guts, but in the end you still lost to me. Chun Hai slapped Luo Jun again. This time he used more force. It was far stronger than Chun Zileen's slap. Luo Jun's face was swollen. It even made Luo Jun spit out a bloody tooth. Chun Hai, you're dead. You're finished. If I don't teach you a lesson. Before Luo Jun could finish his sentence, Chun Hai raised his hand and slapped him again. In an instant, Luo Jun fell to the ground. Chun Hai raised his hand and kicked him again. Luo Jun flew more than 10 meters away. Luo Jun curled up like a shrimp on the spot. I hit you. What can you do about it? Lin Fei looked at the scene with a smile. Fatty, that's right. Don't keep it to yourself. When it comes to people you're unhappy with, there's only one way to deal with them. Just go up and beat them up. Chun Hai said gratefully, Thank you, Elder Lin. I feel so much better now. I've never felt so good before. I didn't know that hitting people could feel so good. Lin Fei laughed heartily. Of course it's good to hit people. In fact, the more you hit them, the better it feels. Chun Hai nodded vigorously. Now I have a deeper understanding of it. After hitting Chun Zileen and Luo Jun, Chun Hai felt really good. Oh no, the security guards are here. This is bad. Someone cried out in alarm. Someone had already notified the security guards about the disturbance, especially since Luo Jun was involved. A group of 8 security guards in black suits walked over. Young Master Luo, what's wrong? A few security guards helped Luo Jun up. Luo Jun's face was bruised and swollen. He pointed at Chun Hai. Arrest them immediately. I suspect that they're cheating. If they dare to resist, beat them up. Luo Jun's eyes were murderous. Even though he was beaten up, Luo Jun still knew what to say. He knew that they were cheating. Chapter 4008. When the security guards arrived, Luo Jun seemed to have found his backbone. He no longer had to worry about being beaten up by Chun Hai. He was really scared. When other people saw this scene, they couldn't help but worry about Chun Hai and the young man. Who didn't know that Luo Jun had great power here? Just look at the security guards, they knew who Luo Jun was. If things didn't go well, these two people would have to suffer. You two come with us. Of all places to cheat. Why would you try to cheat in our splendid holiday villa? You sure have guts, the leader of the security guard said as he walked over. His gaze was so fierce that it was terrifying. Although Chun Hai was fat, how could he be the opponent of this fierce security guard? Just one look was enough to make Chun Hai take a step back. Who said we cheated? Show me the evidence. If you don't have evidence, then fart. Is this how your brilliant resort villa slander people? Chun Hai could only bite the bullet and say, there were so many people here. He really didn't believe that these people would dare to do anything. Whether or not we cheated, we will know after we bring him back and ask him. The fierce-looking security guard stretched out his hand and grabbed Chun Hai. This grab showed that he had some skills and he was using the grappling hand. The fierce security guard was used to catching people. He knew that Chun Hai couldn't escape. He dared to cheat in the brilliant resort villa and beat people. He was really bold. When Chun Hai couldn't escape, a hand stretched out, tightly grabbed the fierce security guard, and gently squeezed. The fierce-looking security guard's face turned red as he yelled, "Let go of me! Let go of me right now!" Lin Fei gently shook his hand, and the fierce security guard stepped back and sat on the ground. What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and capture these two fellows. The remaining 7 security guards didn't expect that this person would dare to resist. They all grabbed rubber bats and hit Lin Fei. How dare you be presumptuous here? Who do you think you are? These security guards were also hot-tempered. No one had ever dared to cause trouble here. Those who dared to cause trouble would always be taught a lesson by the security guards before their families came to take them away. This was because the splendid holiday villa had a powerful background. Who wouldn't treat them with respect? The so-called fox assuming the tiger's might was exactly like this. Therefore, when they attacked, they had no intention of showing mercy at all. They had the mentality of beating this person up first. Old Lin, be careful! Chun Hai shouted. Their lousy skills can't do anything to me. Lin Fei walked up with a smile. None of the rubber sticks hit Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his leg and kicked them. Bang 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 bang. Every kick hit a security guard. In an instant, the 7 security guards were sent flying. They couldn't get up for a long time. Look, it's that easy. This scene scared Luo Jun so much that he took a few steps back and sat on the ground. His face was pale. You dare to hit me? You're finished. You're really finished. Don't even think about leaving this place today. Luo Jun had underestimated this person. He dared to hit people in public, but the more this was the case, the more excited he became. Chun Hai was also hot-tempered. He was already in a bad mood, so he rushed up and started to punch and kick Luo Jun. Who's finished? I think you're the one who's finished. Coward, let's play some more. Chun Hai kicked Luo Jun's body again and again. In an instant, Chun Hai started crying. He cried for his father and mother. He could only hold his head with both hands and curl up on the ground. He couldn't make a sound for a long time. Old Lin, let's go. Chun Hai kicked Luo Jun again and turned around. Anyway, the matter was already out. Leaving the splendid holiday villa first. Once they were outside, Chun Hai would definitely find a way to deal with it. At worst, they could just leave Dong Hai and hide for a while. He didn't believe that the people of the splendid holiday villa would keep chasing them. Lin Fei laughed. Why should we run? We didn't cheat. What's there to worry about? Chun Hai was also confused. He didn't know what was going on in his old deskmate's mind. If you want to leave, you'll have to ask this young master first. You dare to cheat in my casino? You have guts. At this time, a loud voice came from afar. Everyone saw a group of people coming over. A dozen people surrounded a young man as he walked over. When this young man appeared, a few of the regular customers secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is this owner here? Doesn't he rarely come here? If Luo Jun could do whatever he wanted here, then this young man was the owner of the splendid holiday villa. His background was really deep, and that was no joke. Most people had only heard of this person's name, but had never seen him. In particular, the number of times he appeared in the casino could be counted on one hand. However, no one dared to ignore this young man's ability. In the Donghai, it could be said that he could do whatever he wanted. Lai Xian was in a bad mood. Since the last time he suffered at the hands of Lin Fei and was warned by his third uncle, he had no choice but to come to the splendid holiday villa to relax. His mood recovered a lot. Although he gnashed his teeth at Lin Fei, Lai Xian was also a smart person. Naturally, he knew that the kid was in the limelight recently. Moreover, he made several masters suffer a big loss in the Longtonton Mountain Villa, so he didn't dare to say anything. Therefore, before he figured out what was going on, Lai Xian didn't dare to really make things difficult for Lin Fei. After all, it was not worth it for the Lai family to do something bad. He didn't expect that a fight would happen in his casino, and it seemed that the person who beat him was the brother of one of his lovers. Lai Xian had no choice but to come out personally. He wanted to see what kind of coward dared to come out and make trouble. Since he couldn't deal with Lin Fei, he would vent his anger on this kind of small fry. Therefore, Lai Xian decided that no matter who this person was, he would just directly cripple him. Everyone stepped aside. Lai Xian walked over with an expressionless face. His body was so fierce that many people didn't dare to look up. "I heard that you don't plan to let me leave." When Lai Xian walked in, he was greeted with a familiar tone. "What a big tone. Why don't you look at you?" Lai Xian didn't even look at him and scolded him. However, halfway through his words, his whole body suddenly trembled and he blurted out, Why are you here?" This was the person Lai Xian didn't want to see the most. "Young Master Lai, quickly help me vent my anger. These two guys not only cheated but also beat me. It's best to break all their limbs." When Luo Jun saw Lai Xian, he immediately climbed up and leaned over like a dog. He fiercely said to Lin Fei and Chen Hai, "Scram." Lai Xian kicked Luo Jun's body and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He heavily smashed into a gambling table. With a crack, the gambling table collapsed. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 4009. It was a sudden turn of events. Who knew how many people at the scene were shocked? No one had expected this young man to suddenly fly into a rage. Luo Jun, who was rather famous, had been sent flying more than 10 meters away with a single kick, smashing the gambling table. Many people gasped inwardly because after the gambling table collapsed, numerous cracks appeared on it, and it was a ghastly sight. If it had been them, they would probably have fainted on the spot. Luo Jun, who was smashed on the gambling table, widened his eyes. Blood trickled down the corner of his mouth as he stared at the ceiling. His mind was blank. He could not understand why young Master Lai would kick him. He had not done anything wrong. Why would he do such a thing? He was in a daze. "This is a holiday villa. Can't I come here?" Lin Fei said with a smile. Chen Hai and his classmates, who were standing at the side, stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. Although they did not know who this young man was, the power of that kick had truly shocked them. At that moment they realized that this old classmate of theirs seemed to be a little different. There was a mysterious air about him, and it was obvious that he was someone of status. Yes, who said no? Lai Xian actually did not want to see Lin Fei. He had no choice but to kick Luo Jun just now. He was really annoyed that Luo Jun had to offend Lin Fei of all people. After all, Lin Fei was very powerful now. Even he himself was no match for him. And third uncle's words kept ringing in his ears. Lai Xian felt that it was best not to offend Lin Fei for the time being. As for what kind of person his brother-in-law was, Lai Xian knew very well that it was impossible for Lin Fei to cheat. Lin Fei was a grandmaster expert, so there was no need for him to cheat. Lin Shang smiled and said, "This is a holiday villa. You can come, I can come. Everyone can come." Lai Xian squeezed out an ugly smile and said, "Yes." Lin Fei laughed. "That's more like it. Since we're doing business, the resort villa should look like a resort villa." "Oh right, my friend doesn't like that Luo Jun and that Chen Zilin be *tch. You should know what to do." Lai Xian was not interested in finding out what had happened between the two of them. He only knew that he could not allow Lin Fei to get angry here. Otherwise, the entire holiday villa would be torn apart by him. This was a loss that Lai Xian could not bear. Although he had suffered at Lin Fei's hands, the news had not really spread out. Therefore, it was best not to spread this matter if it did not have to. Chen Zilin, who was already trembling in fear, screamed when she heard Chen Hai's words. In an instant, she threw herself onto Chen Hai's feet and hugged his thigh. "Hai, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go." Chen Zilin had seen this young man before. Her own man had to kneel in front of this young Master Lai. No one knew this young man's background better than her. But now this young man was terrifying. This powerful young Master Lai had sent her boyfriend flying with a kick. One could only imagine how powerful this friend of Chen Hai's was. Chen Zilin did not dare to imagine. The only thing she could do was beg for Chen Hai's forgiveness. She knew that if she was taken away, her fate would be very miserable. Therefore, Chen Zilin did not care about her pride anymore. She hugged Chen Hai's thigh and cried. She was as sad as she could be. She was regretting it. If she had known that Chen Hai had such a powerful friend, she would not have broken up with him. Many people at the scene could not stand it anymore. But no one dared to stand up and say a word. "Old Lin, why don't we just let this go? After all, I have nothing to do with this bitch. She can do whatever she wants in the future." In the end, Chen Hai was still a soft-hearted person. After all, he was a rich second-generation heir. He had heard a lot of insider information and knew that his deskmate was definitely someone with a high status. Lin Fei said, "Since you've already spoken, I will definitely listen to you. But let's forget about that Luo Jun. I think it's better not to meet people like him again. What do you think, young Master Lai?" Lai Xian did not like this feeling, but he did not dare to say anything. "No problem. From today onwards, you will never see Luo Jun in Donghai again." Without saying a word, someone immediately went over and dragged Luo Jun out like a dead dog. "We've seen this place. Let's go." After Lin Fei said this, Chen Hai and the other students did not have any objections. Just like that, they followed Lin Fei out. Actually, they did not want to stay here anymore. Lai Xian did not say a word from the beginning to the end. Even if he was unhappy, he did not show too much of it. "Anyone who comes here tonight will get a small subsidy of 10,000 yuan. I hope everyone will be satisfied." Since something like this had happened as the boss, Lai Xian had to deal with it. 10,000 yuan per person meant that they would have to fork out at least a few million yuan. It was equivalent to losing an entire night's worth of profit. Lai Xian had to do this. "Surnamed Lin, I'll remember this. Old Lin, you've really hidden yourself well. I've seen that guy before. He's a big shot. To think that he would be so well behaved in front of you. Tell me the truth. Are you a hidden super second-generation heir?" Once they left the casino, Chen Hai could not wait to ask. Actually, Chen Hai was already prepared to be taken away. But in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed so much that Chen Hai could not come back to his senses. It was the same for the other students. They were even secretly glad that they did not say anything bad in front of Lin Fei. Otherwise, they might be in deep trouble. Looking at Soldier Luo's arrogance, but in the end, he was dragged out like a dead dog. Just thinking about it was scary. Lin Fei said, "I'm just an ordinary person. What's so great about me? But I know that guy. Last time when we were free we sparred a little. He lost a round to me, so he owes me a favor. Now that we've met again, he has no confidence." "Are you sure that's the case?" Chen Hai did not think that it was possible. After all, that guy had a big shot. Even a billion-dollar boss would have to be careful around him. "Of course. What else could it be? Just remember that I'm your old deskmate," Chen Hai suddenly said seriously. Chen Hai suddenly said in a serious tone, "Then I really have to thank you, my old classmate. I never thought that one day that bitch would hug my thigh and cry her eyes out. Thank you for letting me vent my anger." "How does that feel?" Lin Fei laughed. "Of course it feels good." Chen Hai nodded. Shook House website. Chapter 40:10. Kaishan was in a good mood recently. This was because he had swept through all the dojos in East Sea one by one. Not a single dojo was his match. In his eyes, these dojos were too weak and didn't deserve their reputation. On this day, Kaishan kicked out the last dojo. This was all within Kaishan's expectations. Even though the Yanhuang battle team had been watching him these days, Kaishan didn't think much of it. Kaishan was very clear about his influence in Southeast Asia. As long as he did not do anything overboard in China, basically no one would do anything to him. Even the Yanhuang battle team was the same. At most, they would just keep an eye on him like they were doing now. Kaishan came out of the dojo and sat in a Mercedes again. His eyes narrowed. Now there's only one thing left, and that is to go to the Lai family and compete with the #1 expert of the Lai family to see who's stronger. Kaishan wasn't in a hurry to challenge Lin Fei of the Longting Villa. Although he knew that Lin Fei from the Longting Villa was mysterious and that someone was secretly adding fuel to the fire to make him the #1 expert in the Eastern Sea, there was one thing he needed to do before that, and that was to make a trip to the Lai clan. Only by wiping out the true #1 expert clan in the Eastern Sea would he be able to head to the Longting Villa with his supreme divine might and defeat Lin Fei, thoroughly proving his strength. Compared to defeating Lin Fei of the Longting Villa, Kaishan preferred to defeat the #1 expert of East Sea, Lai Tian of the Lai family. The black Mercedes drove along the road towards the Lai family. Kaishan knew that once he went to the Lai family, Lai Tian would definitely return. When they passed by a crossroad, Kaishan, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly with joy. He subconsciously looked to the left. At the crossroad there was a group of people waiting for the traffic light. There were both men and women. Kaishan quickly locked onto a young figure and couldn't help but take a few more glances. His expression was filled with ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thousandine body. I didn't expect there to be such a body in Huaxia. I can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Kaishan was ecstatic. He asked the driver to stop the car in front and got out. Very quickly it locked onto a person. As the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kaishan was dressed the same. At most his skin was a little darker. Standing on the street, there was nothing special about him. He looked just like an ordinary old man, except that he was a little skinnier. Kaishan's gaze was fixed on one person. Su Mei, who was still walking in front, did not know. Since leaving the design unit that day, Su Mei had been busy dealing with her own affairs. As a result, Su Mei's mood was very good these few days, and she always had a faint smile on her face. At the same time, he also searched for relevant information online. You don't say, but you did find something interesting. He paid more attention to the gate of martial arts. At this moment, he naturally did not notice a skinny figure following him from a distance. Su Mei returned to her residence. Kaishan followed her all the way to her residence, and then quickly locked onto the room where Su Mei was. 10,000 yin body. There are women in Huaxia who have such a pure 10,000 yin body. I've only heard of this kind of physique in rumors. I didn't expect to encounter it in Huaxia this time. As long as I refine this 10,000 yin body, my tame head skill will be able to reach a higher level. At that time, I'll be able to easily kill a guru expert. Kaishan was now very sure of this girl's physique. This unexpected surprise made Kaishan fall into a state of ecstasy all the time. If this was not Huaxia, Kaishan would have made a move immediately. Right now, Kaishan was not in a hurry. He had already remembered this place. The only thing he needed to do now was to continue observing. Such a 10,000 yin body could be said to be rare in 100 years. Kaishan felt that he was blessed by the goddess of luck. Otherwise, how could he encounter such a physique? Kaishan did not return to the hotel. Instead, he sat down in a small restaurant near the community and ordered something. Kaishan did not want this woman with the 10,000 yin body to disappear under his eyes. After all, Donghai was so big. Once she left, he did not know when he would be able to find her again. Lin Fei and Chan Hai, who were on vacation at the Brilliant Mountain Villa, did not leave the Brilliant Mountain Villa because of the incident at the casino. One had to admit that Lai Xian was quite good at doing things. The next morning he arranged for someone to send $100,000 to each of Lin Fei's friends as compensation for their mental distress. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry when he found out. $100,000 isn't much. Anyway, he has plenty of money to give to you. You can buy whatever you want. There's no need to worry. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. However, he was impressed by Lai Xian's ability to do things. When the students heard this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, $100,000 was not a small sum to them. This also made them realize that their old classmate Lin Fei had really made a name for himself. There were actually people who took the initiative to give them money. $100,000 per person might not seem like much, but they had about 2 or 3 million with them. The female students also got one each, and all of them were 100,000 yuan. Their faces were full of chatter. Old classmate, not only are we here to have fun, but we're also going to earn a fortune. It feels like a dream, Su Shaoan said with a chuckle. Now I'm starting to wonder if you're a super rich second generation. Lin Fei laughed. Actually, I want to be a super rich second generation too. Unfortunately, I'm an orphan. I guess I can only dream at night to be a super rich second generation. Everyone burst into laughter. Today was the last day of the party. After dinner, everyone left, chatting and laughing. Old Lin, come to my house when you're free, Chen Hai said before he left. Don't worry. After this period, I'll definitely visit your house and give you a surprise. Lin Fei smiled and kept Chen Hai in suspense. Chen Hai's eyes lit up. Are you planning to give me a Miss Perfect? Lin Fei laughed. I guarantee that she'll be more perfect than a Miss Perfect. You'll definitely like her. Chen Hai chuckled. Then I'll be waiting for your surprise. After everyone left, only Xiaolan and Su Xiaowan were left. Brother Lin, you don't mind taking a ride in your car, do you? I've never sat in a luxury car in my life. Well, you're Xiaolan's best friend. It's no problem for you to take a ride. 2K Reading Net. Chapter 40:11. He sent Xiaolan and Su Xiaowan back to the neighborhood. Lin Fei left. He had planned to stay at Xiaolan's place for one night, but Su Xiaowan, her best friend, had no intention of returning to Hangzhou. Moreover, she did not like to stay in a hotel, so she could only stay at Xiaolan's place. Lin Fei had to leave first. As a man, he felt that Su Xiaowan seemed to have a purpose for coming here. Of course, this was a matter between the two women. Lin Fei was too lazy to get involved. Whatever they did had nothing to do with him. The car drove out of the neighborhood and did not go far. Lin Fei suddenly frowned. He stopped by the side of the road and pinched his fingers. Strange, my spiritual imprint on Su Mei seems to have been affected. This should not be the case. Since he left last time, Lin Fei had left a spiritual imprint on Su Mei. After all, she was his first apprentice who was also his senior sister. Naturally, nothing could happen to her. Originally, the feeling was not very strong at the seaside because the distance between the two was a little far. After returning to Donghai, the spiritual imprint was reconnected. However, just now Lin Fei felt a slight change. The change was very subtle, but for an immortal expert like Lin Fei, he could sense it clearly. Could it be that Su Mei encountered some trouble again? Lin Fei knew that Su Mei had a 10,000 yin body, which was the most likely to cause ghosts. Therefore, the spiritual imprint he left could not only lock onto Su Mei's location, but also detect if there was a problem. Now, the spiritual imprint was dissipating a little, which should not have happened under normal circumstances. Lin Fei decided to go and see Su Mei, hoping that nothing bad would happen to her. It was not easy for him to find an apprentice, especially a female apprentice with a 10,000 yin body. If something happened to her during this period, it would be really shameful. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had returned. Otherwise, something might have really happened to his disciple. After all, the spiritual imprint that he had left behind couldn't be easily destroyed by anything. However, he could feel that the spiritual imprint was dissipating. Something must have happened. Lin Fei took out his phone and called Su Mei. The call was quickly connected. Master, you are finally willing to give me a call. I thought you had forgotten to play. Once the call was connected, Su Mei's voice came through. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Naturally, he could hear Su Mei's coquettish tone. This was because Xiaolan had used his phone to send a few pictures of the scenery when they were at the resort. Lin Fei didn't mind at that time. If Xiaolan wanted to do it, he let her do it. He didn't expect his disciple to see it and actually act coquettishly towards him. Lin Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't I just come back? I'll definitely bring you there next time. By the way, how have you been recently? Did anything happen? Su Mei was in her room with a smile on her face. I feel pretty good recently, but it seems that there will be an inexplicable cold wind at home sometimes. Other than this, there really isn't anything else. Su Mei thought about it and said, "In wind?" Lin Fei frowned. Are you at home now? I'll come over and take a look for you. Then I'll have to trouble Master. I'm at home now. Su Mei jumped out of bed. Master is here, I have to dress up. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fei secretly pondered. But he couldn't figure out what this cold wind was. He would go and take a look when he arrived. Anyway, it wasn't very far from here. Before driving into the neighborhood, Lin Fei stopped not far from the neighborhood. What a powerful cold aura. This is a demonic expert. Even though he was sitting in the car, Lin Fei could feel the cold aura not far away. Others might not be able to sense it, but Lin Fei could sense it clearly. It seems that my disciple has really been targeted by someone. There's actually such a powerful yin qi. No wonder there are cold winds in the room. The other party must have entered my disciple's room. Even if they didn't enter, they must have used demonic methods to check. In fact, Kai Shan had indeed controlled demonic creatures to enter Su Mei's room, leaving behind cold winds. Although it wasn't very obvious, Su Mei had the 10,000 yin constitution, so she was more sensitive than anyone else. Lin Fei sneered and walked out of the car. His aura was perfectly restrained, making him look like an ordinary person. He was very inconspicuous. He didn't walk far. Lin Fei sensed a gloomy and cold aura in a restaurant. It was a skinny old man with dark skin, like an old man from the countryside. Perhaps he didn't feel anything for others, but in Lin Fei's eyes, this person was a demonic expert. No, this person must not be cultivating an ordinary demonic technique. Additionally, he doesn't look like a Chinese. Could he be someone from Southeast Asia? Lin Fei was quick to come up with a theory. That's right. Could this person be Kai Shan? With such a powerful aura and a cold aura lingering around his body, it was not difficult to guess the identity of the expert who had appeared recently. Lin Fei had never seen Kai Shan before, but based on his aura it was most likely Kai Shan. To confirm, Lin Fei gave Taijian a call. I want a photo of Kai Shan. Send it to my phone immediately. Lin Fei didn't need to be polite with Taijian. He just wanted to confirm if this old man was Kai Shan. If it was Kai Shan, then Lin Fei wouldn't be polite. He was prepared to deal with Kai Shan slowly, but this guy actually dared to target his disciple. That was unforgivable. The other party was the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, and cultivated evil methods. It was normal for Kai Shan to target his disciple, Su Mei, who had the 1,000 yin body. When this is over, I must refine a treasure to conceal Su Mei's aura, so that she won't be targeted like a walking cornucopia. This was Lin Fei's negligence. Fortunately, it wasn't too late and he could still make up for it. Ding dong. Lin Fei received a photo on his phone. It really is Kai Shan. It was a photo of his face. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. You actually targeted my disciple out of all people. Even though Lin Fei was certain in his heart, he couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the photo. This Kai Shan is really unlucky. Lin Fei laughed coldly. Then you can only count yourself unlucky. Of all people, you actually targeted my disciple. 2K Reading Network. Chapter 40:12. At the base of the Yan Huang battle team, Taijian was stunned when he received the news. He had no idea what Lin Fei was planning to do. Hurry up and find out where Lin Fei is right now. Is he still in Splendor Resort Villa? Taijian had always been very concerned about Lin Fei's whereabouts. After all, in the Donghai, only Lin Fei and Lai Tian from the Lai family could fight against Kai Shan. As for the others, they were no match for them at all. He loved and hated Lin Fei at the same time. He loved Lin Fei's means and the elixir in his hands, which could actually enhance the strength of a plain strength warrior. He hated that this guy seemed to be very good at causing trouble. If it was possible, Taijian really did not want Lin Fei to stay in the Donghai. A troublemaker like him should go as far away as possible. Not long after, Lin Ro walked in with a document in her hand. Director, we just arranged for someone to investigate. Lin Fei ended his vacation and just returned to the Donghai. Did Lin Fei cause trouble again? Lin Ro was also very concerned about Lin Fei's whereabouts. Especially when the director asked about it at this time, it was definitely not a small matter. Lin Ro was very clear about this. This Lin Fei could never be looked at with ordinary eyes. I knew it. This guy is definitely not in the resort villa. Taijian's face was full of disappointment. I knew he was up to no good the moment he came back. Can you confirm the specific location? It should be possible. I just looked around. Seems to be near a community. Lin Ro looked and said. Taijian suddenly stood up and laughed. Is it the community where Su Mei lives? Hurry up and take a look. Lin Ro nodded. How do you know, director? Taijian laughed. Then God is really helping me. It must be Kai Shan who has his eyes on Lin Fei's disciple. Chief, are you talking about that Sume? Lin Ro came back to her senses. Yes, it must be Sume. Kaishan is the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. I don't know why he has his eyes on Sume, but Sume is Lin Fei's disciple. As I said, why would Lin Fei ask about Kaishan's photo when he just came back from the holiday villa? There must be something going on. I didn't expect Kaishan to offend Lin Fei first. Chief, you said that Kaishan isn't Lin Fei's match? Lin Ro asked curiously. What's Kaishan? He's said to be the best black magic master in Southeast Asia, but only his black magic arts are more powerful. However, very few people can master it. Although this Kaishan is a black magic master, I can guarantee that he definitely hasn't mastered the black magic arts. Therefore, if he really fights against Lin Fei, he has no chance of winning. I can guarantee that, Taijan said with a smile. Then do you want to arrange for people to keep an eye on him? Taijan shook his head. There's no need to. Anyway, with Lin Fei taking action, our problem can be solved. Kaishan could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Lin Fei. He even had his eyes on his disciple. He's definitely asking for trouble. Let's just wait for the good results. Taijan was also happy for once. After all, because of Kaishan's matter, everyone knew. As the Yanhuang battle team, they could only arrange for people to keep an eye on him every day, but they couldn't do anything. This made them very unhappy, but now it seemed like they could let go of this matter. Once this Lin Fei took action, anything could be easily solved. Kaishan, who was sitting in the small restaurant, had no idea that he was being watched. He was controlling his monster to move back and forth in Sumei's room. Under close observation, Kaishan was already very sure that the other party had the myriadine body. It was the real deal and he was not deceiving anyone. Kaishan's mood was good, and he ate a few more bowls of rice. He had never felt that the food in a small restaurant could be so delicious. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. What he had to do now was to wait until nightfall. Kaishan had never felt that waiting was so long. Every minute and second felt like a year. Finally, the sky darkened. Kaishan had originally planned to sit in the small restaurant until midnight, but the small restaurant closed at 11. Kaishan had no choice but to walk out of the small restaurant and sat down by a nearby wall. He didn't care if he was polite or not. After all, he looked like an old man from the countryside. There were many old men like him, and Kaishan didn't have to worry that he would be too ostentatious. Finally, it was past midnight, and a little later it was 2 in the morning. The road was very quiet, and very few people appeared. Only a taxi would occasionally appear, but to Kaishan, this was really nothing. Finally, it's time. Kaishan decided to take action. He felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued to bear it, he would go crazy. This 10,000 yen body was like a piece of fat meat, and he could take a few bites if he wanted to. Kaishan walked into the small district as if there was no one around. The security guards of the small district acted as if they didn't see Kaishan and let him walk in. It turned out that when Kaishan went over, he used his mental strength to hypnotize these people. As a powerful tame headmaster, mental strength was indispensable. After Kaishan walked into the small district, a figure walked over unhurriedly. Finally, can't hold it in anymore? You could have lived if you didn't do anything, but since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Fei had been staring at Kaishan the whole time. However, Kaishan couldn't detect Lin Fei's methods, and he didn't know that Lin Fei had been staring at him. From the moment Kaishan walked into the small district, Lin Fei had decided Kaishan's fate. This guy was courting death. After Kaishan came to the bottom of the small district, he didn't walk up the stairs again. This was because these small district buildings had access control, but this wasn't a difficult thing for Kaishan. After about 10 minutes, the access control suddenly opened, and a figure walked out. It was none other than Sume. At this moment, Sume was wearing pajamas, as if she was sleepwalking. What a good method of controlling things. Lin Fei saw everything clearly from behind. This method of controlling things was a demon controlling Sume, and Sume could walk out of the small district like she was dreaming. It was indeed a brilliant method. Those who didn't know would never be able to guess that Sume was being controlled. Originally, I wanted to deal with you in this small district, but since you brought my disciple out, I'll deal with you outside. Lin Fei also realized that it was impossible for Kaishan to deal with his disciple elsewhere, and in the small district. This was also an opportunity for Lin Fei. Chapter 40:13. Kaishan was in a very good mood. He finally managed to control the person with the 10,000 yen body. Don't think that just because Kaishan was a tame headmaster he wasn't smart. In fact, he was very smart. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to take someone away at this time. However, if Sume walked out by herself, the situation would be different. Kaishan turned around and left after Sume came down. Because he had placed a demonic creature on Sume's body to control her, Sume would follow him. Walking out of the neighborhood, the security guards of these neighborhoods didn't notice it at all. It was as if no one had left this place. After Sume came out of the neighborhood, she stopped a taxi. The taxi driver was a little confused at first, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes changed because he was also controlled by Kaishan. After Sume got in the car, Kaishan also sat in the front passenger seat. Everything went smoothly. In the eyes of outsiders, no one saw anyone get in the car at all. This was a type of tame head technique. It could also be said to be a very useless tame head technique. It was called ghost's eye. Within a certain range, no activity could be seen. Even if someone walked in front of you, you wouldn't be able to see them. This was Kaishan's method. Although it was a useless tame head technique, the effect was very good for Kaishan. Lin Fei leisurely followed behind the taxi. No matter how fast the taxi drove, it was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. After all, if he ran at full speed, his speed would be very terrifying. Even if the taxi ran at full speed, it wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Therefore, Lin Fei was very relaxed. The taxi drove all the way to the outskirts of Donghai. It went all the way to the seaside, where there were reeds before stopping. This place was considered a no-man's land. No one would appear at all. Sume and Kaishan got out of the car one after another. The taxi driver drove all the way back to Donghai before coming back to his senses. He couldn't even remember where he had been before. He cursed a few times before leaving. They came to the depths of the reeds. Only then did Sume stop. Even now, Sume didn't notice anything. She always had a sleepy look on her face. If someone was outside at this time, then they would definitely be shocked, especially in the middle of the night. It was indeed easy to scare people. Kaishan looked at Sume from head to toe. His eyes filled with excitement and joy. The 10,000 yen body. This old man actually has the chance to obtain the 10,000 yen body. As long as I absorb the bloodline of the 10,000 yen body, this old man's strength will rise to another level. However, absorbing the bloodline alone is too weak. This old man must truly activate the bloodline of the 10,000 yen body in order to enjoy the true effects of the bloodline. Others might not know the uses of the 10,000 yen body, but it just so happened that Kaishan had read about it in an ancient book and had kept it in mind. He thought that it would be impossible for him to encounter a 10,000 yen body in his lifetime, but he never thought that he would actually meet him in a place like Huaxia. It was really too coincidental. Although Sume's 10,000 yen body seemed to have a mental imprint on it, Kaishan never took it to heart. He thought that she had something hanging on her body, so this bit of mental imprint was nothing to him. Even for a martial artist, it was impossible to leave such a heavy mental imprint on an ordinary person. Kaishan understood this very well. For a moment, Kaishan wanted to bring Sume away from Huaxia and return to his own Southeast Asia. But this time the momentum that he had painstakingly built up would go down the drain, which was very troublesome for Kaishan. Therefore, Kaishan felt that he had to first defeat Lai Tian, and then kill that Lin Fei. Kaishan knew that once he killed Lin Fei, the person who was secretly adding fuel to the fire would definitely thank him. Moreover, the person who could create such a momentum in such a short period of time was definitely someone with great power. This was also someone that Kaishan was willing to befriend. This was because it would bring great benefits to Kaishan. No matter what your name is, I will let you live for a period of time first. During this period of time, you will obediently follow this old man. Kaishan was not in a hurry to act, but he did not intend to let Sume go either. Who knew what would happen? Huaxia was so big, how could he not search from place to place? Even if he had planted a secret technique on her, once she left the East Sea, he would not be able to detect her. The East Sea was said to be huge, and as long as they were a distance away from each other, Kai-shan would not be able to grasp her true location. Therefore, Kai-shan decided to plant something on Kai-shan's body first. This was the only way he could completely control Kai-shan, and not even have to worry about being suspected. Kai-shan had also thought of a plan. When the time came, if someone really asked, he would say that Kai-shan was his disciple. Of course, this was Kai-shan's plan to deal with the Yanhuang battle team. He knew that he had been constantly being watched by the Yanhuang battle team. If someone suddenly appeared by his side, they would naturally suspect him. Therefore, Kai-shan needed a perfect reason. Accepting a disciple was the most suitable reason. Let me plant a demonic seed on you. Kai-shan took out a box. It was a small red box about the size of a fist. After opening it, a flying snake appeared. This flying snake was almost the size of an earthworm, and its entire body was green. Even in the night, it was like a ball of fluorescent light, and was very eye-catching. This snake was called the ghost snake. Kai-shan had spent a lot of effort to cultivate it, and it took him a whole 10 years. Under normal circumstances, Kai-shan would rarely use this ghost snake, because he felt that there was no need. But now it was different. Only by using the ghost snake could he completely control Su-mei. A mere ghost snake was not worth Kai-shan's heartache. Compared to the rewards, it was simply too great. It was something that could not be compared. Old man, in the middle of the night, are you bullying a weak little girl? Just as Kai-shan was about to make his move, a voice rang out from the gourd thicket without warning. Kai-shan's expression changed slightly. In an instant, his hand flicked out a black shadow. This black shadow was a black centipede. It was extremely venomous, and anyone who came into contact with it would definitely die. Using it to deal with ordinary people or martial artists was a piece of cake. Who dared to disturb Kai-shan at this time? Who knew if he was some kind of savior? But in Kai-shan's eyes, since he dared to speak, then he must be prepared to die. After the centipede was flicked out, it instantly landed in the reeds, and there was no more sound. Kai-shan could not help but laugh. But halfway through his laughter, another voice came from the reeds. This centipede of yours is not bad. It's big and fat. Looks like it's quite suitable for brewing medicinal wine. The effects should be great. I won't stand on ceremony. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 4014. Kai-shan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. That was the hypertoxic centipede that he had painstakingly cultivated. Under normal circumstances, as long as the hypertoxic centipede was used, it would be easy to deal with people. Furthermore, in the Eastern Sea, where would there be any expert cultivators in the middle of the night? One hypertoxic centipede would be enough to deal with the other party. He did not expect the other party to describe his hypertoxic centipede as an ordinary centipede. This was unforgivable. Brew medicinal wine? How dare you say that? Swoosh! Swoosh! Kai-shan flicked his fingers again. Under the cover of the night, the 6 hypertoxic centipedes rushed into the reeds in the blink of an eye. On this trip to the East Sea, Kai-shan had brought a lot of poisonous creatures. Others might not know where the poisonous creatures were hidden, but Kai-shan's entire body was covered in poisonous creatures. Even machines could not detect him. This was the power of a tame headmaster. After releasing the 6 hypertoxic centipedes, Kai-shan felt that the other party would not be able to withstand the attack of his hypertoxic centipedes. After all, these 6 hypertoxic centipedes would form a team once released. They could even easily hunt down obvious strength and inward strength martial artists. This was something that Kai-shan had always been proud of. He did not believe that the person hiding in the reeds could withstand the attack of the hypertoxic centipedes. However, after the 6 hypertoxic centipedes rushed into the reeds, there was no movement at all. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Kai-shan did not even hear the sound of fighting. It was as if nothing had happened. This made Kai-shan's face darken. At this moment, a voice came from the reeds again. Old man, your cooking skills are pretty good. 6 big centipedes. I think we'll have our supper tonight. Just for these 6 big centipedes, fry them and sprinkle some cumin powder on them. They should taste pretty good. At the very least, they'll be very nutritious. When Kai-shan heard this, he flew into a rage. I don't believe that I can't take care of you. Kai-shan had never lost his composure like this before. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. However, this involved the 10,000-yin body. Kaishan could not allow any mistakes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Kaishan's body trembled. A terrifying scene had actually occurred. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely be shocked out of their wits because poisonous creatures were constantly burrowing out of Kaishan's body. These poisonous creatures were innumerable and densely packed, causing one's scalp to go numb. There were at least a few hundred or a few thousand venomous creatures. They actually came out of Kaishan's body and rushed into the reeds. Wherever these poisonous creatures passed, the reeds would fall and even corrode, turning into an empty space. This was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it was extremely terrifying. Kaishan was truly enraged. He actually dared to destroy his 7 venomous centipedes. They had been cultivated for 2 to 3 years, and he had spent a lot of effort on them. This was not something that could be forgiven. Therefore, no matter who this person was, Kaishan was going to kill him. Moreover, he was going to let him experience the pain of being bitten by 1,000 bugs. Kaishan was a ruthless person. These released poisonous creatures accounted for more than half of what Kaishan had brought. However, as these poisonous creatures continued to surge forward, the screams that Kaishan wanted to hear didn't appear. Everything was calm. Good fella, this frog is really big. And this poisonous snake, I can bring it back to make soup. Old man, you're really a good person. It's really rare to see a good person like you these days. Not long after, a voice came from the reeds again. The voice was loud and clear, and it didn't sound like he was injured at all. Who are you? Stop putting on an act. Come out if you have the guts. Kaishan frowned, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He knew that he had met his match today. To be able to neutralize his poisonous attacks so easily wasn't something that just anyone could do. After taking so many of your nourishing items, it would be inexcusable if I don't come out and meet you. From the reeds, a figure walked out unhurriedly. Kaishan saw a young man walk out. This young man was extremely young, and he looked more like an ordinary person. In fact, he didn't even have a strong aura around him. He was basically just like an ordinary person. This young man walked out, and he was carrying many poisonous creatures in his hands. However, it was this person who could cause his poisonous creatures to suffer great losses. What was going on? Stinking brat, stop putting on an act. Go to hell. If it was a real expert, Kaishan might not have been so angry. However, this was a young man, and even he couldn't tell what was going on. Kaishan couldn't take this lying down. He stepped forward, opened his mouth, and spat out a large cloud of black fog at the young man. It looked like a black fog, but in reality, it was a swarm of poisonous magic mosquitoes. Every magic mosquito was the size of a fly, and they had a terrifying aura. They shrouded the young man, and at the same time they kept buzzing, which turned into a sound wave attack. Lin Fei was also impressed by Kaishan. A tame headmaster is indeed a tame headmaster. He actually has so many poisonous creatures with him. Putting everything else aside, there were at least thousands of poisonous creatures in the large swarm just now. The scene was indeed terrifying. There were all kinds of poisonous creatures and they were extremely poisonous. When all kinds of poisonous creatures were mixed together, they formed a deadly poison. It was truly terrifying. If one touched it, one would definitely die. There was no cure. You could have played with anything, but you chose to play with mosquitoes. You're really useless. Lin Fei laughed. Accompanied by his laughter, the magic mosquitoes that flew over exploded one after another. In an instant they disappeared completely. What other tricks do you have? Show me how powerful you, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, are. My magic mosquitoes. At this moment Kaishan almost vomited blood. He had spent 5 years to cultivate them, and there were only a few thousand magic mosquitoes in total. Now they were all gone in the blink of an eye. You actually know me. Who are you? Kaishan had never taken people of the younger generation seriously. There was no one in the entire East Sea that he was afraid of. But now an unknown brat had actually destroyed wave after wave of his demonic creatures. Now, even his precious magic mosquitoes had been completely wiped out. Kaishan felt that his blood pressure was about to rise. What Kaishan could not accept the most was that this guy actually knew his identity. That was extraordinary. While no one was paying attention to him, Kai Shan had set up another secret move while he was in a state of shock. Black shadows flew close to the ground and headed straight for Kai Shan. Even I don't know who you are. How dare you have been working in East Sea all this time? Lin Fei said with a smile. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and flicked at a few positions. Clouds of bloody mist exploded one after another. Look, your poisonous creatures are dead again, aren't they? I guess you're very distressed this time. Kai Shan took 3 steps back and vomited blood with each step. Chapter 40:15. Wave after wave of losses made Kai Shan, the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, feel his heart bleeding. Especially after the death of the dark shadow snake, this was one of his trump cards. He had just made a move, but he was easily annihilated by the other party. This directly caused him to suffer a backlash and retreat 3 steps. At the same time, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and his face turned pale. Who are you? It's impossible for there to be an expert like you in the East Sea who can easily kill this old man's dark shadow snake. Kai Shan clutched his chest and his breathing quickened. The dark shadow snake had a great impact on Kai Shan. The dark shadow snake's forte was its speed. In the blink of an eye, it could leap dozens of meters away. There had never been a warrior who could withstand the attack of the dark shadow snake, and ordinary people were even less qualified to make Kai Shan release the dark shadow snake. But now it had been destroyed by this young man, and he had even killed all the few shadow snakes he had. These were the only shadow snakes that he had cultivated for 20 years. Kai Shan's eyes were about to turn black after suffering such a huge loss in the East Sea. I told you not to play such tricks, but you didn't listen. Are you happy now? Lin Fei laughed. Since you want to know my name, it's fine. You've lost so much anyway. If I don't tell you my name and you die of anger, you won't know who you are when you reach Yanhuang Road. How sad would that be? Listen, my name is Lin Fei, and I'm the one who opened the Longting Manor. Are you happy now? I also know that you're preparing to challenge me, but you haven't even seen me before. You're the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, but your standards are a little too low. I really wonder how you became the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia. Your eyesight is really bad. Another 2 sounds. Kai Shan also took 2 steps back, followed by 2 mouthfuls of blood. His pupils constricted and he pointed at Lin Fei with a trembling finger. You're Lin Fei. Impossible, you're just the #1 expert in the East Sea that was promoted by others. How can you be so strong? Lin Fei's name completely overturned Kai Shan's impression of him. Although Lin Fei was now known as the strongest in Donghai, everyone knew that 8 grandmasters had died in Longtan Villa. Kai Shan did not really acknowledge Lin Fei's strength. Hence, he had placed his true focus on Lai Tian from the Lai family. But now, Lin Fei hadn't even done anything, but he had already made him suffer heavy losses. At the very least, it would take him more than 10 years to recover, and it might even take a few more years. Right now, Lin Fei was like a terrifying existence. There was not a single trace of qi on his body. One could tell that even Kai Shan was afraid of his strength. Look, you're vomiting blood again, right? It's just 2 names. What's the big deal? Lin Fei laughed. Do you know why I came to you? Kai Shan did not know that Lin Fei would come to him, especially in the middle of the night. It seemed like he had been following him. Kai Shan, who thought that he was good at trailing others, did not expect that he would be followed one day. Lin Fei, since you've taken the initiative to jump out, I'll fulfill your wish. You dared to ruin my plans and caused me heavy losses. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to swallow the anger in my heart. Kai Shan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and dashed over in a few steps. He attacked with his elbow, aiming for Lin Fei's face. As the #1 tame headmaster, Kai Shan was not only good at tame head, but he was also good at close combat. His fists, legs, and joints were all weapons. When Kai Shan attacked, his entire body was filled with a black fog, accompanied by an unbearably pungent smell. If it was someone else, the smell alone would have made them dizzy, and their movement speed would have slowed down significantly. Old man, you have too many poisonous creatures on you. Let me help you clean them up. Of all the things you could have kept, you chose to keep poisonous creatures. Old man, your way of thinking is not good. Lin Fei laughed. With a thought, his qi and blood began to rumble. In an instant, it turned into a huge blazing sun, radiating across the small area. Kaishan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. White smoke rose from his body. This is too unbearable. My poisonous creatures. Kaishan's body was originally emitting a cold and terrifying aura. But in front of this blazing sun, his body was trembling non-stop. White smoke rose from his body, instantly enveloping his entire body. What is this? Why are all my poisonous creatures dead? Kaishan struggled to get out. His entire body seemed to have been fished out of water. His aura had also become extremely weak, and his mind was unsettled. Kaishan could not believe that in such a short period of time, all the poisonous creatures he had reared had died. At this moment, there was no longer a single poisonous creature on Kaishan's body. His entire body was clean, and he no longer had that cold and sinister aura. However, what followed was his age. In an instant, he looked as though he had aged 20 or 30 years. The current Kaishan looked like an 80 or 90-year-old man, as though he could collapse at any moment. No one has ever been able to kill off my poisonous creatures. Yet you managed to kill all of them. In this life of mine I will kill you. Kaishan enunciated every single word. His eyes were filled with endless hatred. Now I'll let you have a taste of my flying corpse skill. Under his enraged roar, Kaishan displayed his unparalleled technique. Then a shocking scene appeared. The head of the old Kaishan fell off. With a swoosh it flew towards Lin Fei. As it flew, it let out a sharp ka-ka-ka-ka-ka sound, causing one's scalp to go numb. Is this the real flying corpse taming skill? It's a little terrifying. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. He extended his hand and a reed flew over. With a light flick, it flew over with a swoosh. At this moment, Kaishan, who was using the flying corpse taming skill, possessed invincible strength. However, when the reed flew over, it nailed his head to the ground with a swoosh. Kaishan didn't even have time to react. What's wrong with me? Rolling his eyes, he saw a foot appear and step heavily on Kaishan's head. Half of his head was buried in the ground. Of all the things you could have played, why did you have to use such a terrifying technique? Do you think your head is very hard? Lin Fei, you can't kill me. Today, I'll fight you to the death. If I don't kill you, I'm not Kaishan. Kaishan roared angrily. A terrifying strength exploded from his head. Your strength is not bad. However, you want to kill me with this strength? You're thinking too much. I'm even more terrifying than you. A loud rumbling sound was heard. An extremely terrifying force exploded on Kaishan's head. Remember the website of the mobile version. Chapter 2227 Dante Scare People at Night. V1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 4016. The power of the kick immediately made Kaishan dizzy. Waves of pain pierced through his body wave after wave. The situation was completely different from what Kaishan had imagined. He had used the flying corpse tame technique, which was the most powerful killer move among the tame techniques. Once the flying corpse tame technique was used, he would be almost invincible. No one could kill him and he wouldn't even feel any pain. But now he actually felt pain. The pain was magnified infinitely in an instant. It hurts. It hurts. Stop. Stop. Kaishan could not help but yell. His entire face turned ferocious. At the same time, he pushed the power of the flying corpse tame technique in an attempt to break free from under Lin Fei's foot. But no matter how hard he tried, his opponent's foot was firmly on his head. He did not budge at all. You want me to stop, so I stop? Who do you think you are? He spat out his power again. With a loud rumble, he crushed Kaishan's head. This time, it was not only Kaishan's head that had a problem. Even his body was affected to a certain extent. It was actually trembling. Doesn't this feel good? Do you think that your flying corpse taming technique is very powerful and awesome? That your head is impervious to swords and spears, fire and water, and can be said to be invincible? I just don't know if you can continue to live after your body is destroyed. Lin Fei laughed. I think you definitely won't live to see tomorrow's sun. Once the sun comes out tomorrow, I think your head will turn to ash. What #1 expert in Southeast Asia will be nothing but a joke. The seemingly powerful flying corpse tame technique was basically trash in Lin Fei's eyes. It could not withstand a single blow. This technique could be said to be evil, but it was even more inferior than evil. It looked powerful, but in reality it was useless. How did you know? As Kai-shan struggled, he roared when he heard the voice. A trace of fear and unease flashed in his eyes. This was the biggest secret of the flying corpse tame technique. Although his head looked invincible, even those in the light realm or the dark realm, or even those in the Grand Master realm, would not be able to withstand his attack. Especially at night, his strength would be amplified. Kai-shan had once killed a Grand Master late-stage expert with this move and had always been proud of it. Under normal circumstances, Kai-shan would not use the flying corpse tame technique because it would consume too much energy. But once he used it, his opponent would definitely die. However, the current situation was really hard for Kai-shan to accept. This was the flying corpse tame technique. It was the most powerful tame technique. To think that he couldn't do anything to the other party. Instead, the other party easily stepped on his face, and the infinitely magnified pain kept assaulting him. This kind of pain made Kai-shan wish he was dead, and he wished he could die immediately. To be able to become a tame headmaster, who didn't experience pain? Kai-shan had experienced more pain than anyone else, but at this moment he was unable to endure it. He could only feel his opponent's power surging towards him endlessly, stretching out the pain endlessly and incessantly stimulating him. Anyone can tell that it's just a child's play. Lin Fei laughed. In fact, I don't even need to wait for the sun to rise tomorrow. I only need to blow your body apart with a single punch, and your head won't be able to continue living. It's not like you've cultivated an immortal body. Kai-shan spat out a mouthful of blood. If he could cultivate an undying body, would he still be in such a sorry state? Come at me if you can. Lin Fei, you win and I lose. From now on, I will never come to the East Sea again, nor will I cause trouble for you. As long as you, Lin Fei, appear, I will stay away. Is that okay? In the current situation, Kai-shan could only lower his head. If he didn't, he might really die in the East Sea. Lin Fei laughed and shook his head. Looks like you still don't understand why I'm here. I think you should think about it carefully and tell me when you figured it out. Kai-shan still felt strange. He hadn't found Lin Fei, but the latter had taken the initiative to follow him. This made Kai-shan puzzled. But now that he heard these words, he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Kai-shan saw a figure. At this moment, he finally understood what was going on. Could it be the 10,000 yen body? Other than this reason, Kai-shan couldn't think of a second reason. I think you should understand now. Not everything is yours. Lin Fei said. Do you know who she is? She's my big disciple and big senior sister. Even though we haven't held the apprenticeship ceremony, do you think a Southeast Asia's top tame technique master can touch my big disciple? Kai-shan's mind went blank. Now he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had followed Lin Fei's big disciple. No wonder she had a spiritual imprint on her body. At first Kai-shan didn't care about it, but now that he thought about it, he broke out in cold sweat. Don't think that everyone has the same thoughts as you. Although the 10,000 yen body isn't bad, it's nothing in my eyes. Only evil people like you would care about it. Lin Fei said faintly. Sume is my big disciple. You know what that means. You could have targeted anyone but my big disciple. You've got guts. Do you think it's better if I beat your body up now? Or? Lin Fei smiled and casually slapped Kai-shan's body. This palm strike caused Kai-shan to scream out loud. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I admit defeat. This slap almost broke the connection between Kai-shan and his body. Don't think that once the flying corpse taming art was used, there was still a connection between the body and the body. This slap almost took Kai-shan's life. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Kai-shan finally understood why 7 or 8 grandmasters suffered such a big setback at Longting Mountain Villa. The person in front of him might be a god-rank expert. Only a god-rank powerhouse could easily suppress him. He really kicked a big iron plate. Moreover, it was a super hard iron plate. A god-rank expert. He hadn't appeared for decades. Kai-shan had only heard of the God Realm experts from a few decades ago, but he had never seen one in person. But now, he finally saw the power of a God-rank expert. He was suppressed to the point where he couldn't move with just one kick. What pained Kai-shan the most was that he actually offended a God-rank expert. I'm willing to make amends. I only ask that you spare my life. Shukju website. Chapter 40:17. Right now, Kaishan was completely terrified out of his wits. It could be said that even the depths of his bones exuded fear and uneasiness. Even though Lin Fei was just an ordinary young man, even inconspicuous in the crowd, such a person could easily decide his life and death. A deity realm expert. How many years had it been since a god realm expert had appeared? Kaishan would not dare to be presumptuous even if he had 100 guts. Back then, it was not that there were no divine-level experts in Southeast Asia. However, they had all been wiped out by the divine-level experts from Huaxia. Otherwise, Kaishan would not have had the chance to jump out. As the saying went, when the tiger was no longer on the mountain, the monkey would proclaim itself as the king. You've already touched my disciple. Do you think I'll let you off? Lin Fei smiled faintly. I only need a little bit of strength to kill you. What's Southeast Asia's #1 expert? He's just a joke in my eyes. Sir, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm still of some use. I'm willing to help you lure out the person who's secretly adding fuel to the fire and kill them in return. Kaishan begged. I'm willing to be Sir's lackey. I'll fight wherever you point me to. No one will suspect the relationship between me and Sir. You're quite smart. You even know how to draw inferences. Lin Fei naturally knew who was secretly adding fuel to the fire. For a tame headmaster like Kaishan, he was actually quite useful. After all, this guy had some tricks up his sleeves. His overall strength was much stronger than Yu Zishan's. He could even fight against 2 grandmasters alone without much pressure. Most importantly, Kaishan was the #1 taming master in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei was not interested in this. However, Southeast Asia was a mountainous region that produced all sorts of rich resources. Lin Fei was interested in that. One must know that Lin Fei had taken in Su Mei as his disciple. As a master, he had to obtain some resources to groom this disciple. After returning from the alternate world, all of Lin Fei's storage rings had been shattered. Not a single one was left. It could be said that he had no resources. However, if Kaishan, the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, was there to help gather all kinds of resources, it would save him a lot of trouble. This was also the reason why Lin Fei did not stomp Kaishan to death. Master, as long as you spare this old man will do anything, no matter how small or big it is. Furthermore, this old man has a lot of influence in Southeast Asia. As long as you say the word, this old man will do anything for you. Kaishan did not care so much anymore. As long as he could survive, then everything was fine. Lin Fei looked at Kaishan in the ground. You should be glad that you haven't done anything to my eldest disciple. Otherwise, you wouldn't have so much time to talk here. He raised his hand and instantly sent a mental imprint drawing of runes into Kaishan's mind. This is a special imprint I gave you. You can experience it. Lin Fei smiled and controlled the spiritual imprint. Kaishan's head, as well as his body not far away, began to tremble to varying degrees. The pain was magnified once again, reaching 100-fold. Master, it's too painful. This old man really can't take it anymore. It's too painful. Lin Fei stepped on Kaishan's head. Otherwise, Kaishan would have been rolling on the ground. Not far away. His body had already rolled on the ground for God knows how many times. His body exploded with wounds and blood flowed out. Kaishan had no doubt that if this continued, even if the other party did not kill him, just the blood loss alone would cause him to dry up and die. This terrifying pain was like a nightmare. Kaishan had lived for so long, and this was the first time he experienced pain. The pain reached every inch of his bones. Even his flesh and cells were in intense pain. However, in the face of this pain, Kaishan was powerless and could only endure it passively. It had only been a few seconds, but Kaishan was already unable to endure it. This was practically taking Kaishan's life away. It was truly a life worse than death. How is it? Does it feel good? Lin Fei snapped his fingers. Kaishan, who was originally trembling, finally stopped. His entire face revealed an expression of having survived a calamity. Master, this old man is convinced. This old man really is convinced. In the future, this old man will not dare to disobey Master's orders. This old man is willing to be your lackey for life. Lin Fei casually kicked Kaishan's head, sending it flying. Now go back and sing this show well. If you are satisfied with it, you will suffer less. Otherwise, every 1st and 15th day of the year, you will experience this intense pain. Lin Fei took care of Kaishan like it was a game. He no longer looked at Kaishan. He came to Sumei's side and shook his head lightly. Fortunately, you didn't wake up. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Lin Fei reached out and hugged Sumei. He turned around and left like a gust of wind, not leaving any traces behind. After Lin Fei left, Kaishan once again returned to his body. However, his body was covered in wounds of various sizes. The aftereffects of the pain constantly told Kaishan that this was not a dream. He was really walking on the edge of life and death just now. Kaishan was even more clear that not harming this girl was his only chance of survival. Kaishan already regretted coming to China. It was said that China was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had never believed it. Even when there were many God Realm experts, Kaishan was not afraid of China. However, this time Kaishan had truly suffered a huge setback. This setback made it impossible for him to make a comeback for the rest of his life. As for getting rid of the spiritual imprint in his mind, it was simply impossible. In front of this spiritual imprint, his spiritual energy was like a child compared to an adult. Just the pressure alone was enough to make him unable to move. Kaishan let out a long sigh and walked out of the reeds. He no longer had the high spirits he had before. If it wasn't for the scene that happened in the reeds, who would have thought that the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kaishan, would have suffered such a huge loss? He didn't even have the freedom to live. Lin Fei hugged Sumei. His powerful spiritual energy spread out and formed a special area. Everywhere he passed, whether it was electronic devices or pedestrians, they couldn't see Lin Fei running at full speed. After sending Sumei back to her room and clearing those demonic creatures, Lin Fei smiled and left. Before he left a powerful spiritual imprint on Sumei's body, instantly sealing the power of his bloodline. At this moment, Sumei could be considered as a real ordinary girl. Unless one was stronger than Lin Fei, they wouldn't be able to see through her. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4018. You're saying that nothing happened? In the Yin Huang battle team's base. After Taizhan received the news, the tea in his cup spilled out quite a bit. That doesn't make sense. Lin Fei isn't easy to deal with. Since he asked for Taishan's photo, he must have some plans for Kaishan. Moreover, both of them seem to be in that area. It's impossible that nothing happened. Taizhan was more concerned about this than anyone else. However, after hearing the news, he felt a little uncomfortable. Indeed, nothing happened. I suspect that the two of them must have exchanged blows. It's hard to guess who won. Linro guessed. Our people found that Kaishan looked a little disheveled, but he didn't look like he was injured. As for that Lin Fei, our people lost track of him. Taizhan wasn't surprised that they lost track of him. If Lin Fei was so easy to follow, then he wouldn't be Lin Fei. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to find any information until now. He was like a mystery. Then continue to arrange for people to keep an eye on Kaishan, especially that Sumei, Taizhan said after thinking for a while. East Sea Airport. A private plane glided down. A group of people alighted from the cabin. The leader was a middle-aged man with a dignified expression. As he walked with a majestic gait. Other than that, there was another person in a Taoist robe. He had a sage-like demeanor and his aura wasn't inferior to the middle-aged man beside him. Behind them was a young man with a gloomy expression. In the departure lounge of the terminal not far away, a few martial artists were taking videos with their phones when they suddenly saw the black Rolls-Royce. As the few of them got off the plane, they were immediately taken aback. One of them exclaimed, "Isn't that Shun Tianquan, the head of the Shun family in the south?" The martial artist was shocked. The martial artist beside him also gasped. Yes, he's Shun Tianquan. And isn't the one beside him his son, Shen Wudi? And that sage-like guy, I remember that he's called Long Tianxing. His status seems to be much higher than Longting Villa's Yu Zishan. Is something big going to happen in our East Sea? Several martial artists immediately took a video of the fight. One must know that the people from the three great clans of the south rarely came to the Eastern Sea, especially the leader of the Shun clan, Shun Tianquan. No one was a fool. They immediately realized that something bad was going to happen. The group got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the convoy slowly left the airport. After they left the airport, they attracted a lot of people's cameras. This was a fleet that was worth hundreds of millions. Kaishan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, has already swept through most of the dojos in Donghai. If there are no surprises, he will probably challenge the Lai family. However, Lai Tian is not in the family, so Kaishan may directly skip the Lai family and look for Lin Fei. A disciple of the Shen family was reporting. Moreover, we also received news that Lin Fei of Longting Villa is going to hold a disciple acceptance ceremony in the next few days. It should be in the next few days. According to our analysis, Kaishan will probably go to Longting Villa on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony to look for Lin Fei. That day is also the most suitable day. Shun Wudi's expression brightened and he said sinisterly, "Father, we came at the right time. If Kaishan goes to Longting Villa to meet Lin Fei first, regardless of the outcome, Lin Fei will more or less be injured. If we make a move, it'll be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I don't think that Lin Fei can escape from our grasp. By then, not only will we be able to take down Lin Fei, but we'll also be able to take down Longting Villa. Then our Shun family will be able to intervene in the Eastern Sea." The bad luck in Shen Wudi's body had been cleansed, and his complexion had recovered. However, the trauma in his heart was not so easy to recover from. Shen Wudi hated Lin Fei more than anyone else. He was now 100% sure that this matter was done by Lin Fei. This Lin Fei is quite interesting. How old is he? Masters in the Master Realm don't take in disciples so early. In that case, we can go and take a look. Long Tianqing laughed. Shen Tianquan nodded and said, "Then let's wait a few more days. Kaishan's strength is quite good, especially since he has mastered the flying corpse tame technique. Even if it's not easy to use in the day, he's still very strong in close combat. Moreover, I've also received news that if Lin Fei really wants to hold a disciple banquet, not only will Kaishan come, but even the people from Medicine King Valley will also head to Longting Villa. That Lin Fei is ruthless, to actually cripple the elixir fields of Gaoishan and Wang Yuan. No matter what, they're from Medicine King Valley. They've always been proud and arrogant, so there's going to be a good show to watch." Long Tianqing smiled and congratulated. "Brother Shan, then I have to congratulate you. I guess you don't have to do anything. Longting Villa will jump into your hands by itself. Congratulations." In an inconspicuous villa in Donghai. Although this villa didn't look big, the price here was more than 100,000 yuan, which meant that this villa was at least tens of millions of yuan. It was truly low-key and luxurious. "The two of you are quite promising. Not only did you suffer a setback in a blessed enclave, but even your elixir fields were destroyed by someone. How can you still say that you're from Medicine King Valley?" On the sofa in the hall of the villa, two middle-aged men in their 50s were sitting there. Both of them were expressionless and cold. These two men were the elders of Medicine King Valley, and they had the strength of the middle and late Grand Master realm. They could be considered great masters of Medicine King Valley. This time they heard that the matter had become serious, and it involved the face of Medicine King Valley, so they came in person. Wang Yuan and Gaoishan were kneeling on the ground. The two were now ordinary people and they had aged a lot, which was completely different from before. At this time the two were crying, "Elders, we know we're wrong, but that Lin Fei is too arrogant and domineering. He knows that we're from Medicine King Valley, but he still dared to cripple our elixir fields. Elders, you have to avenge us." The two of them knelt on the ground and cried like a child. It was heartbreaking to hear. The faces of the two elders also became livid. No matter what, these two people were from Medicine King Valley. Now that their elixir fields were destroyed, it was really a slap in the face of Medicine King Valley. Chapter 40:19. After Wang Yuan and Gaoishan's elixir fields were destroyed, they did not leave the East Sea, but sent the news back to the Medicine King Valley. After suffering a loss at the hands of the Yan Huang battle team, they could only seek help from their own sect, the Medicine King Valley. In addition, they did not forget to secretly investigate Lin Fei, and actually found out some useful information. For example, that Lin Fei really had another elixir recipe, and it seemed to have a good effect. As for what elixir it was, they did not find out for the time being. However, the Yanhuang battle team seemed to have cooperated with Lin Fei and gained a lot of benefits. This also made them realize that this was an opportunity. Moreover, the Longting Villa was going to hold an auction, and there seemed to be elixirs among them. This was even more suspicious. What elixir recipes do we have in the Medicine King Valley? Could a mysterious kid have better elixir recipes than us? One of the taller elders sneered. Elder Chan, I can guarantee that the elixir recipes in Lin Fei's hands are definitely of good quality, because the Yanhuang battle team has cooperated with them. It's just that we didn't find out the specific information, but I did find out that it should have something to do with improving strength. Although the Yanhuang battle team did a good job and kept it a secret, it's inevitable that some clues were left behind, Wang Yuan said forcefully. The Longting Villa is going to hold an auction, and there will be elixirs among them. The possibility of this matter is more than 90%, Gao Yishan added. At the mention of improving strength, the expressions of the two elders changed again. Any elixir was good, but the best one was elixir that could improve strength. However, elixirs in this aspect had always been a very difficult barrier to overcome. Until now, there were only a few elixirs that could improve strength. Otherwise, Invincible God's bounty for level-breaking elixir would attract so many people, which was enough to prove that this type of elixir was very rare. Elder Chan and the other elder glanced at each other. Both of them believed Wang Yuan's words. Although Wang Yuan's status was not as high as theirs, he still had some status in the sect. Then let's make a trip to the Soaring Dragon Manor. It's best if Lin Fei gives us face. If he doesn't, then we'll just take him away. I believe that Taizhan of the Yanhuang battle team won't dare to not give us face. Elder Chen laughed coldly. Wang Yuan said, Elder, we can actually wait a little longer. I've arranged for someone to inquire about the news. Lin Fei should be holding a disciple recruitment banquet in the near future to recruit a female disciple. I believe that Southeast Asia's top black magic master, Kai Shan, will definitely be there on that day. We just need to make a move at the last moment. Wang Yuan had not been idle recently. He had been constantly asking around for information. With the small number of people left in the Medicine King Valley, he had managed to gather quite a lot of information easily. I know Kai Shan. He's very powerful and has cultivated some powerful techniques. It's not a bad idea to let him be the vanguard. Arrange for someone to keep an eye on him. We'll go there when he goes to Longting Manor. Wang Yuan and Gao Yishan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, they could count on the sect to stand up for them now. As long as they could make Lin Fei unhappy, they would be extremely happy. After cultivating hard for more than 10 to 20 years, losing all their strength in their lifetime, no one could stand such a thing. It was not easy for them to not have a complete mental breakdown. They were more eager than anyone else for Lin Fei to be punished by the sect. After Lin Fei settled the matter with Kai Shan, he sent Su-mei back to the neighborhood, left a spiritual imprint, and returned to Longting Manor unhurriedly. He first went to the mountain to look at the spiritual energy seed, but the spiritual energy seed was still the same as before. It had not taken root. It was the same even if it was watered with spiritual water. If it were not for the spiritual energy seed that was still emitting spiritual energy, Lin Fei would have suspected that it was a fake spiritual energy seed. Otherwise, after absorbing so much spiritual water, it was impossible for it not to take root and germinate. However, until now Lin Fei had not figured out why. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Anyway, this thing was dispensable. If it wanted to take root and germinate, then so be it. If not, then so be it. Lin Fei did not care much. Boss, this is the best day for the apprentice banquet that I picked. It's in 6 days. It's considered a good and auspicious day. In the morning, Yu Zishan brought a list of the good days that he had picked. It was naturally impossible for Lin Fei to do something as trivial as picking an auspicious day. Yu Zishan was the most suitable one. After all, he was a master and the most expert in feng shui. Lin Fei picked it up and glanced at it. Then let's set it 6 days later. After all, Su-mei is my eldest disciple. We have to pick an auspicious day and give them a chance. Yu Zishan understood. Boss, should we release the news? Of course. Who doesn't know that your boss is the #1 expert in Donghai? I want to see how many people will come to my Longting Villa. After all, it's the first time I'm accepting an apprentice. We have to set up a scene and solve some problems. I believe that day will be very interesting. Yu Zishan quickly went out to make arrangements. Lin Fei ate his food unhurriedly. I've already set up a stage for you. I want to see how many people are willing to jump out this time. If it was not to solve those hidden troubles and establish the reputation of the #1 expert in Donghai, Lin Fei would not be bothered to do these things. Since the other party had put in so much effort, Lin Fei would feel bad if he didn't get what he wanted. He couldn't let the other party down, so he had to put on a good show. It would be best if he could catch a few big fish. That would be the best. After this incident, Lin Fei believed that no one in Donghai would dare to do anything in the dark. Yu Zishan quickly released the news. After all, Longting Villa was now the focus of attention in the martial arts circle. Although the 8 grandmasters did not say anything, everyone knew that a storm was coming under the calm. Those grandmasters did not make a move because they were not sure. Once they were given a chance, they would definitely make a comeback. Everyone understood this. As soon as the news came out, it instantly caused an uproar in the martial arts circle. Good heavens, Lin Fei is actually going to accept an apprentice. This is his first apprentice. Is he really going to become the real #1 expert in Donghai? Have you asked Lai Tian of the Lai family? The Lai family will definitely express their dissatisfaction. Hee. There will definitely be a good show that day. At this time, another piece of news spread. The #1 Gong Tao master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, actually sent someone to send a challenge. He would go to Longting Villa in Donghai 6 days later and fight with Lin Fei. Shukju website. Chapter 4020. Originally, everyone thought that the apprenticeship banquet of Longting Villa would be very lively, but they didn't expect that the following invitation would instantly cause a sensation in the entire martial arts circle. Recently, Kaishan, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, had swept away all the martial arts clubs of all sizes in Donghai. His strength was amazing, causing people in the martial arts circle to curse him constantly, but no one dared to challenge Kaishan. It was because Caishan's strength was too terrifying. However, they didn't expect that Kaishan didn't go to the Lai family to find trouble with Lai Tian. Instead, he went to find Lin Fei of Longting Villa, which surprised everyone. At the same time, they couldn't help but look forward to it. One was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, and the other was the #1 expert in Donghai. Both of them were the #1 experts. Although everyone was not very satisfied with the title of Lin Fei being the #1 expert in Donghai, after all, 7 or 8 grandmasters had fallen in Longting Villa. In any case, it was related to Lin Fei, so everyone was looking forward to this battle more than anyone else. For the first time, more figures of martial artists began to appear at the entrance of Longting Villa. In everyone's subconscious mind, they naturally hoped that Lin Fei of Longting Villa would defeat the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, so that they could more or less save their face. However, if even this person was no match for Lin Fei, then the face of Donghai would really be completely lost. On the mountain road leading to Longting Villa, an ordinary black Volkswagen slowly drove up. Finally, it stopped at the entrance of Longting Villa. 3 people got out of the Volkswagen. The leader was a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. A middle-aged man of about 40 years old. Next to the middle-aged man was a young man. Are you sure that Lin Fei is in the villa today? The middle-aged man asked the young man next to him. The people of our martial gate have been watching. Lin Fei is in the villa. The young man said, President, I'm afraid it will be difficult to communicate with this Lin Fei if we just come here like this. I heard that this Lin Fei has a bad temper. I'm afraid it's not a good time for us to come here at this time, right? The middle-aged man smiled and said, Days don't matter. What's important is that we can let Lin Fei feel our good intentions. Everything can only be known after we talk. I believe that as long as he is smart, he will not refuse the olive branch extended by our martial gate. In the East Sea, the Yanhuang battle team had the greatest influence, restricting all the martial artists. But under the Yanhuang battle team, there was another powerful force called the Martial Gate. Inside the Martial Gate were all martial artists, and their influence was also very great. This was not much different from the Warrior Guild in the game. It was just that the Martial Gate's influence was not as strong as the Yanhuang battle team. After all, the Yanhuang battle team had the #1 expert. Master Yu, long time no see. You are still as elegant as ever. The gate of the Longting Manor opened. Yu Zishan walked out. When Yu Zishan saw the newcomer, his expression changed slightly. Smiling, he said, "So it's guild leader Li. It has indeed been a long time." Li Tianqiang said with a smile, "I took the liberty to come here. If you don't mind, please invite me in to have a seat. At the same time, I can also meet our manor Lord Lin." Yu Zishan naturally knew the background of this Li Tianqiang in front of him. He was the vice president of the Martial Gate. The Martial Gate president of the East Sea did not really care about things, so most of the matters were handled by this vice president. It was just that the vice president coming to the Longting Manor at this time did indeed surprise Yu Zishan, but that was all. "I have to inform my boss about this first, but I can bring you to the living room for a while first. Whether the boss will meet you or not is another matter. I can't guarantee that." Lin Fei was very free these few days. "Master, your manor is so big, but it feels a little lonely with too few people." Ever since the incident that day, Lin Fei let Su Mei move to the Longting Manor the next day, because this was the only place where there was no need to be afraid of any danger, especially at this critical time. It was hard to guarantee that some people would not have any evil thoughts. So, he might as well let Su Mei live in the Longting Manor. The Longting Manor was so big anyway. "We practice martial arts. We have to be calm. It's boring to quarrel," Lin Fei said with a smile. Su Mei really liked this place, because she felt that this place was more comfortable than anywhere else. This feeling was something she had never felt in other places. "Master, when will you start teaching me martial arts? Once I cultivate martial arts to a high level, can I really fly in the sky and burrow into the ground? Is there anything I can't do?" Su Mei took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Lin Fei, and asked with sparkling eyes. The current Su Mei had let go of everything, almost returning to the appearance of a young girl, and could come up with any idea. "Flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground is indeed possible," Lin Fei said. "The premise is that you have to cultivate hard. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, if you don't work hard, it will be difficult for you to reach this level in your lifetime." Su Mei said happily, "Wow, there really is flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground. Then, Master, can you fly in the sky and burrow into the ground?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Take a guess." Su Mei pouted. "Master is so bad. Can't you tell me and make me happy? At least I have a motivation." Lin Fei laughed out loud. "Boss, our villa has guests. It's people from the Martial Gate, and its vice president Li Tianqiang." Lin Fei had naturally heard of this Martial Gate, which was second only to the Yanhuang battle team. It could even be said that the Martial Gate and the Yanhuang battle team were sometimes opposed to each other. Don't think that it was impossible, because it was the truth. However, for some reason, the Yanhuang battle team did not do anything to the Martial Gate, but only restricted their development. The influence of the Martial Gate in Donghai was basically similar to that of the Yanhuang battle team. This was what Lin Fei heard from Yu Zishan. Lin Fei took a sip of tea. Interesting, the people from the Martial Gate didn't come early or late, but came at this time. "Are they planning to have a good talk with me?" Yu Zishan said. "If boss doesn't want to see them, then I'll ask them to leave." Yu Zishan was now full of confidence. With the formation of the Longting Villa, he was not afraid that someone would cause trouble here, even if it was the vice president of the Martial Gate. When the time came, if they didn't give him face, he would just throw them out and see who would be more embarrassed. "It's not easy for them to come here, so let's just bring them here. I also want to hear what our vice president has to say to me." After Yu Zishan left, Su Mei said curiously, "Master, this Martial Gate sounds so antique. Why haven't I heard of it before?" After living in the East Sea for so long, Su Mei had never heard of the existence of the Martial Gate. Lin Fei laughed. "You just have to watch more and talk less. After all, this world is actually more dangerous than you think." Su Mei felt that she had really opened a door. Chapter 40-21. Li Tianqiang had already seen Lin Fei from the information, but when he saw him in person, he still felt that he was too young, which surprised Li Tianqiang. Such a young man was no different from a university student. However, it was such a young man who stunned everyone and took down the Longting Mountain Manor. He even made Yu Zishan, a grandmaster, listen to him. He also made 7 or 8 grandmasters suffer in silence at the Longting Mountain Manor. Until now, no one knew what had happened to those 7 or 8 grandmasters. This undoubtedly whetted everyone's appetite. This must be Villa Master Lin. He is really young and promising. I feel that I have lived my life like a dog. Li Tianqiang looked at Lin Fei with a smile. I am Li Tianqiang, the vice president of the Martial School branch. Lin Fei made a gesture of invitation. You are a guest. President Li, please have a cup of tea first. Su Mei served as the person who poured the tea. After pouring the tea, she stood next to Lin Fei. Good tea, good water. Li Tianqiang sat down in front of Lin Fei, took a sip of tea and said with a smile, the blessed enclave is indeed a blessed enclave. It is incomparable to the outside world. While Li Tianqiang was looking at Lin Fei was also looking at Li Tianqiang. It was indeed not easy to become the vice president of the martial school. His strength was also extraordinary. He had actually reached the Grandmaster late stage, and he was only the vice president of a branch of the martial school in Donghai. From this, it could be seen how powerful the martial school, which was rooted in Huaxia, was. Usually it really didn't show its strength. It was comparable to the Lai family. At least in the past, Lin Fei had never thought that there was such a force in Donghai. He had never heard of the martial school at all. The blessed enclave is just like that. It's an exaggeration. Lin Fei laughed. It's just that the air is a little better. Actually, there's not much of a difference. You guys treat the blessed enclave as the same thing. No one knew better than Lin Fei that his Longting Villa really couldn't be called a blessed place. It was just that the spiritual qi here was slightly denser than other places. Compared with the blessed places in other worlds, it was simply not on the same level. It was completely crushed. Su Mei, who was standing behind Lin Fei, was shocked when she heard this. After all, she had also heard of the blessed enclave. It was a legendary place. She didn't expect that the manor she was standing in was actually a blessed enclave. Now she finally understood why she felt so comfortable here. Even taking a breath of fresh air made one's entire body feel relaxed. This was something that couldn't be said outside. What kind of master am I following? Su Mei didn't dare to imagine. The blessed enclave was ordinary? Li Tianqiang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of tea. It should be known that this was a blessed enclave. In your eyes, this blessed enclave doesn't seem like much. Aren't your requirements a little too high? In China, the number of blessed enclaves can be counted on one's fingers. Who doesn't fight over them? How could it be as unbearable as you said? Endure, I must endure. Li Tianqiang finally saw the difference in this Lin Fei. He was indeed a person with character. Villa Master Lin, your words are a bit of a joke. How many people are envious of the blessed enclave? Even our martial school currently only has one blessed enclave. Li Tianqiang said. Actually, I came to this villa today to discuss something with Villa Master Lin. I think Villa Master Lin will be very interested. Lin Fei took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Then let's hear it. Li Tianqiang said with a smile. Our martial school very solemnly invites Villa Master Lin to join the martial school. We are willing to let Villa Master Lin become the president of the Eastern Sea Branch and take charge of the Eastern Sea Branch. Moreover, in our headquarters, we will give you the position of Great Deacon, second only to the Chief Sect Master. There are a total of 10 such Great Deacon positions, and Villa Master Lin will become the 11th Great Deacon. The young man standing behind Li Tianqiang revealed a face of envy and jealousy. After all, this power in the martial school was very high. To be in charge of the Eastern Sea Branch and to be able to serve as a Great Deacon in our headquarters, this was not something that anyone could have. This time Li Tianqiang indeed came with sincerity, because in his opinion, this was the best opportunity to pull Lin Fei into their martial school. Once the martial gate had Lin Fei joining them, at the very least, their influence in the Eastern Sea would expand, especially the Soaring Dragon Manor, which was a heavenly paradise. It could raise the strength of the disciples of the Eastern Sea's martial gate branch, and even dig out more secrets from Lin Fei. For the martial school, there were only benefits and no disadvantages. After hearing this, Lin Fei also smiled and said, Your martial school is really generous. You think too highly of me, Lin Fei. From Yu Zishan's mouth, Lin Fei already understood some information about the martial school, and naturally knew these two conditions. No matter which one it was not bad. The president of the Eastern Sea Branch, his position was not the slightest bit inferior to the chief of the Yan Huang Squad, Iron Battle. The position of the great deacon in the headquarters could also be counted on one's fingers. If it was an ordinary person, then it was fine, maybe they would immediately choose to join. How could Lin Fei care about this little power? In his eyes, this little power was almost like an ant, insignificant. Villa Master Lin, you must be joking. If you don't have this strength, then who has this strength? Li Tianqiang followed. As long as you join our martial school, with our martial school as a big group, we can shelter you from the wind and rain, and remove a lot of worries for you. Even the 3 great clans would not dare to do anything to Villa Master Lin. Lin Fei said, your martial school is quite well informed, but let's talk about joining the martial school later. In the near future, I have no interest in joining any forces. I think I'm pretty good right now. Li Tianqiang had already expected this. After all, Lin Fei's personality was different. He was also a person with a temper. How could he join their martial school just because of a few words? If that was the case, Li Tianqiang would be suspicious. I think Villa Master Lin should think about it carefully. After all, for you are a newcomer in the Eastern Sea, and there are many people secretly plotting against you in the Eastern Sea Villa. Not to mention others, just Southeast Asia's #1 black magic master Kaishan, the Shun family of the 3 great clans, the Lo Qilai family, and the Medicine King Valley. None of them are easy to deal with. Li Tianqiang said seriously. And these things our martial school can solve for you. I hope you can think about it. Lin Fei knew that the martial school wanted to take advantage of him. Alright, then I will think about it. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 2233. You need a big group, page 1/1. Add bookmark, easy to read. Chapter 4022. The people from the martial gate came quickly and left quickly as well. Master, this vice president doesn't seem to be a good person. Although Sume hadn't experienced any intrigue, she still had good eyesight. Subconsciously, she wasn't very interested in this Li Tianqiang guy. It seems like he has master in his grasp. When Li Tianqiang was around, Sume didn't say a word. She couldn't help but ask after he left. Lin Fei drank the rest of the tea in the cup in one gulp and said with a smile, your observation is quite detailed. This Vice President Li Tianqiang is indeed not a good person. To put it bluntly, he's purely here to take advantage of the situation. However, he doesn't know how powerful your master is, so he's destined to return empty-handed this time. How could Lin Fei not see through such a small matter? Lin Fei didn't think that the dignified martial gate, whose strength was second only to the Yan Huang battle team, would actually play such a small trick. It really made him very disappointed. This kind of words should be said by the Yan Huang battle team. But you, the martial gate, came out and put on an appearance that if you don't join me, you'll suffer a big loss. It was indeed a joke. Master, then you're in danger. Sume wasn't a noob who didn't know anything. She also heard the problem and became a little nervous. Lin Fei laughed. My good disciple, you only need to remember one sentence. People who are strong will always be envied by others. Therefore, for people like Master, danger is everywhere. However, these dangers are really nothing in Master's eyes. It's no different from tickling me. Just open your eyes and watch carefully. Sume's eyes flashed as she listened, because at this moment, she heard endless dominance in her master's words. Sitting in an inconspicuous Volkswagen, Li Tianqiang narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. President, I think this Lin Fei obviously didn't listen to our words. Li Tianqiang was not the vice president for nothing. He really wanted to take advantage of the situation and use all kinds of threats to force Lin Fei to submit, smoothly join the martial school, and take down the benefits of the dragon soaring villa. However, what disappointed Li Tianqiang was that Lin Fei wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't take these dangers seriously at all, which made Li Tianqiang very unhappy. This Lin Fei was too full of himself. It's very normal for this to happen. Li Tianqiang said with a smile. After all, he is the #1 expert in the Eastern Sea. The #1 expert should have the dignity of the #1 expert. When the young man heard this, he knew that the president was angry. After all, the president rarely took the initiative to visit someone, and those who were worthy of him taking the initiative to visit were worthy of being roped in. Therefore, this Lin Fei seemed a little untactful. The young man also knew that this #1 expert was actually brought up by others. In the martial arts circle of the Eastern Sea, There were indeed many people who were not convinced. In everyone's opinion, Lin Fei could make 7 or 8 grandmasters suffer losses in the dragon soaring villa, mostly because of the power of the array, and it had little to do with his own strength. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, he was only a grandmaster expert. As for the more outrageous god-level expert, it was simply a joke among jokes. President, do we really have to wait for those people to make a move before we make a move? I'm afraid that those people might not give face to our martial school. The young man thought about it and said, "You've hit the nail on the head. It's not in vain that I brought you out to broaden your horizons." Li Tianqiang glanced at the young man next to him. It's best to understand how to think. Since Lin Fei doesn't know how to choose, then let him suffer a little. Moreover, this time it's one thing for everyone to deal with Lin Fei, but the key is still the Dragon Pond Villa. Our martial school has the advantage of time and place, and has a better chance to control the Dragon Pond Villa than anyone else. The young man was a little confused again, but after thinking about it, he seemed to think that there was some meaning in these words. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The president is indeed the president, indeed not an ordinary person can be. After Li Tianqiang returned, in the martial arts circle of the Eastern Sea, there was another big news. It was about Lin Fei of the Dragon Soaring Villa. The news was very simple. It said that Lin Fei used to be an ordinary person 5 years ago, but 5 years later, he became a grandmaster expert because of a treasure that Lin Fei had. This treasure could allow one's strength to advance by leaps and bounds, and it was this treasure that allowed him to defeat 7 or 8 grandmasters. The source of the news about this treasure was released by one of the 7 or 8 grandmasters. As soon as this news came out, it almost blew up the entire martial arts circle. Countless people were shocked, and at the same time countless people were envious and had all kinds of thoughts. After this day, a large number of martial artists appeared outside the Dragon Soaring Villa. Although these martial artists didn't break into the Dragon Pond Villa, they were always monitoring every move of the Dragon Soaring Villa. The Lai family of the Eastern Sea was the most low-key. On the evening of the 5th day, a low-key figure appeared in the Lai family. "Father, you're finally back." As soon as this person returned to the Lai family, the entire Lai family cheered. This person was the #1 expert of the Eastern Sea, Lai Tian, a middle-aged man with a stocky back and a bear's waist. At this moment, this middle-aged man had bronze-colored skin, as if he had walked out of the deep mountains and forests. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I came back from my training in the Takra Desert. This bronze-colored middle-aged man was Lai Tian. After hearing about this matter, there was no need to be emotional, just a sigh. Lai Tian was originally still training in a special place in the Takra Desert. If he hadn't received the news, he wouldn't have returned immediately. "Father, tomorrow is the apprenticeship banquet of the Dragon Soaring Villa. Now, I don't know how many experts have their eyes on the Dragon Soaring Villa, and I believe some big shots will be there tomorrow. I think it's time for the Lai family to make a move." Lai Xian was the first to speak. "Big brother, I also think little Xian's words are very reasonable." The one who spoke was one of Lai Tian's triplets, Lai Hua. "Big brother, the Lai family has kept a low profile for such a long time. I also think it's time to make a move this time. Moreover, everyone is now saying that Lin Fei has a treasure on him. No matter what treasure it is, I think it might be related to elixirs. Otherwise, I can't think of any reason other than elixirs to be able to go from an ordinary person to the master realm in just 5 years." This was Lai Qing, Lai Tian's third brother. Lai Tian's expression was as calm as water, making it difficult for others to see any changes on his coarse face. "You guys are still a little anxious. Our Lai family is a top-notch family in the Eastern Sea. Although we aren't the #1 family, the #1 family wouldn't dare to be presumptuous in front of us. This is because our Lai family understands the path of moderation. Most importantly, our Lai family doesn't have a god realm expert, so we can never be said to be outstanding." Lai Tian said calmly, "You should know that 100 years ago, our Eastern Sea was filled with countless god realm experts. At that time, our Lai family was just a small family. Do you know why we didn't have a god realm expert? It's because a tall tree attracts the wind." Chapter 40:23. As the last day approached, the whole martial arts circle was basically talking about this matter. Everyone knew that tomorrow would be the busiest day. For ordinary people, they didn't realize that something big was about to happen in Longting Manor. They continued to live their ordinary lives. What was surprising was that there were so many people in the vicinity of Longting Manor. Fortunately, this place was originally a place where big figures lived, so no one would come here usually. Thus, it didn't cause much of a fuss. The rising sun slowly rose and a new day came. For ordinary people, today was an ordinary day. But for people in the martial arts circle, today was destined to be a very lively day. Because the apprenticeship banquet of Longcheng Villa would be full of unexpected surprises. Early in the morning, the martial artists who had been guarding outside Longting Villa were surprised to find something. The door that had been closed all the time was opened. Why is the door open? Does Longting Villa want everyone to participate this time? Obvious strength martial artist was the first to find the open door. Because these days, the door of Longting Villa had been closed. In view of the fact that so many people went in last time and only a few came out in the end, no one was bold enough to sneak in from the outside. Maybe they really want us to go in. There seems to be a sign at the door. Let's go and have a look. When the door opened, there was a sign placed there. Soon martial artists gathered around. When everyone saw the words on the sign, they were a little dumbfounded. Because the words on the sign were very simple, just a simple sentence. Today, Longting Villa will hold an apprenticeship banquet. Anyone who wants to visit can enter. It was a very ordinary sentence. But no matter how they looked at it, it seemed to be a little different. After all, martial artists' senses were still very sharp. Does Longting Villa really want us to go in? I heard that Longting Villa is very big inside and it can accommodate tens of thousands of people, or even more. I guess Lin Fei wants everyone to go in and visit. These martial artists discussed one after another, and no one knew who said it. Since the gate is open, let's go in and have a look. If we don't go to such a lively event today, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. Who knew if such a thing would happen again? Immediately, a cultivator rushed in with large strides. However, the warriors who rushed in did not run far before they disappeared in front of everyone with a sound. Not long after, he rushed out of the gate with a whoosh. Ha ha ha, I'm coming in. After a long laugh, the crowd burst into even louder laughter. Only then did he come back to his senses and realize that he was standing outside again. Formation, this must be a formation. Damn it, I've actually been bewitched by a formation. Originally, everyone was quite curious as to why the Longtung Villa would open the door for everyone to enter. Only now did they realize that there was actually a formation set up inside the door a few meters away from them. But they couldn't figure it out. Even though there was a formation, it did not suppress everyone's thoughts. Not long after, many cultivators outside began to barge into the Longtung Villa. However, after making one round, he once again appeared at the main entrance, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Some people were unwilling to give up after failing once, so they tried a second or even a third time. However, they were brought out every time, leaving everyone stunned. The news of the opening of the Longtung Villa's formation and allowing everyone to barge in quickly spread. Especially after they found out that there was no danger, many people had other ideas. Once they barged in, it would prove that they were more powerful than the others. Boss, this is a good move. If there are no accidents, just the first floor's bewitching array will be able to keep most people out, Yu Zishan said with a smile. Lin Fei was sipping his tea unhurriedly. Not everyone can attend my apprenticeship banquet. Only those who can pass through the bewitching array are qualified to attend this apprenticeship banquet. At the same time, they will also be qualified to participate in the first batch of auctions. Yu Zishan also admired his boss's calculations. Using the bewitching array to test the cultivators and then giving out the first batch of slots for the auction was killing two birds with one stone. Yu Zishan was very clear that the first floor's bewitching array didn't seem difficult, but it was still quite challenging to barge through. Today, the Longtung Villa had only opened the outermost bewitching array. The innermost two layers were closed. Otherwise, no one would be able to pass through the 3 layers of Longtung Villa's array. Master, there are so many people outside. I feel so nervous. Although Sume didn't go outside, she could still see many cultivators outside through the bewitching array. These cultivators looked ordinary, but Sume was no longer a rookie. She also clearly realized that these seemingly ordinary cultivators were all powerful people. It was not a problem for them to fight 7 or 8 people alone. Even more powerful people could quietly kill them. Sume was a girl after all, so she was more nervous than anyone else. It's normal for you to be nervous. When you get used to this kind of scene in the future, you will actually feel that it's nothing. After all, cultivators are also human. They are just a little more powerful than ordinary people. In fact, they are still ordinary people. Ordinary people. Sume blinked. Outside the Longtung Villa, more and more cultivators came. This was because a cultivator got a slot for the auction after passing through the bewitching array. This caused countless people to be shocked and envious. Although everyone had heard about the auction, they didn't expect that the Longtung Villa would actually link this array with the auction slot. The power of the bewitching array alone made everyone realize how extraordinary the Longtung Villa was, especially the slot for the auction, which instantly attracted the attention of countless people. This was because everyone realized one thing. If nothing happened to the Longtung Villa today, then the auction would definitely become very lively. A slot for the auction was definitely priceless, and there were only a total of 100 slots for the auction. It was like a first-come, first-served rule. Therefore, in a short period of time, countless cultivators came to challenge the array. Most of them were just trying their luck. A slot for the auction was useless to them, but what if the Longtung Villa really held it? It would undoubtedly be exchanged for huge benefits. Anyway, there was no danger in challenging the array now. Chapter 40-24. He's here, he's here. Just as all the martial artists were trying to break into the Longtung Mountain Villa, trying to get a spot in the auction, a figure appeared at the foot of the mountain path. This person didn't walk very fast, but everyone could feel a fierce aura coming from him. Even before he arrived, everyone could already feel a sense of fear. The #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kaishan, is here. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they stopped what they were doing. Recently, he had become extremely fierce. He had single-handedly destroyed all the dojos in the East China Sea. No one expected that the Southeast Asian tame headmaster, Kaishan, would be the first to appear. Kaishan was a little early. Everyone was shocked, but they immediately became excited, and their faces were full of gossip. Everyone knew that Kaishan was here today purely to ruin the show. The battle between the two strongest martial artists was definitely a very shocking event. Although it was not a very long distance, everyone subconsciously leaned to the side, and at the same time began to secretly send messages. Everyone, come and see, Kaishan is here. This time Kaishan didn't bring anyone with him. He just walked up step by step. Wherever Kaishan walked, everyone chose to stand to the side, and did not even dare to look at Kaishan's fierce eyes. Not far away, Taijan of the Yan Huang battle team also saw Kaishan. This fellow is quite early. I have underestimated this fellow's determination. Today, Lin Fei of the Longting Mountain Villa was holding a disciple acceptance ceremony, and Bureau Chief Taijan was not relaxed either, so he brought people here as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, it was more like maintaining order. After all, there were so many martial artists here, and if something happened, Taijan would not feel good either. Therefore, basically all the members of the Yan Huang battle team were brought here. Their task was very simple, which was to maintain order at the scene. The reputation of the Yan Huang battle team was still very fierce, and no one dared to look down on them. Bureau Chief, do you think Kaishan will fight with them when he comes in later? Lin Ro, who was next to him, also had a face full of gossip and said excitedly. This was a little difficult for Taijan. That's hard to say. What we need to do now is to keep an eye on Longting Villa's every move. Taijan straightened his clothes and said, since Kaishan is here, we can go over now. We can also take a look at the formation of Longting Villa and see what it's like. If we can get 1 or 2 spots for the auction, we might even be able to make a small fortune. Kaishan came up very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the gate of Longting Villa. The originally bustling entrance became quiet for a moment. Even the breathing became heavier. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Gishan's reputation in the East Sea had been deeply engraved into the hearts of these people, who had no occupation in such a short period of time, let alone facing him personally. Do you think a mere formation can stop me? Kaishan stomped on the ground, causing it to emit cracking sounds. Countless cracks appeared on the ground as he walked in with large strides. After Kai Shan went in, everyone present heaved a sigh of relief. Oh my god, the number one black magic master in Southeast Asia. Kai Shan's aura is really strong. It's as if I'm facing a prehistoric beast. Yeah, I feel like my breathing has quickened. It's a pity that we can't go in. Otherwise we could watch and learn. Before everyone had enough time to catch their breath, Taizhan from the Yan Huang battle team arrived. Once again, everyone did not dare to breathe. You guys better stay here obediently and don't cause trouble. Otherwise I'll bring you back one by one. Taizhan glanced at the warriors present, which scared them so much that they all lowered their heads and did not dare to say a word. Taizhan did not say much. After saying that, he walked in with Lin Ro. Seems like I've still underestimated Lin Fei. He actually set up such a bewitching formation without anyone noticing. The effect seems to be quite good. Taizhan narrowed his eyes and said to Lin Ro, who was behind him, "Follow me closely. Don't let go. Otherwise you won't be able to enter Longting Villa." Although it was just a bewitching formation, it was quite an idea for Taizhan. One had to know that the art of formations was broad and profound. It was not something that ordinary people could master. Taizhan seemed to have figured out something from this bewitching formation. Perhaps the reason why those grandmasters had fallen in Longting Villa was related to these formations. After going around in circles for more than 10 minutes, Taizhan finally walked out of the bewitching formation. He was secretly shocked. He almost couldn't walk out. No wonder this guy wants to activate the bewitching formation. Not only can it keep people out, but it can also filter out a group of powerful warriors and develop them into members of the auction. What a good plan, what a good plan. Because of this bewitching formation, Taizhan had a new understanding of Lin Fei's methods. "Director Tai, you're quite early." As soon as he came out, Taizhan saw Yu Zishan and took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Taizhan laughed heartily and said, "If I didn't come earlier I would have missed out on a great show. Your soaring dragon manner really hit it well. Just a bewitching array alone would have caused many cultivators to suffer a great loss." "Director Tai, it's just a bewitching formation. It's nothing. The boss is in the forest ahead. You can go over and have a cup of tea. Anyway, the apprenticeship ceremony hasn't started yet," Yu Zishan said with a hint of pride on his face. "I definitely have to try the good tea of the blessed enclave." After Director Taizhan entered Longting Villa, more warriors rushed over from all over the East China Sea. They came to challenge this bewitching formation. Anyone who entered the Soul Confusion Array and was able to break through it all received an invitation card. Lai Tian from the Lai clan is here. It's too scary. The number one expert of our East China Sea. What is the Lai clan? Look who's coming over there. That's the dignified vice president of the martial sect, Li Tianxiang. Wave after wave of people came over, which really shocked everyone. In addition to them, the 8 grandmasters who had suffered at Longting Villa had also arrived one by one, which set off a big wave. Everyone knew that there was definitely going to be a big show today. The people of Medicine King Valley are here. When did Longting Villa offend Medicine King Valley again? So what if they offended Medicine King Valley? Do you know who I saw down there just now? Shan Tianquan from the Shun clan, one of the 3 major clans in the south, came in person, and Master Long Tianqing also came. This is the real top figure. When the last wave of people came, it was unknown how many people were shocked. This was definitely the real big figure. Chapter 40-25. In a short period of time, many experts had gathered outside the Longting Manor. In particular, the Shun family, one of the 3 big families in the south, appeared last. This was the most terrifying. Everyone knew how influential the south was. Moreover, the Shun family, one of the 3 major families in the south, was definitely a terrifying existence. Whether it was in business or martial arts, they had the ability to crush everyone else. This maze array is quite unusual. Even I have never seen it before. Ordinary martial artists would probably find it difficult to break through. Shan Tianquan, Long Tianqing, and the other 2 walked in the maze array. Long Tianqing's eyes lit up. He had figured out something. Long Tianqing was a grandmaster, but he was different from ordinary grandmasters. He was very knowledgeable about talismans and formations. He could see the big picture through a tube, and naturally he could see some things from this. His impression of Lin Fei had changed quite a bit. Do you think this stupid formation can stop us? Shen Wudi snorted coldly. Walking in the Longting Manor again, Shen Wudi still could not forget the scene that day. It was because of what happened that day that he had suffered so much. This time, Shen Wudi would return all the pain he had suffered to Lin Fei. It's a pity that Lin Fei offended our Shen family. Otherwise, we might have been able to recruit and groom him based on his ability. He might even become a decent formation master. Shen Tianquan's expression was indifferent. He had good eyesight and could tell that this formation was unusual, but that was all. No matter how powerful a formation used to trap people was, it was only used to trap people. A real formation was one that had killing power. The formation in front of them could only be described as ordinary. When they walked out of the maze array, they instantly felt an unusual aura. Under this aura, their bodies seemed to relax quite a bit. What a good Lin Fei. He was actually able to make changes to the Blessed Enclave. I've underestimated him. Long Tianqing's expression changed slightly, and he could not help but size up the villa. He started calculating with his fingers. If the Soaring Dragon Villa falls into Lin Fei's hands, it will be far more useful than if it falls into Yu Zishan's hands. Shen Tianquan's expression also changed slightly. Naturally, he could tell what was going on. This was because this blessed land was indeed different. Their Shen family also had a blessed land, and they thought that it was pretty good. However, compared to this blessed land, it paled in comparison. A trace of ecstasy and greed flashed across Shen Tianquan's eyes. No matter what, we must take down this Longting Manor. Perhaps he didn't care much at first, but after Shen Tianquan personally stood in the Longting Mountain Manor, he kept telling himself that he had to take down the Longting Mountain Manor no matter the cost. This was because the Soaring Dragon Manor was more important than the Shen family's blessed enclave. Shen Tianquan believed that he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. In reality, he wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. For example, Elder Chun of the Valley of Medicine Masters. Chun Dingshan took a deep breath, and his eyes lit up like sparkling crystals. I didn't expect that there would be such a blessed land in a place like the East Sea. How is this possible? If Yu Zishan was really so capable, the Longting Manor wouldn't be what it is now. This blessed land is not inferior to the Valley of Medicine Masters at all. This Lin Fei must have some big secrets on him. Another elder chimed in. We've made the right decision to come here. A good blessed land will definitely bring us great benefits. However, they still couldn't understand. It was clearly an ordinary blessed land. How could such a change happen in the blink of an eye? They were certain that Lin Fei must have done something, and if the Valley of Medicine Masters were to get their hands on this, it might even bring the strength of the Valley of Medicine Masters to another level. In a small forest in the Longting Manor, it had already been rearranged. It didn't look very extravagant or grand, but it still gave off the vibe of a disciple. There are quite a lot of people attending your disciple's banquet this time. Taizhan sat face to face with Lin Fei, tasting the tea in his cup. This time he had tasted a cup of good tea as he wished, and the aftertaste lingered in his mouth. The more the merrier, don't you think? Lin Fei smiled and said. Looking at the time, almost everyone should be here. Taizhan didn't see any panic or uneasiness in Lin Fei, as if everything in front of him was a small matter. This made Taizhan even more confused. Although the Longting Mountain Manor had a rather powerful formation like the Soul Confusion Array, it was only a formation to trap people and not attack them. With Lin Fei alone, he really couldn't think of a way to solve this problem. Young Master Lin, if you feel that you can't solve it, the Yan Huang battle team can help you solve it. I believe they will still give us face, Taizhan offered. I appreciate the good intentions of the Yan Huang battle team, but this kind of small matter is actually very easy to solve. Chief Tai just needs to watch the show. This was the first time Taizhan had asked for help and ended up being rejected. He represented the Yan Huang battle team, and who knew how many powerhouses wanted to ask him but couldn't. He snorted coldly in his heart. I want to see how you Lin Fei will solve this problem. Father, he is that Lin Fei. Lai Xian had come this time as well, and had almost been trapped in the illusion array. Luckily, his father had brought him out. Seeing Lin Fei again, Lai Xian's heart was filled with hatred for him. At this age, with this level of strength, he is calm and unruffled. He is a good seedling, Lai Tian said word by word, causing Lai Xian, who was at the side, to stare wide-eyed, unable to recover his senses. His own father was actually praising Lin Fei. What was this? Luckily, the next sentence made Lai Xian feel much better. But no matter what, my son is not someone you, Lin Fei, can bully as you please. No matter what, you have to ask me first. Lai Tian had a bad temper, but after all these years of self-cultivation, he did not show it on the surface. But when it came to family matters, Lai Tian would become extremely irritable. At this time, Lai Tian also remembered Lin Fei. No matter how young he was still an enemy of the Lai family. You are Lin Fei. Everyone exclaimed and sighed with emotion. Their gazes also fell on one of the thin and small old men. This old man was none other than the #1 black magic master in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. After all, he was the vanguard today. If he did not act, who knew what would happen next? Yes, I am Lin Fei. What can I do for you? Chapter 40-26. There were indeed many people at the Longting Villa today. Almost half of the experts in the south had gathered, especially the Grandmaster experts. Usually, it was rare to see one, but today many Grandmasters had appeared at the same time. When the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan, stepped forward, everyone knew that today's show was about to begin. If this tame headmaster, Kai Shan, did not step forward, then the show would not begin. Although it was said to be Lin Fei's disciple acceptance banquet, it was actually the second time that everyone was going to make things difficult for Lin Fei. However, it was a little different from the first time. Everyone was a little uncertain about Lin Fei. Without complete confidence, no one was willing to make a move. No one wanted to follow in the footsteps of those grandmasters. Their pride was still rather important. I heard that you're the #1 expert in East Sea, and I'm the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. You once crippled my disciple. No matter what, you and I will have to fight eventually, Kai Shan said coldly. As soon as he said this, many people were displeased. You're the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, after all. Why are you still being so wishy-washy? Just make a move. We're all here to watch the show. However, no one dared to say this out loud. They could only think about it in their hearts. After all, the #1 tame headmaster in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan's deterrence was not bad. His tame head techniques were very vicious and ruthless. Under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to offend this tame headmaster. Lin Fei laughed. I did teach your disciple a lesson, but so what? Also, I'm not the #1 expert in East Sea. I'm not worthy of that title. However, it seems that the #1 expert in East Sea has come to my villa. You can fight with him first. Only after you defeat him will you be qualified to fight with me. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Lai Tian and Lai Xian, who were standing nearby, changed slightly. Wasn't it a good opening? Why did the Lai family get involved again? You, Lin Fei, are too shameless. Although everyone knew that Lai Tian of the Lai family was the #1 expert of the Eastern Sea, this #1 expert of the Lai family rarely took action. So much so that everyone had almost forgotten about him. However, who was Lin Fei? He was a famous person who had caused a huge commotion recently. Furthermore, he had been crowned as the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean. Although it was somewhat exaggerated, his entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. Compared to the Lai clan's Lai Tian, his selling point was much higher. Although Lai Tian did not think highly of Kai Shan, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, Kai Shan's strength was formidable. Moreover, the taming master was vicious and merciless. If he did not manage to kill the taming master, the revenge of the taming master would be extremely terrifying. It was not uncommon for an entire clan to be exterminated. Thus, under normal circumstances, Lai Tian would rarely fight with a tame headmaster. There was no need to. Lai Xian, who had been standing beside his father that day, wanted nothing more than to berate Lin Fei. He cursed in his heart. What is the meaning of you, Lin Fei, dragging our Lai family into this? Lai Xian did not really believe that the tame headmaster Kai Shan would make a move. The Lai family's influence was still there. The original #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, Lai Tian? Kai Shan's expression was gloomy. What you said makes sense. This old man loves to defeat Chinese experts the most, and Lai Tian was originally one of my opponents for this mission. It just so happens that today's matter can be settled in one go. Kai Shan's gaze turned fiercely and instantly locked onto a person. This person was none other than Lai Tian. Lai Tian, you're really fast. This old man wanted to go to your Lai family, but I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door. Since we've already met, why don't we have a match? Kai Shan said coldly. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Some of them had yet to recover from their shock. What was going on? Wasn't Kai Shan going to challenge Lin Fei? Why did it suddenly turn into a challenge? This was completely different from what they had imagined. The warriors present were all shocked. Invincible God and the rest were equally shocked. One had to know that Lin Fei's title as the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean was pushed out by Invincible God's people through various means to provoke Kai Shan. However, this scene had Invincible God almost jumping up and down. Kai Shan, you idiot. Is there something wrong with your brain? Your opponent is Lin Fei. He destroyed your disciples Dan Tian. Why are you going after Lai Tian now? Is there something wrong with your brain? Invincible God cursed in his mind countless times. The event that everyone had been looking forward to had turned out like this. How could they accept it so quickly? Putting everything else aside, Guang Lai Tian was also filled with anger. He had planned to wait until Lin Fei was at a disadvantage before making a move. Although he had a bad temper, he was very meticulous and knew when to make a move. After all, there were quite a number of people here today. Some of them, especially some grandmasters, made Lai Tian feel a certain amount of pressure. However, now that he was involved, Lai Tian was displeased. Master Kai Shan, I think you've made a mistake today, Lai Tian said calmly. You're here to spar with the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, Lin Fei. Our Lai family is already outdated. I don't think there's a need to spar with him. What a joke. Lai Tian would definitely not be willing to spar with Kai Shan. Who knew if he would be plotted against? This was the Eastern Ocean, and many people were eyeing the Lai family covetously. It was because he was the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean, and his reputation shrouded all the warriors in the Eastern Ocean. That was why they dared not make a move. If any bad news were to spread about the sparring with Kai Shan, it would be extremely bad for the Lai family. This was something that could not be defended against. Lai Tian had originally thought that Lin Fei was not bad, but he did not expect this guy to be so sly. With just a few words he had changed Kai Shan's mind. His mouth was too sharp. And Kai Shan, was there something wrong with his brain? How could he be convinced with just a few words? Kai Shan said calmly, Lai Tian, you used to be the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean. I've been looking for you for some time, but you weren't around. Since we've bumped into each other, we can have a spar. As for that Lin Fei you mentioned, I'm not in a hurry. After all, this is the Longting Manor. Lai Tian became even more depressed after hearing this. This is not in line with your goal. Your goal should be the Longting Manor's Lin Fei. Shouldn't you say that after you defeat him? Of course you can choose not to fight, but you must kneel in front of me, lower your head, and say that you're not my match. Otherwise, I'll decide to defeat you first. This way I can properly defeat Lin Fei. Only then will I be worthy of being the #1 expert of the Eastern Ocean. Kai Shan smiled. Kneel? Lai Tian's face darkened. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Of course Lai Tian would not kneel. If he did, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern Ocean, or even the entire martial arts circle. I've also heard of the reputation of the #1 sorcerer, Kai Shan. Since we've bumped into each other here, let's have a spar.